Okay.
There you go. Okay.
Gonna you was one.
Okay. Okay. I thought I saw Jim here. Anyway, okay. Jim is here and everybody else is here. We're gonna like call this second day of our retreat to order. We'll ask Commissioner May, would he lead us in the prayer and in the pledge of allegiance?
Yes, sir. Let's pray. Dear God, thank you so much for your son Jesus. Thank you for his death, burial, and resurrection. We thank you so much for this day you've given us. And thank you for the opportunity to serve the citizens of Granville County. Lord, I pray today that we will provide a lot of information. And through that, we will have the wisdom and knowledge to be able to make the decisions going forward on how best to spend the taxpayer dollars. Bless everyone in here that's about to make these decisions or will be making decisions over the next few months. Bless the staff, Lord, as they put together all the information and do all the research and the tedious work that goes along with that. Look after each one of them. Look after our staff and bless our citizens. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You have really toilet paper?
Okay.
Yep.
Just like to say good morning to each and every one. And I hope that everybody's ready for a day of good information. With that said, I thank social services. Oh, there she go. Master button, baby. There you go. Good morning.
So I wanted to just provide an overview of social services. Just a reminder that our mission is to promote the health, well-being, and safety of the most vulnerable populations of our county. Our vision is to support a thriving community where all individuals have access to essential services and opportunities. With DSS, we serve as agents of the state in administering public assistance benefits, protecting children, elderly, and disabled populations. We also serve as agents of the state in providing child support services. DSS is state supervised and county administered. Everything that we do is regulated by the state of North Carolina and the federal government. This is from service provisions to HR and fiscal management. Over the past 4 years, we have brought in over $5 million in revenue back to the county. Currently, we have 110 full-time employees with 18 vacancies, and we are located over 3 different buildings. Our current priorities are to increase fiscal and programmatic accountability, with strengthening oversight to ensure responsible stewardship of county funds. And we're also committed to ensuring every dollar spent advances measurable results for our community. We're also working through risk and opportunity plan in consideration of upcoming legislative changes, particularly around HR 1. So we are proactively evaluating potential impacts of upcoming federal legislative changes, currently assessing and identifying funding, compliance, and service delivery vulnerabilities, also identifying opportunities to leverage flexibility and repurposing current positions to best meet the needs of the agency. We're also maintaining close monitoring of regulatory guidance and state-level implementation decisions. My approach is to be proactive and not reactive to ensure stability and service continuity regardless of legislative shifts. Another priority is local policy and procedure development, so our operations and programs. We're improving training and documentation workflow clarity to reduce errors and delays, ensuring our frontline staff have clear guidance to support effective service delivery. And we know that strong policy and clear procedures are the foundation of consistent, high-quality service delivery. We're also working to build a more positive employee culture, fostering a culture rooted in service and delivery, respect, accountability, and teamwork. We're also strengthening employee engagement initiatives and recognition efforts, supporting wellness and work-life balance where operationally feasible, and also increasing transparency and increasing visibility into departmental performance and financial reporting. Also, with hiring, we are exploring competitive recruitment strategies, including partnerships and target outreach. We recently collaborated with universities and participated in local career fairs. We're also strengthening our onboarding processes to improve early retention as well as evaluating non-monetary retention incentives. And so I just wanted to touch on a couple legislative changes and updates within our agency. First, I want to talk about the HR 1 updates. And so I know that I came in and I talked about this a little bit back in November, but just wanted to kind of bring this to your forefront again. So HR 1 was signed into law on July 4th, 2025, and is having major effect on the food and assistance program and Medicaid program that we provide. For SNAP or FNS specifically, the work and reporting requirements are expanding, now covering adults up to age 64 and parents of kids 14 and older. Some groups that used to be exempt from this requirement, like veterans, homeless individuals, and former foster youth, will now have to meet those requirements as well. Starting in October 2026, the federal government will cut its share of SNAP FNS administrative costs in half, from 50% down to 25%, which means a much heavier lift for states and counties. And by 2028, if the state's SNAP error rate goes over 6%, we could actually have to share in the cost of benefits for FNS. I will go over this a little bit more later in my presentation. We've also had some updates with our child welfare systems. There was a new policy that was implemented in July of 2025, and we also went live with a new child welfare system where all reports and all documentations for our CPS department are now in an electronic system. This new system and this new policy has increased our number of screened-in reports of child abuse, neglect, and dependency. And I'll touch on that a little bit later as well. We've also had some updates with House Bill 612, which has changed our child welfare area. For foster care and adoption, there's been significant reforms in those areas, including parental rights termination and an initiative to foster parent voice and expand the ability of foster parents and caretakers to intervene in abuse, neglect, and dependency cases. Also within our child welfare system, there has been an increase with House Bill 612, there's been an increase in state oversight. The increase is state level supervision of county run social services to ensure consistency. Again, I talked about a little bit about the new system, that electronic system that we have with child welfare that is also a part of House Bill 612 changes. And then I wanted to touch on special assistance. Special assistance is a program that we offer in DSS that is 50% state funded and 50% county funded. In 2021, Session Law 2021-180 removed the cap on the number of slots for SA in-home, as this is now considered an entitlement program. And so what that means is before we could sort of manage how many people we provided services for special assistance, and whereas now anyone can apply for it if they meet those criteria. And so that has increased our applicants and the number of individuals we serve within SA. But they do have to meet a lot of requirements. Those requirements are specifically that they have to be disabled or receiving Social Security benefits, and a number of other eligibility requirements as well. So right now we have 108 recipients for special assistance. And also, I just wanted to touch on that each year in January, the rates for that program increase. And so January of this year, it increased to 2.8%. It coincides with the Social Security cost of living allowance or adjustment.
Can you explain how you qualify for that?
So one of the
For that program, who are in that program?
So that program is specifically for any individuals between the ages of 18 and 64 who have been declared disabled. They also have to meet certain criteria as far as they all have a social worker who goes out into the home and assesses their situation. They have to meet certain criteria. It also, most of the recipients that we have, they have a diagnosis of Alzheimer's or dementia. And so there are a lot of different requirements that they have to have, but it doesn't cut down on the number of applicants because people think or hear that it is something that supplements income and they'll come in and apply. But to be able to be eligible for the program, it requires a lot of different criteria to be eligible.
Oh,
Taylor. Oh, I'm sorry.
You said that you have 18 vacancies.
Yes.
Is that what particular area is you have most of your vacancies in?
Right now, most of our vacancies are over in the social work side. However, we do have quite a bit of positions that were frozen as well. And so I had some conversations where we decided to unfreeze those so that we can best utilize them for the upcoming changes with HR1. So we're not asking for any additional positions. We're taking the ones that we have and repurposing them for the need of the community and for the agency.
Is there some of those positions is paid half with federal?
So the positions that we have vacant, they are, which is pretty interesting. They're not the ones that are going to be impacted by the FNS. These are more of Medicaid positions, and those positions are we get 75% reimbursement for those.
Okay.
So all of the positions that we have vacant right now, they either reimburse at 50% or 75%.
Why were they frozen?
I think they were, if I'm not mistaken, they were frozen because we didn't know what was going to happen with some legislative last year and the previous years. We've had a lot of changes with our legislature, and so we just wanted to make sure that we had things prepared and available should the need arise. I'm kind of grateful for that now because we do have quite a bit of changes coming in with HR1, and so we're not needing to ask for additional. We can just sort of repurpose the ones that we have.
To put a slightly finer point on it, I think those positions were added due to Medicaid expansion, and it turned out not to be quite the volume of new people coming in that we expected. And so we just never filled some of those positions, and now they can be reallocated because now we do have some new things coming down the pipe.
Right. And those positions were in the last year's budget. They were budgeted positions.
Oh, you said they were in last year?
They were.
Which means that they weren't filled.
Right, and there's that lap
Funding's
salary.
available.
We got some lap salary in there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to commend the leadership at DSS for the stewardship during that time, for the patience and waiting to see how it would play out. And just happy that we did not need it for that reason, but I can sure understand now with all the changes why they be maybe coming back on to put those back in motion. Thank you.
And I wanted to just provide an overview or a comparison of our budget, expenditure, and revenues. So far for fiscal year 25-26, we budgeted 11.4 million. Currently, we are at a little over 6 million and over 2.3 million within bringing in revenues. So we're projected to spend potentially 90% of our budget and projected to bring in 80% of our anticipated revenues. And I do want to point out that our revenues are impacted by our vacancies. And so a lot of times that we have quite a few vacancies, that does impact our ability to bring in more.
At least from a staffing perspective, having vacancies would be saving the local half
Right.
too. But we seem to be, so what do you attribute kind of spending being more or less on track, but revenue significantly farther behind?
I would say a lot of trainings. I know we've had quite a bit of trainings that are going on, especially with the implementation of that child welfare system. And so we had to send all of our child welfare staff to training for those programs. So training needs. We also had some special projects where we had a company come in to support our child welfare staff as well. So
are trainings reimbursable?
Sometimes, some of it.
And is it reimbursable on a 50% or 100%?
It should be 50% when it can be. Some of them not so much. So specifically for our child support team, when they go to trainings, they use their incentive funds, and those funds are all federal dollars. So it just depends on the position and what the trainings are for. But for our child welfare staff, they are reimbursed at 50%. So I do want to provide some updates regarding programs. And so again, talking about HR1 changes that are coming down the pipe. And so I wanted to start with FNS specifically. So currently, work requirements now apply. Right now, adults aged 18 to 54 without dependents do have to have work requirements and meet work requirements in order to be eligible for FNS benefits. And so some future changes will be that adults aged 18 to 64 without dependents, parents with children 14 to 18 will now also have to meet those work requirements. Also, homelessness and veterans and foster care youth as well will have to meet those work requirements.
Ms. Taylor, can I ask you a quick question? Mm-hmm. Will this require extra staff on your part to monitor this or go out and see if they're following, if what's required is being done?
It wouldn't require extra staff, but the staff that we have will have to work a little harder.
Okay.
Also wanted to talk about our standard utility allowance within FNS. Right now, we provide households in a standard utility allowance for both our FNS and LEAP programs. That will change, will be provided to, the standard utility allowance will be provided to households with elderly and disabled members only who receive both FNS and LEAP. So we'll see a decrease in some of our recipients who are eligible for that allowance.
Do you know the percentage? Excuse me. Do you know the percentage of adults between 18 and 64 in Granville County who are not employed or not working?
I don't, but I can get that information for you.
Right, because before I'm looking at this HR1, and I know it has an impact, but if we have healthy people that are 18 to 64 and able to work and should be working, I'd kind of like to see how that correlates and then how that correlates with countywide unemployment benefit.
Yeah, because with that new policy, they are only allowed 3 months to be eligible for food and nutrition benefits, and then after the 3 months is up, if they're not meeting those work requirements, they're no longer eligible.
So they get a 3-month pass to work through it.
Right.
They're not demonstrating, and you identify they're healthy, and they meet, and they can go to work. Then at that point, it ends.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Given that question, which is a good one, I want to remind commissioners that there are sort of two numbers out there that are different and important to keep in mind when we're thinking about unemployment. the official unemployment rate for Granville County is pretty low, but that is, the way that's calculated at the federal level, it's only among people who are actively looking for work. So there's a sort of a labor market participation rate too, which, and there are people who are not really participating in the labor market. They're not employed, but they're not looking for work. So they don't show up in the unemployment rate, but I think in most people's minds, that's kind of part of the true unemployment rate.
Well, if you're not looking for work and you can work, then I'm reluctant to say provide them. You know, I want folks that can work to be working.
And yeah, I think the point that I'm making is that in most cases, the true kind of unemployment rate, the way it exists in most people's minds, is higher than what you see sort of in the official.
Agreed. But I'm just making sure that, you know, the money that we have is going to the people that actually need it.
Right, well spent.
And I don't know, in the DSS world, right, we're operating by federal rules, and so there's only so much differentiation we can do, right? People either qualify or they don't. And that's also kind of the direction that a lot of these rules take, is to try to make sure they are actively looking.
Yes, sir.
Another change with our HR1 legislation, as I mentioned earlier, is the administrative costs. And so effective October 2026, federal government will begin to pay 25% of our administrative costs, and the county will be responsible for 75% of our administrative costs. I do want to say we are doing a lot of advocating from the Directors Association to the North Carolina General Assembly to have them consider being a part of it or having some share in the cost of that. Right now, that would be county, but we're advocating for the states to help take on some of that. We've also right now, we currently have a work group that is preparing to submit a letter or submit some correspondence to the federal government as well, with the Department of Health and Human Services on the federal level.
Ms. Taylor, that seems like that could be very
It's going to have an impact on our revenues. And so administrative costs are our salaries for our FNS staff.
Ms. Taylor, is this where the error rate comes in?
Not here, but I'm going to talk about that the error rate in a little bit. Yeah.
So that's going to go up close to $800,000.
Yep.
See, and people complain about us having a large fund balance.
There's a penny right there, Russ.
That's a penny.
Yep.
Add that to our list, gentlemen.
That's the fourth penny, I think.
Yeah.
It's 3 for Monday, didn't we? Or 2 for Monday.
And so, as I mentioned before, with our error rate, by 2028, if North Carolina's error rate is over 6%, we will have to share costs of our FNS benefits. So not the administrative costs, but the actual benefits that we provide to the recipients. Right now, we average about 14.4 million in FNS benefits for our county each year. And so it would be 15, if we are over that 6% error rate as a state, we will be responsible for 15% of that.
Is each county not held to an error rate?
We are, so right now, it's set by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and they normally pool cases. So it's not so much where the state has any involvement with that. It's more of the federal government. They kind of come in and they pool those cases and look at it for each county. And so in 2024, our county was under the 6% error rate. However, we had one case pool for this year that we had an error on, and it brought our error rate to, I want to say 14%.
Because there were multiple errors within the case? Or?
They have a sort of calculation or formulation of how they determine that. We went over that recently this week, but there's a certain formulation in how they calculate. But they pulled, I want to say 4 or 5 cases, and we had one that it impacted it so far. But they could potentially pull more cases within a year, and it could change.
And do they come back to that case at some later date and reevaluate it, and those have been corrected?
I don't, they don't.
Okay.
Yeah. But I will say, normally, anytime that we do have any type of errors with our cases, the recipient is responsible for paying those funds back
Okay.
to the client.
So one more quick comment or question. So we have 100 counties. Our error rate overall is affected by what could happen in another county, and vice versa. So we could be doing our job properly,
right,
within underneath the 6%, but because the others are not as fortunate or doing the job they should be, it pulls us down with it.
Absolutely.
I think Durham, Wake County,
I
there's
think I just
really high.
understood you to say that the error rate was based on a relatively small sample of cases that are pulled.
Yeah.
Which I think I wasn't aware of, right? And so if you're only pulling 6 cases or something, right? I mean, you could get a bad batch. That's not in statistics, that wouldn't be a high degree of certainty that is equal to the overall error rate.
50%.
Huh?
If it was just 2, you'd be screwed with 50%.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
But we have had some counties, some smaller counties, where they only pull one.
And if it's wrong, it's 100% error rate.
And if it's fine,
Wow.
you have a 0% error. Yeah. I mean, that's not a great methodology for determining anything.
Some Russian roulette, sure. Do they pull the number based on the amount of volume? I mean, if you had, like you said, it was a smaller county, they wouldn't have. So that if you had like 1,000 cases, they pull 10. If you have 2,000 cases, they pull 12. Is it?
I believe
Yeah,
so.
okay.
I
Makes
know
sense.
that in
I don't mean to
2024, when
dwell
we
on
had the 6%, they pulled 3 cases.
Okay.
Yeah. And so now I want to talk about some changes within Medicaid expansion. And so with HR 1, there will be some new work requirements for Medicaid. This is new to Medicaid. Medicaid has never had work requirements similar to FNS. And so adults ages 19 to 64 that are receiving the expansion program will have to also meet work requirements as well. There will also be more frequent eligibility reviews. And so for those recipients of Medicaid expansion right now, they have a recertification that's done to redetermine their eligibility once a year. That's going to change to every 6 months.
And that could impact your workload.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Also looking at the retroactive coverage. So right now, we have a program called Retroactive Medicaid, and when someone comes in to apply, they have the ability to have for us to consider the last 3 months of eligibility to cover any retro need in the past 3 months. And so beginning in 2027, that will change. They're going to cut that to either 1 month or 2 months. Also, cost sharing for enrollees, for those enrolled in Medicaid expansion in 2028, they may have to have co-pays.
So Ms. Estelle, in that staff now, really very interested in how that might play out, where they have more frequent eligibility reviews. So it may not be that everyone has to do it, but you will have some who will have to review every 6 months, every 8
Right, so within Medicaid itself, so all of our other programs, it'll still be that same 1 year, but if for Medicaid expansion, those cases will have to be reviewed every 6 months. And currently right now, we have over 3,000 recipients of Medicaid expansion.
What percent is that total? Do you know the percent of what?
Our cases?
Of the 3,100, we have 3,100 residents receiving, and I think our population is around 62 or 3,000.
But I think our total Medicaid population is sort of in the high teens.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess what I'm saying is
what? Sixth?
I'm sorry?
A fifth or a sixth?
Okay. 20%.
And so this is our current total Medicaid enrollment. Right now, we're at 16,738 recipients in Granville County.
I guess I looked at my chart, I'd see it. Yes.
You're welcome.
I do want to just point out, we have had a slight decrease in our enrollees from fiscal year 24-25 to now. And I just wanted to point out that in July, a lot of the waivers that were in place during the public health emergency. And so what we're starting to see is we have a lot of people who are not eligible with those waivers removed. So we saw a slight decrease in our recipient numbers. And so I just wanted to provide a couple updates on other programs that we have. Our LEAP program, we've processed 222 applications so far, and this is where recipients come in and actually apply. We did process about 300 automatic applications this year. So our LEAP program is a program that is where we provide assistance with energy. So electric bills and things like that, we provide assistance. We get a certain amount from the federal government. It's federally funded that we issue out, and we start that program in December. Specifically in December, it is for the elderly and disabled population first, and then starting in January, anyone can apply for it. And it assists with any heating or cooling needs that you may have.
What percentage is used up by the elderly and the disabled, and then what's left over for anybody else?
Most of the people who receive, they are the elderly. We still have some funding right now. We saw a lot of, we didn't see a lot of applicants this year like we normally do. Normally when we have LEAP season, there are lines in the office. There are a lot of phone calls that are going on. We didn't really see that this year, and I think it's attributed to the fact that with the federal shutdown, and so for a time, we didn't start that program up until about mid-December, and we normally started December the 1st. And so we haven't seen a lot of applicants come in for that this year like we normally do.
Those funds, I'm assuming, go back, the ones that aren't used.
They go back.
Do we get that up front, or is that we get them up front and then we send back the unused portion? That's the way that works? Okay.
Also with our Work First program, this is a program that we provide to assist anyone who is needing assistance with locating jobs or having some issues with finding jobs, and they have children in the home as well. We have a really low case load of, we're only providing assistance to 27 families within Granville County, just pretty low. I think when we did our meeting recently, we didn't have any applicants for that program last month. And so that department is also our department that works with LEAP as well. Medicaid transportation, currently we have provided 623 trips to medical appointments year to date, which is really good. For that program, you have to be eligible for Medicaid in order to receive that service.
Is that through cards?
Cards.
Okay.
And some private providers.
Right. We have one other provider. Program integrity. So we have one program integrity caseworker. He is amazing. He looks at any type of fraud with our FNS, Medicaid, and child care subsidy programs. So far, he's received 37 reports this year. He's conducted 30 investigations. Right now, he has 26 investigations open. Majority of those are within FNS, the FNS program. Right now, he's identified $56,451 in potential paybacks or potential claims. And so far, year to date, we've collected $50,927 in payback for fraud.
Any of those referred for prosecution?
No, but it could change.
So I'm asking, I'm sure when someone's down, I'm not out to kick them. But if they're frauding, then they're not. So is there any reason why we don't refer them?
It depends on, within policy, it depends on a certain amount and the number of times that they've been found to commit fraud. So there are a lot of factors in before we can move on to prosecution.
Is that set up by DSS? state or local jurisdiction guidelines?
A little bit of both. A little bit of both, but majority, the state does give us guidelines. We have to submit a plan, a program integrity plan each year. And so majority of it is set by the state. We have to meet certain.
Okay.
Ms. Taylor, how do you make sure these people are gonna pay back the assistance they got that they're not using?
So there are a number of ways. So one is if a lot of people, the way that we get money back is also looking at if the worker made an error. So if the worker made an error, the recipient is still required to pay it back. And so a lot of that comes into play where if they are still eligible, we deduct it from their current benefit. Also, we also intersect their income tax. So that's a way, and if they receive any type of funding or any type of income, the IRS will step in and.
I'll tell you, I'm not sure they have the exact same tools at their disposal as child support enforcement. They'll get you. There are a lot.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure that, and I don't know if this is just Medicaid, this is fraud kind of across the board. But in child support enforcement, I'm more familiar with the tools that they have to make sure that people pay what needs to be paid. And there are a lot of tools available. So I think they, in a way, right, sort of the actual payback compared to the required payback is pretty high here. And so they use all those tools.
We know.
I guess that's what they tax on.
I also want to touch on our permanency planning and foster care team. Right now, we have 21 children that are in our custody. 4 of those have been in custody with us between 0 to 12 months, and 17 have been in custody with us 13 to 24 months or longer. We do have 2 who we have a voluntary placement agreement with, and that is our extended foster care program, and these individuals are between the ages of 18 and 21. We do also have 3 in-home cases currently. These are cases where court is not involved. They are not in custody. We are working with the families to prevent the children from having to come into custody. Right now we have 29 licensed foster homes in Granville County. And for fiscal year 24-25, we finalized 3 adoptions. Because of those adoptions, we did receive over $45,000 in incentive funds from the federal government for those adoptions. I do want to highlight also that our child welfare team, specifically foster care, recently had an audit with the state that resulted in 0 errors. We have not done that in over 10 years within DSS. So I am extremely proud of that department. I also wanted to touch on our child protective department. Right now we have 73 open investigations. And so I did talk about that earlier. We have that new system. And so a lot of the new policy, the new system, it has increased our numbers of screenings that we receive. Right now we have so far we've received 205 referrals year to date, which is pretty high for us. 131 of those are screened in. Top allegations in Granville County are injurious environment, hazardous conditions of the home or neglect, improper supervision, substance abuse, and unsafe discipline.
What does it mean to screen in a report?
What that means is that whatever the reporter is providing that information, we need to get out there. That is, it meets the criteria that says that something's going on. For adult protective services, we have year-to-date 74 reports, which is pretty high for us as well. Last year, and for the whole year, we had 96 total. And so right now, we're already at 74, so I anticipate that we'll exceed those numbers as well. 61 of the 70 reports were screened in. 56% of the reports that were screened in were confirmed maltreatment. So majority of the maltreatment areas that we're seeing is self-neglect and caretaker neglect. That's the most frequent form of abuse that we're seeing within the elderly and disabled population. Right now we have 26 guardianship clients, so we have 26 wards that we provide guardianship services for. And our APS department also does unclaimed bodies for Granville County, and so far for this year we've had 3. This particular unit also does our child care subsidy program. And so our child care subsidy program right now, that's where we provide assistance with daycare costs. Right now we are serving 591 children and we do not have a wait list. So we are accepting applications right now. And the last program that I want to talk about is child support enforcement. So far for this year, we've had 152 cases on the docket. We had 152 cases on the document just for January alone. Our caseload for year to date is 1,912 cases. Each month, we have a state rep that comes in and review our cases for quality and improvement. For January, we were at a 96.43%, and our average is always in the high 90s or 100% with our cases. Our collection goal is 3.6 million. Right now, we're at a little over 2 million with our goal, so we're at our goal about 56.59%.
So it's probably in here, I'm just not interpreting it. How are we doing on that enforcement in regards to number outstanding warrants versus warrants that need to be served?
Ooh, that's a good question. I can find out.
Because if you don't, that 56.59 is not going to go up unless we're actually engaged in serving warrants.
Yeah, we are. And so a lot of times we put things in place and we will ask for them to collect, ask for them to pay, work with them. And we, like our county manager explained before, we go through a lot of different avenues to be able to collect money and that's owed to the children and families. But I can find out the exact number.
Well, I'm just more concerned about long-term folks that haven't been paying for long periods of time and there's outstanding warrants, and are they actually being served?
Yes, so we do that. We definitely do that. I do know that we have some challenges with serving. So right now we use FedEx, and we do work with the sheriff's office as well to have warrants and things like that served. And we also work with other states as well.
What's the challenges? I'm making sure you're getting the services that you need. So if you're not getting the service you need, it will help us with further discussions as we go through the budget.
People avoiding or not necessarily locating them, if that makes sense. So locating the absent parents, that has been the challenge. We also use FedEx as well to send out information to try to locate. So it's locating. The child support supervisor, she's even recommended to potentially contract with a private agency to see about doing servicing, but we haven't looked at that. But our collection goal, we normally meet it within a year. We met it last year.
Okay.
And so just some current and future challenges, I've talked about a lot of them already. This unknown revenue expectations due to changes with the HR 1 guidelines and other federal guidelines and program changes. Lack of ongoing training resources and supports from the state level. We have a lot of changes coming down with the HR 1 guidelines, policies, and things like that. And so we are having some challenges to where the state is providing us that guidance. So we have these new policies that we're supposed to abide by, but they have not updated the manuals for that. They've not updated our systems to be able to allow us to put these things in place For example, we talked about some of the changes within FNS. This month, we just got it in the system to be able to make some of those changes when determining eligibility. So just the lack of support from the state is a challenge. Of course, underfunded programs, adult services and child welfare, our social work side, we don't get a lot of funding for those. So those provide challenges as well. Lack of therapeutic places for our hard to place children that we have in care, specifically our
I know the
teenagers.
short bus.
And so we can't force placements to accept them. So we sometimes find it challenging to find somewhere for them to go. And also increased vacancies and staff retention. Due to the increase of the workload, the new changes, the new policies and things like that, we have vacancies because it's a lot of work that we do, and the work that we do is very heavy emotionally. And so that's something that we're working on, and that's a challenge as well as our vacancies. Any questions?
Ms. Taylor, I have a question. I just want to say, well, first of all, I want to thank you for stepping in. Crucial time.
Great job.
And just how you work with the staff. It has been really, it seems the staff is working together and want to mean in the leadership. If you find that maybe you could use some more subsidy dollars, I can touch base with you much more and maybe see about that.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, anyone have any questions? I'm standing in for the chairman.
No, I just wanted to thank you. That was very thorough. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Appreciate to echo what Commissioner Cozart said. Thank you for stepping in, and especially in these uncertain times. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Not only did you step in, you stepped up.
Yep.
Yep. Good job.
Okay, next we have Ms. Baird from the Finance Department.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm gonna do my best to give you a quick update of what's going on in finance, and just a reminder of what our mission is, and it's to safeguard public funds. We want to make sure that we're providing the accurate information so that we can implement and support community goals. And by maintaining sound fiscal practices, we aim to promote trust, enable strategic decision-making, and ensure long-term financial health and sustainability of the government and community we serve. So we have a department of 6. We currently have our assistant finance director position vacant. So we're going to begin recruiting for that hopefully next week. So statement of work, just some reminders of what we do on a daily basis. So dedicated to efficiently and effectively administering the county's fiscal affairs, tracking and predicting expenditures and revenues, and just maintaining debt, investments, and internal controls, which I'm learning more and more about by taking a year-long course with the United States School of Government for new finance officers, which is specifically for finance officers that have 3 years or less of experience across the state. It has been invaluable. It has been wonderful. We meet once a month to talk about statute, regulations, expectations versus reality, and assessing those risks when the two don't mesh very well together. So here's some recent accomplishments. We submitted on time the South Bramble Memorial Garden, the tourism development, and the county audits. The county audit had one finding, which was related to just some fixed assets reporting of the prior year. And TDA had no findings, and South Bramble had one finding where a budget amendment was submitted after the expenditure had taken place. So we're really proud of that. And our EFT program, which we implemented last year, I'm really proud of this because this is the first time in the county's history that we have made electronic payments available to our vendors. So just the decrease in fraudulent activity, because we had had a lot of that prior to this. So on top of this, we ordered new checks that had enhanced security features, which really helped with that, because we had a lot of checks intercepted and issues with that. So it decreased that, and it definitely increased vendor satisfaction. They really like getting their funds in 24 to 48 hours. And every week we have anywhere from 10 to 15 vendors that are signing up, because we are constantly reaching out to vendors who haven't signed up and providing them with the information. And so I would say we definitely met our goal of 25% of our vendors signing up. We're probably more, I think we have close to 300 right now that have signed up. We have a lot that we don't use very often, or they're specifically for tax. So we're talking about our vendors that the county uses on a regular basis. And we are just starting to really see the efficiency, just the amount of time that it was taking for our staff to print checks, fold checks, stuff checks, mail them. It has really made a big difference. So we're happy about that.
Jennifer, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Quick question? Do you require a letter or some type of something in the file to sign up for that project process, or do you contact them? How does that work?
We have been doing both. We have actually been reaching out to vendors, specifically if we have a contact name or an email. We have a standard letter explaining the EFT and a form that they fill out that's standardized with banking information and authorizing signature.
Okay.
And we send that out to them, either email, or we will actually also send that with the checks if they're still receiving checks. And we actually have gotten more response from that than emails.
I will get with you offline on that. Thank you. I celebrating my 6-month anniversary as a new finance director and taking that class as well, and have a good cry every time after we finish.
Clench up a little bit harder. So some successful operation enhancements in the last several months is we launched a monthly newsletter. So we send out a newsletter every month to, just to countywide to keep people informed of what's going on, whether there's new policies or procedures, whether it's W-2s, whether it has anything to do with checks, just any new information about the finance office that we want to share. That seems to be working well. People enjoy that. We always have a little did you know, and so we kind of throw in just something random just to try to keep them informed and communicate. A big one for payroll, we have a payroll of one, was to modernize timekeeping for poll workers. I know that only happens annually, but it was extremely manual and extremely time consuming. So one, we just had to do a lot of research to ensure that the way we were doing it followed legislation, general statutes as far as Board of Elections, and then we modernized that with spreadsheets. So now the poll workers actually enter information into a spreadsheet instead of having hundreds of pieces of paper to come in to the finance office and our payroll specialists going through. So that has really been a time saver. And one of the last things, well, not just last, but one of the other things we did was I sent out a specifically finance-focused survey to our employees because I just wanted to see what finance is doing right. What are some things we could work on? What are the needs of our employees? Like, in what areas do you need training in? What policies and procedures are you having a difficult time understanding and you need more clarification? How are we doing as a team as far as providing you service. We are an internal service, and our purpose is to serve our employees and our departments so they can in turn serve the community. And we got some really, really good feedback. There wasn't as much participation as I wanted, but I also understand that there's a lot of people who don't have a lot of contact with finance on a day-to-day basis. But we got a lot of feedback. There was some open-ended questions, and so we were able to incorporate some of that. One of them is just being finances on one floor. We've added a couple of things to the newsletter that they had asked for. We highlight a particular policy procedure each month. One of our goals is to work on a video policy procedure training. So with some of the onboarding, especially with Logix, our ERP system, for those that work in that, is doing some video trainings so that they can look at those at their leisure when they first come on board, and we'll have them going forward if they need them. So that's something that we are working on and hope to get done by the end of the fiscal year. At least get started on some of those that employees have asked for. I will plan to do this every year. I mean, I think the only way we can get better is to ask for, accept constructive feedback, and ask what people need and actually work to provide them that. So goals. I am working on a little over halfway with a departmental strategic plan. With finance, where are we? I would love to say that we will set the standard. It won't be me calling other finance departments to find out, to have a sounding board or to find out how to do something. We will be the ones getting the calls. We will be the ones setting the standard of how things are processed in counties of our size. So in order to do that, we have to figure out where we want to be and then have some strategic steps on how to get that. So I am working on that. Plan to have that done by the end of the fiscal year. And still got stuff on my plate I'm working on, but investment strategy. So we do have an investment policy, and that is one of the things in the class with the UNC that we have talked about, is looking at those again, expanding them, make sure that the board has a really good understanding of options and what their expectations are. Because right now, all of our investments are short term, meaning they're with the North Carolina Capital Management Trust, which is where most of counties have investments across the state. But that's all short term. And with the interest rates, dropping, we need to really expand our portfolio to include some long-term investments, and that would be one, taking a moment to just call some of the local banks, get some of the information about CDs, which is one of the recommendations from the trust. I met with Lee Carter from the trust to kind of get some feedback, and then look at some different laddering type investments with some wealth management where you can invest a certain amount of money, and every 3 months or every 6 months, one is maturing so that you always have access. So that is something I think we've done really well with the short term and being able to really invest and have very little idle funds. One of our most recent classes we talked about was cash flow, and so some of the counties shared their cash flow process, and that's just really monitoring on a weekly basis cash coming in, cash going out. I mean, that's really how you minimize any idle funds, because we can call the trust, and I did yesterday, and move $3 million because I could look at our AP and know what was going to be going out and then the first of the month, and so moving money in and out when you need it. But long-term investments really needs to be our next movement. And we talked about the school for new finance officers, and it really does focus on financial management and public law, and they very much recognize that a lot of the general statutes that we're required to follow were written 30, 40 years ago, and it's almost impossible to be 100% compliant. And so that's kind of where risk assessment comes in. You do as much as you can to be compliant, recognizing that some things are almost impossible. So assessing risk and figure out what internal controls you need in place.
I was just gonna ask if you have any pushback from department heads or anyone of the such with pre-auditing and any of the PO systems that we have in place?
Not now. We did in the beginning because it was it was a new level of accountability, and but not so much now. I think we have tried to explain to them why we're doing what we're doing, you know, and they have been much more receptive. We get pushed back a little, and we just push back a little harder, and you know, find some common ground. And for the most part, it is working well. But there are some things that we do need to put in place. Just after learning more within the class, some additional things. One thing that I didn't put up here is a comprehensive dashboard, which is something I really want to do, which I'm going to have to reach outside of our office and find like a Power BI guru or maybe with a contractor. But I think if the board and administration and finance can get together and determine what are some of the key performance indicators countywide that you really want to be made aware of on a monthly basis, whether it's budget to actual, whether it's inspections or you know, whatever that may be, like what are some of those key performance indicators, and build a dashboard that is very easily accessible and can even be accessible to our community by putting it on our website. And if it's built in such a way that it's just clicking a couple of buttons to update that information, then that will be such a great tool. It's just going to take some time to get that built, and so that really is a goal for me because I see a lot of other counties are using it, and it's just going to be really helpful in decision making and keeping our community informed. Whether they choose to seek it out and use it will be up to them, but I think that will be something good. So this is just a quick. This was for December because I started on this slide a little earlier. So I think I've got some updated. Let's see. Okay, so this is our general fund revenues. I just want to point out, like motor vehicles. Last year, our motor vehicles exceeded our budget by quite a bit. But it's a very volatile revenue stream. Like December of last year, we were at 65%. This year, we are 48%. It's good that we're doing a little bit. I don't know that we're doing a better job at projecting, or if it's just more in line, but that had also increased. So that's just one. That's just one area that the revenue is just real hard to predict that. Sales tax. That sales and other taxes obviously includes a lot more than your sales tax, but that's the majority of it, and it's a 2-month lag. So right here, this would have only been 4 months at $5 million. We are currently, but the last time I looked, we were on track to potentially be, I think, $5,500 to $750,000 above projected if we continue trending as we are with sales tax. And there's another slide on that. And I think I got another one on investment claims too. So our collection rates. So we were at 99.04% last year. That does include motor vehicle, which is usually always at 100% the way it's set up. We are currently, I checked before I came up here, we are currently, for our property tax, at 96% collection, which is actually exactly where we were this time last year. So there will be another $1.5 million probably come in to get us, push us right up there to 99% between now and the end of the fiscal year. Motor vehicles, we're at 56%, so we're still a little ahead of the game. So sales tax. So there is a slight trend. It's a lot less of an upward trend than it has been in previous years. Last year we budgeted $13.7 million, and we came in at 14, so about $470,000 more than we estimated in sales tax. And we are currently about $500,000 ahead of our estimated budget through December. So if we continue with these trends, we could be 500, 750, probably more like 750,000 ahead of our projected, which is another one of those. Is you do your best to estimate what you're going to be. You always want to be conservative and hope that you come in ahead, and we have done really well with that. So expenditures, all of the expenditures are right where we need to be with all the different functions. This is through December where we would normally want to be 50%, but some of them are a little higher. The contributions to other, like that's the transfer that we made at the beginning of the year to the capital improvement, capital reserve plan. So some of that stuff you would expect to see a little bit higher, some of it, like your debt service is kind of across the board. General contingency, we've used a little bit of that. So we are right where we should be. I don't have any concerns with any of the spending. So this is something that we send out to our departments. Our assistant finance director helped set this up. And it was kind of a goal since I got here to be able to find ways to communicate with department heads to help them understand their budget a little bit and to give them the information that they needed to help us make sure we're estimating. So we send this out on a monthly basis, and they really can't control a lot of their salaries and personnel, but we really focus a lot on their operating. And we just kind of let them know, is it green, yellow, or red? Are you on track? Or if it's red, it could be that there's some expenditures that are front loaded, that they have a big expenditure at the beginning of the year and then there is nothing coming out. But those are the kind of things that we want to communicate with them so that we can understand if they're underspent, overspent, is there specific reasons for that? And then we try to notate that so we don't have to ask those same questions. But the departments that have reached out to me has expressed it as very helpful and they really appreciate it. And, each time we just added the little color coding. So we try to enhance it as we get feedback from the departments. It is the departmental director's responsibility to manage their budget, and it's our responsibility to provide them with the information to help them do that. So we send this out every month now. Investments. This was about a month ago, but you can see we have $78 million invested. Those first right there are our operating funds, and we are currently ahead with that. We're about $400,000 ahead of what we estimated we would be, and that just comes from ensuring idle funds are invested. This is something right here, all of our cash, our bank, all of our cash has to be reported twice a year to the state. And it has to be broken down by every account, every investment. So they also monitor our financial state. This is just a 3-year debt analysis. This gives us an idea of where we are and what our debt will look like at the end of each fiscal year. So we'll have $60 million debt left at June 30th. And I do want to talk about the debt limit. We've gotten questions regarding the loan with the school, and is there any concern that it would have an impact on the county? And I just want you to see our legal debt limit for Granville County is almost $645 million. So they say that we could actually handle a $645 million debt, and we are at 60. So there is a lot of capacity there. So that's one of the reasons I don't have any concerns, and specifically the school will be paying that. So while it is on the county, the school will be paying that back. So we're in a really good place in our debt, which will set us up well for future infrastructures that we're looking for. Here's our capital investment plan. So the top, you can see like the county reserve at $2.46 million. So that is the funds that are currently set aside for county projects. That second line, that GCPS loan, that is up to $1 million or more in conversation that we would front them while we're waiting for the loan to be processed. There's the Holly project, and then there's the normal capital outlay that the board approves each budget for both of the schools, public school and Vanness Gravel. And some of that they have carried forward, so that schools for $3.5 million, there was a little bit carried forward from the prior year.
Right after the two. You say that.
And that's it. Any questions, comments?
I do have a question or a comment, and then we'll open it up. The training, your staff is top down. You're going, does the staff have the training, the tools that they need, or that you feel like they need all the way down the bottom? In other words, are we training those at the lower end?
We're working on that. One of the things that I added to their performance plan for this particular fiscal year was that each one of my employees had to take the introduction to local government with the School of Government to give them, that just is a big overall of local government and how it works. 2 of them have already taken it, and the other 2 are scheduled, I think, in May. So that is one thing, is just that I need for them to have taken the local government class. It's actually a 4.5-day class. They can do it via Zoom to really give them an overall understanding. And then they need some Excel training. So there are some free courses with that. I haven't exactly decided how we're gonna do that. It would be much better if we could all sit together and do it together so that I can make sure they're focusing. But that is part of the strategic plan, is to make sure that our employees are trained and have the resources that they need.
And we are, as a county, providing you those opportunities.
Yes.
With no issues.
No issues.
My other comment is I appreciate what you and your staff have done for the finance department. We're probably in one of the best conditions that we've ever been in, at least I know since I've been on the board. And kudos to you and your staff for making that happen. And all the other department heads for working together with that as well. Do we have any other questions?
I do.
Comments?
I like direct county manager. And Jennifer, you can probably add too. So there was a lot of conversation about our fund balance, and Ms. Baird has laid out a pretty good number there. I think it'd be important for the public to understand some of the projects that are going to be taken on, and why we're there, and why it's smart for us. As I listened this morning just from social services, and I listened to some others, that there's close to 2 pennies already that could come off the board from funding from what we heard this morning. So I mean, 2 pennies in regards to potential ask for once, but actually in some cases social service may actually be a need. And so I'll kind of explain that so that people understand it. We have a large fund balance, but it's healthy, and the reasons why.
Good question, thank you. So I think there are sort of some buckets of reasons why carrying the fund balance that we carry is a good idea. And I want to say too, although it's not universal, 35% is a very common policy goal for local governments. And the reasons that I'm going to give are the reasons that both Granville County and all these other jurisdictions, many of them carry a similar level of fund balance relative to their operating budget. So one of them is rainy day fund. And if you haven't had a major disaster or a major kind of cash flow crisis for a while, you could forget why that's important. But colleagues in the western part of the state, when Hurricane Helene hit, many of them have not gotten FEMA reimbursements yet. It's 1.5 years on, right? And so they've had to find ways of cash flowing work that they had to absolutely pursue immediately after the storm. And those that were carrying a healthy fund balance, that was good for them. It also puts us in a better spot to react to both kind of opportunities and threats that we were not able to see prior to the annual budgeting process. So an opportunity might be something that we'll be discussing soon, water line extension to the airport, right? We've gotten a chunky grant added into the bucket, but there's still a bit of a gap, right? Do we choose to fill that gap, right? If we were trying to squeeze that money out of our operating budget in order to do that, that will be a lot harder, right? Being a point or two above our goal with unassigned fund balance could enable us to do that in a relatively painless way, also in a way that doesn't impact a future tax rate or something like that. Let's see. Related to capital projects, right? We've got a couple of big ones. I would say 3 big ones, right? That we're going to be heavily involved with in the next 5 to 7 years. Oakley Recreation Site, right? It will be much sooner than that. New County Complex, sort of certainly in the 3 to 5 year range. I anticipate we'll be pursuing that. And the work that we're going to have to do, kind of renovating and improving courthouse space, I think is going to be another big project. The reason I mention those is that the credit rating agencies, right, and our credit rating governs what sort of an interest rate we can get on debt when we have to issue debt for big capital projects like that. And unassigned fund balance is one of the key indicators that, you know, a Moody's or a Standard & Poor's will look at when they are assigning a credit rating to a local government. And there are other things, you know, for example, although Durham County's goal target level for unassigned fund balance is also 35%, they can rely on some of the other indicators where they're really strong. Aggregate tax base, right? It is huge. The per person tax base is much larger than Granville County. So they can, you know, they could probably afford to give a little bit in some other, in unassigned fund balance if they chose to, and still get a lot of credit from credit rating agencies for some of the other factors where, you know, for us, our tax base is not really, certainly not in the short run, it's not a policy decision. It's not something that we can just, you know, click up because we want to. One other thing that, and this isn't a reason to carry. Let me get back to, I mentioned opportunities and threats. You know, threats, when I started here, within the first couple of months of me being county manager here, there were a couple of required major transfers out of unassigned fund balance into our solid waste enterprise fund that had not been getting tracked quite carefully enough and wasn't solvent enough to pay for some major capital upgrades that were required. So that hurt, but we were able to do it, again, without impacting immediately the property tax rate or our annual operating budget. So it enables you to kind of take opportunities that come along mid-year. It enables you to react to kind of threats and costs that come along unannounced at mid-year. Final comment I want to make on fund balance is that I think it's fair to say that in some respect, right, the money that goes into fund balance at the end of a year came from revenue sources that in many cases are recurring, but you don't know that they will continue to recur, right? So then what ends up in unassigned fund balance or fund balance more generally is considered a one-time funding source. So you wouldn't want to plug in one-time funding source for recurring expenditures. And you know, local governments occasionally will do a little bit of that, but you have to do it with your eyes wide open, knowing that you're going to have to, if you want to continue that thing, you're going to have to pick it up with recurring funding before too long. So I think,
which would be a tax increase.
Right. So if you want to, and the school systems, for example, we talked about this the other day, but for members of the audience, I'll point out again, there were a lot of school districts that used their COVID funding, what was called ESSER funding, for teacher pay, teacher stipends, other kinds of things, and they have hit what they're calling the ESSER cliff, right? They're running out of their COVID money, and they have no idea how they're going to backfill millions and millions of dollars. So it's a great example, a recent example of the problem you run into if you are over-reliant on those one-time funds to fill recurring gaps. I hope that's helpful.
Yep.
Ms. Baird, thank you very much. We appreciate it. At this time, let's take a 7 to 8 minute break here for bio break. I believe it's 10:24, so we could start back in, say, 10 minutes. Thank you.
6 to 7, 10 minutes to come back.
Thank you, Tim.
No, perfect.
10 minutes, how about that? Thank you, Jim. 6, 7, right? Isn't that what they do? Yes, sir. He had something he had to take down that he said he can you what? I don't think it's any issue with Harrison County now.
No, he's
Oh,
had an appointment that he could not
Absolutely.
attend.
Yes, sure.
Did you send that?
It's the ones that Rob had sent, and yeah, I sent it out yesterday afternoon. The
Thank
full.
you for making that large.
Yes, sir.
It's just the 4 blue ones. Here. You had he said these first, and then the flock.
So the detention officer didn't get
I didn't get anything for detention. No.
but it's in the.
Yeah, these are the only ones. Here, I've got an extra copy. Yeah, these are that's the only ones that Rob sent me, and they're the only ones I got.
Their operation. So January 1st, like a month ago. We're closing out their break right now. So they would have technically come in and have some problems. So yeah, definitely make sure that goes. Now the glass mat. They're not. Good, how are you?
Sir? That's right, that would.
Hey, Rob, I'm good. I'm gonna be right there. I'm good.
Okay.
But go ahead.
All right. All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and get started. And at this point, we're going to have human resources. And Korena's going to take charge.
Yes, as you can see, I am not Angela Miles.
I wondered that.
Angela couldn't be with us this morning, and so I'm going to just go over the slides that she and I worked on together. You've seen this statement before, the mission of the Human Resources Department: to recruit qualified employees, develop talent, and retain excellent employees to effectively deliver services to the citizens of Granville County. So the Human Resources Department is a department of 3. They service over 400 full and part-time employees, just over 400 full and part-time employees. Some of the areas of focus that they have that they're responsible for are compliance with labor laws, onboarding, offboarding employees, administering the health plan and other county benefits, and handling employee relations. So it's a very busy department. This slide demonstrates some demographics of our employee population. You can see over 50% of our employees have been with the county less than 5 years. And of those, nearly 30% have less than 2 years of service. So when you think about that in terms of onboarding and offboarding, I would estimate that the HR department takes about 3 to 4 hours to onboard each employee, and offboarding is probably about 1 to 2 hours. They have to reverse that process and also post the position. So that is a constant churn in the HR world. County still continues to benefit from the institutional knowledge of a smaller but really important group of tenured employees. And then on the right side, you can see the snapshot where our workforce is 60% female, 40% male, and racially the workforce is fairly balanced, with 47% black, 46% white, and a mixture of the remaining. Yes?
Could I just chime in for a second and get everybody to focus on those bottom two bars, right? 55% of our employees have been here 4 years or less. It is a lot. And, you know, I think in our minds, we think of a lot of people that haven't been here 10, 15, 20 years, but really, at this point, they're the minority. That means a lot of different things. One of which is, you know, within the last 4 years, 55, more than half of our employees were brand new. We were having to train them, we were having to get them up to speed. I've told a lot of people that it's probably only within the last 6 to 9 months that I feel like I have really kind of hit my stride. It takes a couple of years to kind of figure out where you are and what you're supposed to be doing. And we have a lot of employees still in that time frame, right? And it's important for us, having invested those years in them, to figure out how to retain them, right? Because if they turn over again, if they get a better offer somewhere else and take it, we start that whole cycle over again with a brand new employee who doesn't really know kind of how things work yet. And so I think that's worth paying attention to, especially as we're on the cusp of conversations about our pay study and sort of more generally questions of how we invest in our employees.
So as County Manager pointed out, we have an increasingly newer workforce, a diverse workforce, but an increasingly newer workforce. This does present some opportunities, but also some challenges. Challenges being around onboarding and training, succession planning, and employee retention. So if you think about what's happening in our departments with these new employees coming in, they're spending a lot of their time trying to train the new employees and making sure that they're equipped to do the job that we hired them to do. So the countywide turnover rate, you can see the trend here over the past 6 fiscal years. So during that period, our turnover was approximately 21% as an average, and that compares to surrounding counties that are around 20%. So we can see the trend downward indicates progress, but it also underscores the need for our continued focus on strengthening our strategies and our workforce stability. Here's the turnover in our largest departments over the last 2 fiscal years and an estimate for FY26, the current fiscal year. So how do we establish Granville County as a preferred employer, or continue to establish Granville County as a preferred employer? Some of those things include an ongoing review of salary and benefits, which we are in the middle of right now, as you know. Increased reach of recruitment efforts, continue supporting professional and personal development, promoting internal growth through succession planning, which we have been doing, and foster continued employee appreciation and recognition programs, as we have pretty healthy and robust employee recognition program going on. So it's important for the county reputation to be a place that people want to come to work. When we're recruiting and they're asking their coworkers in the jurisdiction that they're coming from about Granville County, we want Granville County to be known as a place that people want to work, come to. Here are just a few of the fiscal year 2025-2026 highlights. I remind you that the board approved an increase to the county match of the 401k for regular positions. As we know, sworn and certified law enforcement receive the statutorily mandated 5%, and they're also eligible for that additional 1%. We implemented the bilingual pay and paid parental leave policy, contracted with Piedmont Triad Regional Calc to conduct a classification and pay study, which we are coming near the point where we're going to have some preliminary results. We also contracted with the Local Government Workplaces Initiative to conduct our second workplace climate survey, and we are getting some results already in today that'll be refined in the coming weeks. Completed digital imaging project for HR records. I wanted to just touch on that for just a moment. So inactive employment records are required to be retained, excuse me, at least 30 years after separation. So in this last fiscal year we contracted, and this fiscal year it was completed, we digitized over 2,000 inactive personnel files that dated back over 30 years, which had been stored in the old jail facility. Not an easy place to access when we need those records, and also not a very secure place. So those digitized files are now on a cloud-based server where staff can easily retrieve them when they need to. Another bullet point this year for highlights, we have continued offering professional development opportunities to our employees, including a public employment law session that was conducted by Smith Law, a Smith Law attorney, and Make the Right Hire, which was a UNC School of Government session.
Ms. Mark, can I ask a question? With the increase in the 401k to 5%, and that's been done, I think, over the last 3 years, have we seen an increase in employees taking advantage of that?
We have. There are now about 35% employees who actually contribute to 401k, and of those, 50% are contributing 5% or more.
So
that number is up. I don't know what it was in prior years, but that was the number for this year. It's in bold on my notes, and I just ran right over it.
Okay, thank you.
So the next slide has to do with the paid parental leave that you all approved to be effective July 1st. So I have on the slide to date, but actually this was as of January 31st. 4 employees have used paid parental leave for a total of 600 hours and an associated salary and benefits cost of around $23,800. We do know we have 1 employee that is now also on paid parental leave, and interestingly enough, he is also male. As you see, to date, the paid parental leave has only been used by male employees. So at the time that we brought the paid parental leave to your attention, there was quite a bit of discussion about developing a comparable policy for paid caregiver leave. And paid caregiver leave would be paid time for employees to care for a parent, spouse, or child with a serious medical condition. So we've got a draft policy that is under development, and truly it'll have the same requirements as the paid parental leave policy, which mirrors FMLA. We hope to bring this to you sometime this spring, maybe late spring. So some enhancements to organizational training. We have developed a year-long training schedule that will be published out to employees. And the training that we're taking advantage of is through NeoGov, which is a program that is available to us through the Association of County Commissioners. And we'll also be doing some in-person and other training platforms. I know this looks like a long list. This is the list of things that are on the annual schedule, but some of it is fairly short. There may be 5 to 10 minute videos. The training will be assigned on a quarterly basis, but the schedule will be provided so that employees can take the training as they have time throughout the year and work ahead if they wish. So this is hot off the press. Our workplace climate survey that just closed on February 13th. The organization-wide response rate was 64.67%. That compares with our 24 response rate, which is about 63% organization-wide. When we break that out to county government employees only, the response rate was almost 76%, and the sheriff's office with Leo and detention was 40%, which is significantly higher than what they were the last time we did the survey. I think they were more at 13%, maybe. So we had a lot more of the sheriff's office participate this year than we have in the past. We will start getting those results soon. I think got some preliminary results already that landed in my inbox this morning, but we have meetings scheduled with LGWI throughout the next 2 months to work through the results and get them so that they can be presented. Here are some of the county initiatives that we've undertaken in response to their 2024 survey. As you know, we already talked about the pay classification study, the 401k employer match. We adopted the paid parental leave and bilingual pay policies. We also launched an employee intranet in response to comments about communication, and they weren't getting enough communication. The new county website has a push notification functionality, which means they can just sign up, and anytime something is posted that they have checked as an interest to them, it'll be delivered into their inbox. County manager has increased his presence in checking with employees and sends regular communication to all employees. Several of our departments are now holding regular staff meetings, and HR is implementing steps to reduce their response times. They even have a schedule with me online calendar tool now, where employees can go on and schedule time with an HR staff member if they have questions or they need assistance. That's all I have. If anyone has questions.
Just one.
Yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head how many people are taking advantage of the bilingual pay policies?
I think it's 5 or 6.
Okay.
It's not overwhelming. I think there's like 5 or 6. And those employees' names are published on the employee intranet so that others will know who they can contact if they need assistance with translation.
Okay. Thank you.
And Commissioner Gooch, I think, to my knowledge, there are 1 or 2 at emergency communications in 911,
Yeah.
which is very helpful.
Yeah.
1 in the planning department, I think, also very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 or 2 in DSS, 1. So
I think there's also 2 deputies.
2 deputies. So I think they're
3?
well positioned, throughout the organization. We would like to see the utilization increase. I think the fact that they're there and sort of available for translation assistance is not as widely absorbed, I think, by the rest of the employee population as we'd like it to be, but it is helpful.
Yes. Thank you.
Sorry.
You did say, mayor have adjustment,
Only
600 hours of leave when, just like the lady have leave, the man have leave too?
Yes.
Oh, what happened there 50 years ago?
You could have took it then.
Yeah, if you recall, your paid parental leave policy allows for up to 4 weeks of paid leave for birth of a child, adoption. And as I mentioned, the paid caregiver leave policy that we're adopting will have similar guardrails around it.
But that's for adoption and
Birth of a child, adoption, that's the paid parental leave policy.
You voted for it. You voted for it.
thank you.
You're welcome.
And I do believe it was said earlier that the results of the paying less vacation will be out prior to our budget negotiations.
Yes, we're already receiving some preliminary, but they have a lot of analysis yet that they want to do. We are hoping that they'll get us some numbers and some more concrete things to go off of in the next week or 2. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Any more questions? If not, we thank you. I think next on the agenda is the sheriff office.
Good morning. It is my plan to catch you guys up on the schedule.
Okay.
First, giving honor to God, the author and finisher of everything. So today we stand before you in the small fashion of where we are as far as our budget. Right now, you're being handed the 25-26 budget as well as the 24-25. If we go back and look at what we did for the past years, you will see that our budget, I kind of scared people when I first came into office that I would spend money early and pump the brakes late. So consistently, we have done things to make sure we stay within our budget.
Those were your words.
Sir?
Those were your words. That's what you used to tell us.
Yeah,
I like to spend the money first and then pump the brakes.
Pump the brakes.
All right.
Exactly. So if you review the stuff that Ms. Hogan is handing out, it shows the representation of how we finished our budgets last year and where we currently stand this year. As you noted, we were appropriated funds. Which way we going?
Sure, right.
Okay, cool. If you know that we do things different, it doesn't mean we do them wrong, it means we do them different. And because of that, it's hard to sometimes internalize how we kind of do those things. So what we've done is we made it clear that, hey, the budget that we had last year, here's how we operated, here's how we spent our money. And the budget this year is the same process. We spend what we need up front, and then on the backside, we slow down. And that takes us through the year so we can end in a positive situation with county. So when we had our budget approval last year, the budget exercise out of our budget took around $620,000 and set it to the side. And that set aside is money that is basically, hey, if you have a problem as a contingency, or if you need extra funding, that $629,000 or $640,000 that's set aside, we're still operating under what we have been projected to spend. So we went ahead, pulled last year, so you would have a tangible paper take home. I'm a paper guy. So my team will tell you, I want to see it, give it to me, let me read it, digest it. So what we did was, we showed what we did, we showed where we are, and Ms. Baird is 100% accurate. There's a healthy tension with the finance and with the sheriff's office. But we always come to a conclusion of what's best for the county and the sheriff's office. So with us having these relationships, now there's no conversation. Ms. Baird is like, hey, I need you to make sure to check this box, and it's a healthy relationship between Ms. Kim, who is being fiscally and financially responsible on our detention stuff, and then Ms. Emma, thank you very much, Ms. Emma, to making sure that she is working hand in hand with finance with our money. And then additionally, Mr. Bayless working in conjunction with all of them to make sure we stay within our budget. And if you look at what you have, that is exactly what happens. All right, so where we are now. I briefly spoke about this contingency fund. And if Mr. County Commissioner, you can tell me that's 640 or 629?
It's a little over 600.
All right, so there's a contingency fund of $600,000 that the sheriff's office has sitting places. So what we're looking at, this is an ask that I'm gonna bring before you later as we continue to go through it. There are things that we need that is forthcoming. And because we have that money that's already set aside, the ask is gonna be, because we're looking for flock cameras to integrate into the rest of the county's flock camera systems, the money's already in our budget currently as a set aside to say, hey, let's use the money now instead of using it later. All right. Axon body cameras, we're trying to expand everybody and SROs having Axon body cameras. We have to change our Glock, where our weapon systems have to be changed because the state mandate has changed as far as the accuracy of weapons and what your scorings are. And then having to choose for our staff. And we got to turn out our bulletproof vest, the ballistic vest, and a scissor lift. Because every month, yes.
Just one quick clarification for everybody. The 600,000 is not in the sheriff's budget in this current year. It's in the county's contingency. But it is
correct.
a 5% set aside.
Correct. Yeah. Yes. Like I said. So, but again, that's the sheriff's budget, right?
No.
It's money set aside for the sheriff's budget?
From the sheriff's budget, I would say.
Right. From the sheriff's. Semantics don't work. Thank you.
Well, it means that, if I understand it correctly, it's there as contingency should your budget require it from a couple major things that's been setting your budget back, which was the inmate medical care.
Correct.
And juvenile safekeeping.
Correct.
So I don't know where I'd like to got this yesterday so we could have looked at this and seen where you're at. It would have been nice to get it with the rest of the material.
Correct. So it was an idea that came up in a meeting yesterday. We having a conversation. I pulled the information so we could give it to the commission, which is readily available through Ms. Baird's office anytime, 24/7. So what we looked at is if there's a possibility, because we're staying within our budget.
I'm sorry, Sheriff, I'm listening slow. Would you go over that again?
Which one?
What you just said.
Which part? About, what do you mean, if this is like readily available?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so yesterday we started meeting about what this presentation would look like. And I told him, I said, look, grab this information. And I think we were in conversations with the clerk to say, hey, can you send me this, and I wanna put some stuff in, because a lot of stuff was locked on the tenth, I think, Ms. Baird, as far as the, oh, sorry, Mr. Rand, a lot of stuff was locked, for the budget stuff, so we couldn't like kind of go any further into some things, correct, on the tenth?
What was the part about 24/7?
Oh, 24/7, anybody can get this, it's public information.
24/7.
I mean, every day, I'm sorry, it's just,
Is it up to date there?
yes, it's up to date, anytime we spend something and Mr. Baird knows, whenever they approve it, it is up to date. Correct? Every day,
When they approve it.
when they approve it, right?
So it may not be up to date until it's approved. Is that correct?
No, the process is anything that we do, Ms. Baird gets, our documentation from Ms. Emma. And when it goes to finance, they immediately take care of it. So you may have it today, she may update it tomorrow. So if it's a lag time, it's no, and many big expenditures
Okay.
have to be a board approved.
Okay. I'm following you now.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
so.
I'm listening slow.
Not a problem, not a problem. So we know that things are coming up, and we were just trying to see, listen, if we stay within the context of our budget, and that money is still there, and we have not overspent, and those services that Mr. Russ May has said, that money is still there, we would ask that we possibly use this later. So that's gonna be an ask at the end, close to the end of where our budget cycles are. So the projection of where we are in line with our burn rate and expenditure in our budget. We're within those numbers where we're supposed to be.
And again, this is not an ask
No.
today. This is a possible ask.
Down the road.
Possible ask at the end.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
As you're going through these, the weapons platforms, we just switched those, right?
No,
Did we just buy different weapons last year, year before?
we bought rifles last year. Before, because we came in, Brent Wilkins' name was on all the rifles and systems.
Okay, thank you. That, I knew we bought some kind of weapon
Yes.
platform, 100% sure it was pistols, right?
Yes,
Thank
so
you.
when we start talking about the new weapon systems, and I can go to that too.
I'm good with the clarification. Thank
Oh, no,
you.
this is it.
Okay, cool.
So what happens is the state changed the proficiency of accuracy to VLET. So the state mandate was a 7. Now the state mandate is 8. So when you have marginal shooters, then you start looking at weapon systems and platforms that make you more proficient. So now the systems that we have, the closed optics, it's a red dot. It makes you shoot more proficiently and shoot better. So that's gonna be an ask in the budget. So the first part of that, yes, sir.
Does this help with the ninth portion of the annual firearms?
It does too.
Okay.
Yeah. So the ask, and because the old Glocks are being phased out, and they have parts that we can get later if we have issues with them, if we decide to keep some of those. But we looked at what would be the most cost-effective way for weapon systems and for our staff. The most cost-effective way is to go with the new platform with the optics and all those things already on them and the holsters. So those are things that we kind of looked at for what would be the best thing for our proficiency and marksmanship. So if you look at general statute, the score has changed. Now you've got to shoot an 80 instead of a 7. And it takes a lot of work with iron sights to be proficient to start raising a 10-point score if somebody's a marginal shooter. So that's what was going to be one of the budget asks that we have in the service expansion. So another ask is about the SRO and tasers for our SROs for de-escalation for purposes for SROs to have tasers in our school systems. So we're trying to, again, increase our footprint as well as increase our technology, as well as increase the safety and security of our community, which includes our schools. But again, this is an ask in the budget, but if we have that contingency money still there when we finish up, we would ask that, hey, let's use that versus putting it into the budget for next year. Agency staffing, the ask is gonna be for more patrol deputies. Even though with the closing of Wilton Elementary, we now have, Granville Middle School has about 800 students. We have SROs, one SRO assigned to Granville. So what I've done is, every one of my divisions, I redeployed one of them to Granville Central Middle School to act as an SRO and stay within the 20 hours a week of being there, because we don't think that one person can maintain the safety and security of a complex footprint for that school. So we use and redeploy resources from our divisions to fill in, as well as, and I think Mr. McConnell said the other day, providing security at the hospital on involuntary commitments, which draws on our budget as well. So those things are asked. Those 4 positions that we're going to ask for are basically for patrol and SROs to make sure that we're consistent with the growth of our community. So when we started at 62,000 in a couple of years ago, now we're probably around 66 or 63, somewhere in that range of 64,000 people. We're still trying to make sure that our growth matches the county's growth. And that's going to be an ask in the upcoming budget year. I think last year, we didn't receive anything, correct, sir? Except the in raises that everybody got. But
I think you received, not within the budget year, but you received specialized deputies.
Correct. That was a change in the pay rate.
Right, but that was during the budget year.
2 SROs were.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
2 SROs were given to us.
Exactly. So you did receive personnel last year.
Yes, yes.
I believe I remember you coming to us, you wanted some specialized deputies for the courthouse.
Yes, sir.
And are they still at the courthouse?
Yes, sir.
Or have you redeployed them elsewhere?
They're both. So when we don't have court and someone working that day, they'll be on the road.
So when court's in session,
They'll be in the courthouse. So we also have redeployed the courthouse footprint.
So can you verify that for us, Sheriff? I mean, is Mr. Parrott a specialized deputy?
Yeah, does both.
Okay, so he does both.
Correct.
And
he volunteers his time.
How does that work?
You mean volunteer his time?
Yes, how does volunteer time work?
So he will come into the office, say we need training equipment to clean his MRAP, to do anything around the agency. He will volunteer to come in and do anything in the building.
So is he a part-time employee or a full-time employee?
Part-time. He's part of special deputies.
How do we have employees volunteer time? I mean, in other words, he's not being paid or getting compensation.
He's not getting paid or compensated in any shape, form, or fashion. They have 1,000 hours a year that they have, basically $20,000 that they are allotted to work as special part-time deputies. The bailiffs and the part-times are 1,000 hours a year.
Is this to comply with retirement?
Yes.
Okay.
Got it.
So these are basically retired employees, and 1,000 hours is maximum there.
Correct.
Yeah,
Or
okay.
the ones that are special deputies under that provision or court personnel, they get paid 1,000 hours at $20 an hour. Some of those bailiffs don't get the 20 because it was included in that to be able to arrest. But some of those guys are not physically, some of those guys are not there to do certain things that other ones can do. So until we get some of these younger ones that retire and come back, they are kind of doing the job a little.
So do we have specialized deputies performing work on the street on a volunteer basis, not being paid?
No. All right. So when Chase Parrott says his name.
Let's not use the name anymore. I apologize. Inappropriate.
Discuss this in executive session.
Okay.
So, okay. So again, the ask for staffing is going to be in our budget proposals as the service expansion to move 4 positions, because we are creating our footprint in the southern part of the county to where we have divided the county up. Right now, every patrol division has 6 to 7 deputies on each section, so we have 4. I changed the footprint of the hierarchy and reduced those positions and put more boots on the ground and more promotional opportunities within the people that work on the streets versus having so many captains that we were top heavy. So as people retired, I was able to classify those positions at lower ranks. So that gave the people underneath everybody to promote up, and you expand the footprint of what we were doing. So we had 2 lieutenants running patrol sections when we first got here. Now we have 4. So we now have 4 lieutenants. Every shift has a lieutenant, a corporal, a sergeant, and 2 to 3 deputies under them. So we're having 2 people in their zone, maybe 3 in their zone throughout the county. With the satellite offices in Oak Hill, that we utilize, thank you, Commissioner, for getting us that back to it, and we're still pushing things up there. They have a place where they can go and stay in their districts. So we are putting the civil papers in their districts. So they don't have to come back to the sheriff's office to get their papers. And in the South Satellite Station, we've done the same thing. With the retirement of this Becky Haber, we still have one of our civil deputies utilize that facility to make sure the civil processes are in that district. And then in the city, or in the Oxford area, the lieutenant in charge of the civil division, as well as the sergeant, Sergeant Mangum, they take care of the district in the middle. So we got the county broken up into 3 districts, north, south, and middle. So the response times are better, more boots on the ground, and we've just been more engaging in our communities, which we're going to continue to expand that process. Currently, we have 3 vacancies, and all of those are specialized positions in our SOD unit and 1 deputy position. That's all we got out of the 72. 68, sorry, out of the 68. So we've got 3 investigator positions and 1 deputy. And I'm reclassifying some of those specialized positions to deputy positions to, again, increase the work on the streets as far as our patrol division to keep expanding that platform. So, and then like I said, we use them as SROs as we move forward. The flock camera system is technology where it's an ask. Every municipality, Oxford, Creedmoor, and Butler have the flock camera systems. We have some constitutional questions that'll be raised about this process and this platform, but this is an ask when we start talking about the safety of this community and things that we can integrate and do. Right now, we have 2 license plate readers on 85, and we're looking at the one State Bureau of Investigations is trying to bring one online in Banks County that we will have the autonomy to utilize to track and monitor vehicles that we may be looking for. So yes, sir.
Could you explain the difference between the monitors on 85 and the flock?
So one, they're maintained by 2 separate entities. So HIDA, which is a federal program, monitors and gives us access to the 2 on 85. And we maintain them.
Are they considered flock cameras?
No, they're just license plate readers. Same kind of process, but limited access. Okay. So the only people that utilize the LPRs are investigators and our interdiction guys. So that's into HIDA. So those systems are basically from a federal government. So the flock camera systems, we're trying to locally link into the rest of the county with those smaller platforms. So Butler has them, Creedmoor has them, Oxford has them. We want to make sure that people coming into the county or leaving the county, if Butler has an issue, much like it was 2 days ago, somebody was breaking into cars down south and pulling on door handles. We caught the guy on 85 and arrested him the same night. We got more charges coming from that guy for breaking into cars at Butler as in Durham. So those systems, because we can call Butler, Creedmoor, hey, is this guy license plate, because we saw the tag, is this guy's license plate hit any of your flock cameras? But we don't have that technology. So those are 2 different things. The flock camera systems will work and integrate with everybody in Granville County that has the camera system as well as nationwide. But that's a process and an ask that we're going to look forward to in having that conversation. So the LPRs, again, are just on 85, and they're only can be used by 2 people or other.
I want to clarify one thing. The LPRs are intel-based only. They're not to be used for judicial process. So it's protected intel source. The flock cameras can be used for judicial process, and so that's a little bit of difference there. And it's basically limited to a certain number of deputies have access to that.
And I've noticed the ones on 85 are mobile, and sometimes they disappear, and then they reappear.
We got to repair them.
So the flock cameras, they're permanently mounted someplace?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And again, so we've located places where we think we will deploy them. We have to talk to the landowners where they will be deployed throughout the county to better service. But then these also would integrate into every camera within the cities and municipalities. So these cameras right now, we've already kind of started to doing a preliminary study of where would the best place, and even up as of yesterday, as we continue to sharp these things up, this camera needs to move here. So we're continuing to refine everything we do, from our spending to resources that we're asking. We're trying to make sure that we can better serve the community with intelligence and all these things. So we got a couple cameras we need to move and redeploy and ask, hey, where's the best benefit? Yes, sir.
So, Sheriff, are all those are currently deployed cameras?
No, that's ours that we're asking for.
You're asking for?
Yes.
And are you using your LPRs at different locations to do this study, or how are you doing this study?
This is based on crime patterns and roads and arteries into the county. So we want to make sure that any road that comes into the county, any routes of egress, and we're trying to cover those when people come in and or leaving, so we can communicate with other people. So Henderson has flock cameras, Vance County has flock cameras, Person County has flock cameras, Durham County has a platform. So we're trying to make sure that we're not missing. And that's why we're the only department or agency, law enforcement in this county that don't have them.
Does Franklin County have them?
Yep. And they have LPR, they have them on their cars. So even with the graciousness of you guys approving us with the in-car cameras have the capability to have license plate readers in them also, but that comes at a higher cost. So we didn't want to go down that road of putting LPRs in vehicles.
Franklin's running flock cameras within their cars or LPRs within their cars?
Both. They're running flock stationary LPRs in the cars.
Thank you.
Yep.
But now, the ones you're asking for will be stationary, not in the car.
Right.
And would they fit within the right of way of the road?
Yes.
Okay.
We have to have permission to put them in certain places.
Okay.
And that's some of the landowners, we have to talk to them based on relationships of where we want these cameras placed. But if they're in the right of ways, we talk to DOT, make sure we're in compliance with where they think they should be. And we will all work together to make sure that the platform is best suited for the community and for the intelligence that we will get from it. The policies will be in place to make sure that we follow policies about how they're used, just like our Divisional Criminal Intelligence Network, DCI, all those platforms. We would then make sure that we're in compliance based on those things. And that was what Rob was going to, what the purpose is of why we would ask for these things for the county. That's in your package of, and the thing that a lot of people, the Fourth Amendment was a big question of what we would do. So when we start looking at the case that we would have to make sure we're in compliance with, this is where we kind of found our foundation of how flock cameras were used, how the policies were developed out of the laws that have been tested and tried. And we went to listen to, I think Creedmoor did their presentation on the flock cameras. We are working with Creedmoor and other agencies to make sure that we are compliant as to how they work and how they do things. So we're all on the same page because we're going to be all sharing the same resources. So that's going to be an ask to make sure that our policies match another municipality's policies and it suits the sheriff's office and how we move.
Sheriff Fountain, has there been challenges from a civil standpoint in regards to information be used for civil matters versus criminal matters?
Yeah, there's been some challenges to those, and then what had come of them because the policies drive what you do. So those civil matters, I think Virginia and Rob, if you want to speak to that.
Speak a little bit. So we are the proprietary ownership of the county. So
Come to the microphone.
process that takes place would have to be served to the sheriff's office, would not be served to the flock. So we own it, law enforcement sensitive. So if a civil attorney, whatever the case may be, if you want information,
He's speaking to Mike so they can record it.
If you want information on an individual, he would have to serve the sheriff's department. They would go through legal process. But for the most part, the data here is for criminal investigations. So you're not going to get civil process. They can sit at the flock all day long, but at the end of the day, the sheriff's office will own that data in the cloud. It's maintained for 30 days unless you flag something for continued investigation. And as I mentioned before, with flock, we can use this as support judicial process. If we want a warrant, it can be involved in the criminal process. I can tell you right now, and we know this, that had this system been in place, there are homicides right now that are currently being investigated that probably would have been solved based on this tool. So it has a lot of benefits, but the civil issue comes up.
So my question, Mr. Bayless, is in the event that a civil attorney wanted that and you have possession of that, I guess they would simply have to either get a court order or some type of subpoena and they could obtain it.
Yeah, that would be up to the courts. It's law enforcement sensitive information. So my position would be, and Jim could speak to this, I think we could wall off a lot of that. It's not going to be readily available in a normal civil process where you would serve paper to an entity, say, whatever the marriage, divorce, whatever it may be. It's law enforcement sensitive information. I think it'd be a high bar to get that information. It would have to be something very significant to the judge. I think you could challenge that too.
Will there be a policy implemented before deployment and shared with the county attorney and county manager so that if the board agrees to support this, that we know that's in place?
It'll be, I would have the policy before the approval, because I would rather have everybody on the same page, and we've already started working on a policy. So before we even come before you to ask, I want to show you the policy and let the county attorney look at it and make sure that everybody's on board before we even go down that road. Everything is tracking the way we should as far as making sure that we're in line with everybody else that are doing these. And then the policy will be presented to you. You guys like it, ladies. And then we move forward with how we purchase and buy these or lease them. And my initial thing was, because of the asset forfeiture, if we did not get it on the front end through the 600 that's sitting there, if we don't burn any of that money, I would use asset forfeiture to pay for the first year, as we did with the body cameras. And then after that, year 2 through 5, it will be embedded in our budget, just like we did with body cameras. It will be under the same kind of principle, same context. So it's no kind of difference in what things we've already done. So I would just have that policy before we even move any further.
Mr. Bayless, Sheriff, I'd like to know within North Carolina how many agencies are actually utilizing flock and how many municipalities are utilizing flock. I think it's going to be considerable, but that'd be a nice to know.
I'll get you that information.
Quick question I got is, you use an example here of United States versus Knox, 1983. We didn't have cell phones in 83. We didn't have internet in 83.
Nope.
So how is this technology that we have today, how is that case relevant to today's technology?
A lot of things, just like Terry versus Ohio, the search and seizure of an individual, those are dated around the same time. Russ, if you could correct me if I'm wrong. So a lot of those things are still in place, and those things are the standard of how we conduct searches, right? So illegal search and seizure in the Fourth Amendment in those contexts have been dated. And until somebody challenges those and it goes through that process, I think that we are operating under those kind of statutes.
I would be a lot more comfortable with this.
Somewhat newer.
I would be a lot more comfortable with this if we had a case here from 2021.
Commissioner Dukes,
2022.
I'll let the attorney speak, but I actually have done a considerable amount of research on flock, and that's a case of precedent. But there are currently ongoing challenges to flock. It's within the courts across the country, particularly in regards to how the data is stored, how it's collected, who's allowed to review it, and things of that nature. And it's ongoing litigation. However, it seems like in North Carolina that the courts are, I'll let Mr. Wren address it, but are in a concurrence with this technology.
Thanks, sir.
I'll just say that I've assigned an attorney in our firm to, review this issue. The block information, of course, is slightly overstated in their favor. I think the key thing here is making sure that there's a policy in place. State law requires a policy, and if we build a policy with enough protections into it to follow that policy, then I think that the block cameras can be used in a way that protects civil liberties and complies with the law. But a key thing is making sure we have that policy and then we follow it.
Correct. And that's where I want to say I present you the policy and then we move forward. So one step is taken care of, then the second one, the third, they were there. But the only thing was, again, from a budgetary standpoint, there's enough money in the asset forfeiture that we maintain to take care of the first year of funding for those cameras and then put it into the budget of 27, or 26, 27, or 27, 28. So we're thinking ahead to better use our funds to where it's consistent and always make sure we stay within the budget that we kind of put together.
Real quick, Sheriff. County Attorney, you're going to be involved with the policy throughout the whole process?
Well, I think Rob is going to draft a policy and then send it to us, and then we'll review it.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
Correct. That's correct. So, and that leads us, like I said, to the location placement of these things, and the access end user, because we kind of operate under the division DCI, Division of Criminal Information. So we can run your tags in DCI, CJ Leeds. We have systems that we can do certain things now, but an audit trail will tell you what you actually used and what you ran. And it has to be a justification in law enforcement specific of why you ran that tag. So if baby mama or a scorned husband or somebody, one of the deputies run somebody's tag, there has to be a law enforcement reason why you did it. And then audits, which will be in the policy, will also protect the agents and hold those accountable who misuse any of those things. That's why. And the only thing, and I will say this, and I always tell people, we're going to operate within the budget. Am I going to come in and ask for things? Yes. Based on the budget expansions that we have put together, we asked for about 8 positions. 4 on the detention side, based on Arena's law. If you understand Arena's law, you read that it was passed in December of 2025, and it dealt with the killing of the young lady on the train in Charlotte. It was enacted very quickly, which took away some of the intentions or discretion of judges to give out cash bonds and also raise bonds for higher crimes. So what does that mean for the Graham County Sheriff's Office? We hold people longer. And because I'm compliant with HB 10, which is our custom immigration laws, and because we hold people longer based on border custom immigration that we work with, our ADP last year was around 112. That's what we were kind of averaging. Since this happened, it has picked up to where our average daily population is like around 140, which means that our budget from last year is going to take an impact on clothes, food, medical costs, and housing these individuals until we get them deported. So those things are kind of challenging. So we'll see how those things impact us as we move forward through the rest of the year. Ms. Kim Jones is doing a lot of work with Jennifer to make sure that our bills are paid, the tracking of the juvenile expenses, all of those things, because we started working with juvenile justice a little closer and holding them accountable. We can't wait till the budget year is over to receive a bill like we did last year. We can't wait for those things. We need to have those things monthly. And where are we? Where are these bills at? Even medical bills. So we're washing those out or hot washing those things to make sure Southern Health Partners and everybody that's involved in our medical to ensure that our bills are being sent to us in a timely fashion from outside providers. Southern Health Partners is doing a phenomenal job in taking care of triaging our folks within the jail facility, not to send them out. So our medical costs should be bumping down as well. We cannot stop individuals from hurting themselves or something that happens within our facility, or we know that I think we've just worked through a immediate custody death. Nothing nefarious happened. Our jail inspectors, SBI, all of those individuals came in, reviewed what we've done, and the cause of death had nothing to do with the custody, care, or welfare of the inmate. more residents. So we're going to continue with certain things. They're going to happen in the jail, right? When somebody brings us somebody that's drunk and we got to put them in a situation to hold them and detain them, we book them in, and then something happens, we have to provide medical attention. These individuals we hold them for immigration and customs, we have to hold them based on the laws. So our federal inmate population, when we house those, the money we generate from canteen, the money we generate from housing other inmates, kind of try to help offset some of those things. Big caveat is FCC has changed the laws. Now we can't make money off of our tablets. So that's a problem that we're going to incur from a budget standpoint, because we were making money off inmates' uses of tablets that are in the correctional facility or the detention facility. So because the laws have changed, a lot of things are going to see impactful, but we're going to have to wait until we see those at the end of the year or closer to the middle of the year, how that's going to impact us. Yes, sir.
So I just got a few questions here. Thank you for being here today. I was looking at your crime stats, and I didn't see any violent crimes. Were you focused on just property theft and breaking and enterings in this graph, or I didn't see any violent crimes, any of the traditional drug trafficking, drug offenses, homicides, assault, deadly weapon? Just wondering.
So when Lieutenant Pulley started putting this together, he picked out the highest things that were more impactful. Things that weren't as high in the crime statistics, he left it out. So when we start, hopefully, we've not had anything, a homicide happen since Southern Court. Oh, really? 2 years ago, right? Stovall, yeah, that's happened, yeah, right. So those things, anything that happened before, I think he went to January 5th on that document that you guys are looking at. I think that happened around January the 9th. So we started pushing information, he didn't come back to it. So
okay, just from a law enforcement perspective, it's kind of be helpful as to response needs and capabilities of the sheriff's office, if you know how you're trending toward those type of crimes as well. Are we maintaining any other county inmates?
Yes.
And how many from which county?
Chief.
We got about 3 from Edgecombe. The reason why we are.
Well, I'm actually talking, Chief, about large numbers. No. You're keeping small numbers. I got it.
Small.
Yeah, we're not keeping 10, 15, 20 from other counties.
No.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Well, we did it one time. We kept 12 for Vance County. So when they shut down their jail and they were doing stuff, we kept Vance County jail. We had 1 tier for them. The only large number that we keep are the federal inmates, right. And that usually stay between 7 and 10.
Okay, and that's not a bad thing. Wilton SRO.
We have 2 down there.
Okay. You have a Wilton SRO, so I'm taking that SRO will be redeployed to the middle, likely you'll work with the schools. So that will provide you 2 at Northern Granville. That will provide you 2 at both the high schools.
But we don't take their freedom.
Yeah, but I mean, from an SR coverage, both South Granville High School has 2, and Granville Central. No, excuse me, go back. Oxford Webb has 2.
Right.
So I'm just wondering, for the additional SRO capability you were talking about, that hole's plugged through, unfortunately, the closure of the school.
For the body, yes.
Right. That's plugged though. So in your increase, you mentioned increase for school capabilities.
That's for the tasers. The tasers for the school capabilities.
Okay, so you're not asking for any additional of the four personnel, because when you were talking, I kind of heard that you were using resources there and taking away from your current resources to fill gaps there.
Right. So
are you doing that now? So you have the SRO there at Wilton, correct?
Yes.
So are you utilizing resources that are not accounted for at the schools now?
Yes, 1 at Granville Middle.
Okay.
So I have 1 of our deputies from each division fill in as the second SRO at that school now redeployed. So when Wilton closes, Miss Ashley Black will transfer over to the middle school because she is the SRO at Wilton.
Right. So that
fills
that whole plug.
Yeah. The four positions that we're speaking of are 4 deputies for patrol, 1 for each one of our patrol divisions.
And what's your current staffing on patrol?
A has 8, B has 7, which is night, then C has 6, which is day, and then D squad has 7.
And so it's
2 in the south, 2 in the north, 2 in the middle.
And then you have supervision, and which are the lieutenants?
Yes.
Okay.
Sheriff, I have I think a fairly easy question. Going back to the firearms modernization and compliance, is that a state mandate?
State.
Okay, they're mandating that. Okay.
They're mandating
The high scores, which in turn is what leads us to need better equipment, the lasers, the red dots, so forth.
Yep.
Okay.
And with the sale of the weapons that we have, money goes back. Because I think some of those, are any of those asset forfeiture? Right. So the ones that we got, those monies and funds that we spent asset forfeiture money, that money will be repatriated into the asset forfeiture that we spend those weapons on.
So the current duty weapon was paid for by asset forfeiture.
Correct.
When did that occur?
That was last year. Some of them were last year. Some of them are older.
Most of them were prior to your,
That's right. Now, just to make sure there's clarification from Mr. Karen's question. Most of the weapons were bought prior to Sheriff Fountain's administration. And then there were some bought. Do you know how many were bought since?
There were 10 years, I don't think that many.
Okay, not a large number.
The large number was the AR-15.
Yeah, the rifles, the AR-15.
Yeah, I think what you had is you had a percentage brought forth for your SRT. Is that the ones you're talking about for handguns?
Yes, sir.
The additional ones that are, and I guess that some of those are rotated now to the field.
So the SRT guys got optics on theirs now, most of them. We've got 12 of those guys ready to go. So their weapon systems, we just paid for 10 out of asset forfeiture money, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so we paid for 10 out of asset forfeiture money. So then patrol is the next steps that we will get these, and it goes down from there. And some of the people like the patrol units, and just like our vehicle assets, and thank you for the vehicle assets that we have. Patrol gets the first tranche of any new vehicles, and then everybody else, we transition those vehicles down to SROs, civil, the people that don't actually respond a lot to calls. That's where we kind of prioritize vehicles. It's for SROs and response guys.
So, Sheriff, looking at the expenditure, if I'm looking at this correct, you currently, if I'm looking at it correctly, you have the DOJ forfeiture account balance, the unencumbered, it looks like you have 31,301 and 40,680. So a total balance of approximately 72,000. Is that a correct statement?
It's a higher number.
I'm sorry.
It's a higher number because it's approximately about 130. I give you a good number.
Okay.
But that's based on what you allow per year. Then we go back and ask for more amendment process if other needs come up.
Could we get that number right?
And this is what's budgeted.
Okay.
For DOJ, Treasury, and Special, I just looked at it this morning. Those 3 is about 175.
Okay. All right. That's good.
Give or take just a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So the funds are in there as a.
Sheriff, a final question for me, and again, thank you. So we talked about prior to your administration that there were concerns about firearms, the firearms inventories, and the county spent $500,000 on radios just a year or two ago.
Yep.
So my question is, do we currently have policies in place, and are we accountable, and are we showing accountability for all our firearms and all our radios, and has that been reviewed by a third party?
Miss Haiti is always on make sure we got our stuff together, as well as we now have all of our inventory into the quartermaster system. So we purchased the quartermaster systems where Lieutenant Poplowski and Lieutenant Mark Harrison, every asset that we have will be listed in our quartermaster system. So anytime that Ms. Hagee says, hey, let me see this.
But is it, and I didn't mean to interrupt, but I don't want to get ahead. Is it currently listed? I mean, you said it's going to be listed.
No, it's currently listed. Most are, everything.
All the assets are accounted for, and all the radios accounted for, all the firearms accounted for, because we don't want to go back there.
We're not going back. Yes, everything is accounted for. I think I have a meeting coming up with the county attorney and Ms. Hagee in reference to our assets, to what we have, where those things are. Good.
That's great. Last I checked was October 31st, but we didn't have a policy at that point. I just did a review at the end of 2025. I went in, but we did not have a policy, so there was no way for me to check to ensure that policies and procedures were being corrected. I didn't have access to the listings of the firearms or the radios. So I had to close that report out with limitations because I didn't have a policy or I didn't have any serial numbers to go and pull a sample from to review. So as of right now, I don't have anything for you.
So you haven't been given access since then?
No, that report has been closed with no response.
Okay.
From the sheriff's office. Right. Thanks.
Thank you.
And so that's why the follow-up meeting is with Ms. Hagee and with the county attorney, because there was a concern of people personally knowing what person had what gun, where they are. Because we've got freedom of information requests from folks that want to know where our deputies live, what they drive. That becomes a situation for officers' safety, right? So I've pushed back against releasing a lot of stuff, but somebody walks up to one of my guys and says, I want to see what's in the inventory of your vehicle. You 100% can see that. You 100% can see the fact that Poplowski and Lieutenant Harrison we do inspections once a month of every vehicle, every piece of equipment in your vehicle and what's assigned to you. Even to the clothes that you're assigned are part of your TO. So we've gone down the process almost like when we're in the military of, hey, everything that you're assigned, Poplowski knows where your stuff is at. And we're still shaping that, we're still getting the policies, but as far as the tracking of our equipment and the issues and purchases, one from a fiscal responsibility, Ms. Emma knows everything that we spend and we buy, and then Poplowski and Mark Harrison and Scott Smith are all working together to put that information into our quartermaster system.
So just for clarification, currently we don't have a policy on tracking of assets.
You're working on it.
You're working on it. Working on it.
Yep.
And has Ms. Hagee been able to do a serial number review?
I don't think we've done that. I think the only reviews we've done are radios and vehicle assets. And Jason, if you could chime in, we have a listing of every radio that's assigned to the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes, I hold the list. It's February. I should be going around doing the re-up for the year.
Okay. So from my perspective is, I just want to make sure from the county standpoint, those are two major purchases. The sheriff's aware of those purchases and significance of purchase, and the prior to his arrival, we just didn't really know what we did or didn't have in some regard for a number of reasons. So that's why I asked those questions.
Right.
Sheriff, switching gears a little bit, you mentioned immigration several times as bringing in assets from the detention center and such. How many people do you currently have in the detention center on retainer for immigration?
I think we got rid of the last one Sunday. But every time somebody is undocumented and is arrested and brought to the jail, we run their fingerprints through an IAQ and we send it to immigration. Okay. So if you're undocumented, we send it to immigration. They tell us either to hold them or release them. And once they have made it to where they can bond out, then immigration will say, we'll pick them up in 2 days. And we work with them to make sure that we're compliant with HB 10, which is the House bill that requires sheriffs to work with Customs and Immigration.
So you currently have 0. Yep. How many have you had in the last year?
About 25.
I would say at least 20.
And how long were they in the detention center?
It depends on the
Average.
adjudication of cases. So like the lady that we just did Sunday, she had been there for 11 months.
Yes, sir.
She had been there for 11 months. And then once they adjudicated her case in Wake County and Granville County, then Customs Immigration had us bring her to the courthouse. They did her immigration hearing. Then they turned around, said, we're going to take her in 2 days. And then they had 2 days to come get her, or she was going to be released.
So was this a federal, were you getting money from the feds on this?
No.
You were not?
No.
Okay. Is there any way you can go back and get the feds to reimburse?
Because they're going to use the system to where if they have a local charge,
yeah,
they're going to let you keep that person on that local charge until which time they're bond or adjudicated. Then that's that 48-hour window when you tell them, hey, this person's case has been adjudicated or they've made bond, and then we get the notification that the detainer is sent then, and then they got 48 hours to say, hey, sheriff, hold that person for 48 hours, we come to get them.
So technically this woman was held for a number of months defending the case before it became, and they just kind of leaned on you a little bit.
Oh, they know. They knew, because once we ran her fingerprints, they knew she was there.
Yeah.
So they would just
leaned
wait
on you to house her until.
Yep. And with the biggest thing is the impact is Irina's law. When the magistrates had to take cashless bond away and things like that, that's when you saw every sheriff pop. All of those things started to spike a little bit because of the bonds got increased and people stay in pretrial or waiting bonding. So our ADP went from around 112. Recently, we're around 130 to 140. I think yesterday we had 135. So we're staying around 20 extra bodies now after the law changed in December.
Will you take that into account when you're doing your budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question?
Just want to, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, one thing Mr. Bailey said on the flock cameras, that with it, we probably solve the homicide. That in my mind makes all the work worthwhile. We can make that kind of say. I also want to just say, in conversations that we're hearing by our school superintendent, I really appreciate all the work that we've had with the school people and making our schools the way that you can make them. And also, your obvious desire to work with our other units of law enforcement, these municipalities and Weichel as well as around the county. So, appreciate all you.
And we do have a couple of things that are projected to come. We went down to Hope County, and I think I have a meeting with Jason at the end of the month and Adam McConnell. Hope County has a co-responder model, EMTs embedded into the sheriff's office. So right now I have one of my deputies going to his EMT school. I have 3 already certified as EMTs. So what we're going to do is put those devices, and the hope is to work with the hospital, Jason, to have deputy EMTs that can show up before ambulances get there to provide care and life-saving sustaining measures to our residents. The only thing that they won't be able to do is anything involving an injection or a needle. Everything else will be on board on the vehicles that we already have identified that we're going to put the equipment in to basically have EMTs embedded in the sheriff's office and work through. The other model that we're working on is an approach with care through mental health and social services for autistic children, dementia patients, and we will put stickers on vehicles as well as in homes to make deputies aware that people we're approaching may have some special needs.
Mm-hmm. Sheriff, along those lines, unfortunately, probably about 4 or 5 months ago, I witnessed a 1050 PI, pretty serious event. And it's unfortunately the strip of Highway 56 I live on seems to have a lot of 1050 PIs. And often I see the volunteers directing traffic or I see civilians directing traffic. Do our deputies respond automatically to 1050 PIs to ensure, is that part of the protocol that when they hear a 1050, because often what I've heard from the volunteers is the deputy will not respond unless they make the request.
not factual, they'll respond. Even this past weekend, right? This past week, the accident on 15. Our deputy responded based on his district, and he went there. So we have districts that will have the people in place. If they're not on a call, and a lot of times the chiefs or somebody will call me, hey, Sheriff, can y'all come and help or provide another person? If that one deputy's on one side of that road and we don't have nobody on the other side of the flagger, can you provide somebody else? So
it's incumbent upon, is it incumbent upon the fire department to call, or is it?
The 911 tells us, lets us know, they all announce as PIs and we know it. Our guys in that area go, unless they're out on a call.
They'll go, but they're not dispatched to go.
No. They're not dispatched to go.
How do you change that?
Just have a conversation. And that's the thing.
Because I really like to see, again, this is my preference. You're the sheriff, but to me, a 1050 PI is significant. It's 1050 PI is personal injury, and it would be really nice to know that I'm not dependent upon, because our volunteers are strapped, and it'd be nice to have that assistance from the sheriff's office on a protocol basis.
And that's the part of that process, Mr. May, is once we get these EMTs embedded, there'll be one on every shift, and it'll be more than one on the shift, because I have people already that are EMTs, like Chase Baird, Madison Jordan, Ariel Edwards. They're already EMTs, but we want to make it formalized. So when their rotation is working, they can respond because they're one of our EMT deputies. And they will respond as a protocol to say, hey, this is where you go. This call came out. They know to go there. Because sometimes we may get there before EMS gets there. And I just want to make sure the training is consistent with what an EMT on a truck has, that our deputies have, and we are not going to do anything to injure somebody else.
And I'm advocating because it helps the volunteer fire department. They're dealing with the emergency itself, so forth.
I think there are a lot of issues legally around implementing EMTs as far as.
Well, I'm not talking EMTs. I'm talking about having a patrol deputy respond to a vehicle accident to provide traffic control because of the nature of the incident.
We're just talking about traffic control. So
yeah,
that's correct.
Yes.
Because the sheriff's department doesn't investigate accidents.
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Develop the service. Scott.
Yes, Scott, go later. Do the Davenport folks? Collier.
Mr. Chair, if the folks from Oakley Collier are ready, I think we would like to flip them, get them through their presentation, and we'll follow them then with the development services update.
Okay then.
Are you all ready? Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Already. I will jump right in. I'm Ann Collier with Oakley Collier Architects. And our team that's been working on your project is Tim Oakley, is our business partner, and Rebecca Linker. So we have done a big process for you. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of information, so I'll share a high-level overview today and then turn the floor over to you for any questions that you may have. So this is our team. So we have been working for the last several months on the space planning assessment and master plan development for the county. The project objectives that we have were to assess about 10 of your buildings that included 19 departments. I believe it's 19 departments. So they were some in leased spaces. We did not do building assessments since they were leased space, but we did a departmental assessment for those. And the owned buildings, we did both, the departments and the building itself. This was to go through a 5, 10, 15-year projection for what the needs were, and we asked a few questions about longer than that as well, just to help establish a plan for how you move forward with facilities and department growth. We also have included some high-level cost assessments for each of our recommendations. Excuse me. So it's a simple approach. It has lots of layers intermixed, but we start with what do we have, then what do we need, what should we do, and how do we do it. So that's the approach you'll see today in this presentation and in what we've submitted to you. I'm going to let Beth do some of the background. She's done a lot of research for us.
So this is just a summary of some of the data that we've researched. Most of you are probably already familiar with a lot of this. I know it gets published. But the main takeaway from all of this is Granville County is growing, has been growing, and is projected to continue to do the same. So the data on the left is just historical census data, and all the data on the right comes from the Office of State Budget and Management, and it's their 2020 to 2060 projection. So this is just the summary that we went over 10 buildings, about 19 departments, and a total of around 104,000 square feet. The chart on the right is just a breakdown of the square footage existing per department.
And then with the facilities themselves, we did average life cycle or life cycles for the facilities, each building. So just to give this an overview, your average weighted average is 67.7 years. The average age of all your buildings is a little older because it includes the courthouse. And so the courthouse, we know, is a very historic building. When it can counter situations like this, that weighted average, we just take that out because that skews the equation for all the rest of the building. So if you take that out, the weighted average is what you see. So typical building life cycles are around 50 years, just before major things need to be done to them. You know, in the course of that 50 years, there's always roofing and things like that that are done, and mechanical systems. But the 67.7, you'll see most of the buildings. The red line you see there is the weighted average. So there are several that are under that, but several that are over that. So just an overview of that.
Ms. Collier, excuse me,
Yes.
that does not include buildings that we are leasing or renting, just the ones that we own?
That does have some leased buildings in there, and we can break that down and give that information to you if we want to break that out.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So the conditions of the buildings, and this does apply to just your owned buildings. The conditions we saw, the buildings generally have been well maintained, but they're older. Most of them are in the older stages. And then we heard some concerns over and over and over again from the staff that we interviewed. And I didn't tell you this, we did interview every department that we have in this study. So we asked for surveys, they gave great information back. And this, what you're gonna see now is coming from those surveys and our interviews and our walkthroughs. Safety and security was the number one repeated comment that we heard. And in this day and time, you know, things have changed over the years. So when the buildings were first built, that wasn't as big of an issue as it is now. What we heard was the controlled spaces to allow the staff to do their work separate from the public, just walk through their work zones. That was a big comment in a lot of places. Also, just that again, that separation, security even from the parking lot from outside the building into the building. And a lot of these, depending on the department, the needs were somewhat different there, but all of them had that overriding comment. Also, some of the finishes are dated and worn. Those are maintenance items and also just replacement items in several buildings. Another comment that we heard quite a bit was the lack of meeting spaces. And I think that comes from, again, changes over time, and now a lot of the departments have weekly staff meetings, and if you have a staff of 15 and your conference room holds 8, there's not enough room. You have to gather around offices or desks or things, so there's not a good, and because one other thing, most of your departments are spread in different buildings, so some that may need to talk to each other may not be in the same building. And so there's the commonality, or common thing was that we don't have places to meet when we need to meet. Lack of storage was another. That's not uncommon for any county that we work with, because as staff departments and other folks grow in their needs, you put people wherever there's space available. If there's no space, you may take a storage room, and so then that storage goes somewhere else. Other things in the conditions part of it, there were some comments with lack of zoning for the HVAC system. So there's some hot areas, cold areas, some moisture areas. Again, depending on the age of the building, we saw some conditions where windows were failing. There was moisture that was coming through walls. Probably in the construction age of some of these buildings, they were solid masonry walls. So when cracks happen, it just comes through and you see it. So that's a hard thing to maintain. Some ADA challenges. The picture you see there is actually at the Board of Elections Adult Probations, and that entrance for the accessible entrance for the Board of Elections is at the rear of the building. So their main entry is on one end where the public comes in, but if you're in a wheelchair or need accessible entrance, you have to come in the back through their workspace to get in that building, and that's just a condition of the building. Again, IT, data closets, all that has changed so much over the years. So again, that gets put where space is available to put it. And some of those places are not the best in the ideal location. And then in our inefficient layouts, I think we did not hear, the staff was great. We did not hear a lot of complaints about offices and things, but there also were no standardized office layouts or office spaces. And what we do now when we're designing new buildings or new office space, we use standardized sizes for offices. Department heads, get an office of a certain size. Supervisors are a certain size. The general staff are certain sizes, and that just keeps everything more flexible and you can move people around. So there's no standardized office spaces within your buildings either. So this slide starts with what Becca showed you earlier. What did you have? This is what we determined your needs were. Again, I went through the commonly expressed needs as far as what the items were, but basically this chart tells us the difference between what you have and what you need is, in general, is a little over 30,000 square feet. Now that number, we'll discuss that in other cases later. That's as a whole picture. When it breaks down, it gets a little different, and we'll go into that in a little while. The court spaces did have the highest percentage of need, but that was from the request for additional court space. So that's a large space, and a courtroom was requested because of their caseloads. And in your detailed book, there are some background data about the caseloads and case management for the court system as well. So what do we do? We'll get to the meat of what we're talking about today. First and foremost, we believe for better service to the public and more efficient efficient offices and services, that we should consolidate a lot of the departments that are in lots of different buildings into one building or into more consolidated space. That would involve new construction, renovations, potential property acquisition. That would be up to you all, but depending on what that looks like in the end. And then the other recommendation was just trying to reduce the leased space. That's a long-term cost that keeps going that you don't really get anything out of. I mean, you have space, but you're paying for it, as opposed to having space that you're owning.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Did you actually generate that cost in the bigger report? How much? What's that costing us annually for rented space?
No, we did not, but we can look at that as well.
And we know that we have access to sort of what we would call go away costs if we were to build a consolidated facility.
So we have come up, or presenting to you today, 5 priorities. We're calling them priorities, and some are in a specific order, and some are just a need. Priority 1 is a new county government. That's to meet the consolidation recommendation. So consolidate like services to provide public services to the citizens in one county government building. We call a lot of counties that we work with call this the one-stop shop. You're a citizen, you're coming to pay your taxes, and you need to also talk to someone about a septic permit. And so you can do everything you need to do with the county generally in one building. Priority 2 is to renovate the courthouse, and you own property across the street at 141 to 145 Williamsboro Street. That is a great location for associated court-related groups that need to be close to the courthouse. So that would be our priority 2, and I'll go into more detail for each of these in a moment. Priority 3 is to consolidate the DSS child support with the main DSS office. Right now, the child support office independently is in the 141, 145 Williamsboro Street location. We did hear from staff at DSS that would be ideal to have them back consolidated with their space on Spring Street. Priority 4 was with emergency management. That is one of the leased facilities that has a very favorable lease for you. So one of the bigger needs we saw there was outside storage for equipment, because there is a lot of valuable equipment on that site that is stored in the environment, in the open environments, which deteriorates that equipment sooner. And then priority 5 is to expand the courthouse by building an addition on the back of it. Right now, where 122 Williamsboro Street, that's planning and zoning building. That building is not in good shape and does not really have much life cycle left at all. So that's our overview. I'll jump into the priority 1, the new county government complex. What this would do would be able to take 10 of your major county departments, administration, finance, human resources, IT, tax, development services, with inspections and planning and zoning, and potentially some environmental health in there too. Register of deeds, veteran services, and board of elections, and consolidate them into one facility. It does require 4 to 5 acres of space for that, with parking, associated parking required. And we are estimating that square footage to be about 68,000 square feet. And that is gross square foot. So that is spaces plus all the amenities that go with it.
Excuse me, the 5 acres, you're including the parking along with 5 acres, or
No.
5 acres plus parking?
The parking is included in the 5 acres, yes. And it could be a little less. It would depend on the property and the lay of the land. So
That's for everything that you just named and parking space too.
yes.
Is that based on a 1-story or 2-story?
It is both. No, it is based on raw square footage. So it could be in 2 stories. So you could have a smaller footprint with a 2-story space, which is probably what we would see actually. So again, the park, and again, it's 4 to 5 acres. So if we did a 2-story, it may be less, but worst case scenario.
I'm sorry, I'm confusing. You're doing a space analysis, not a construction analysis. So I'll try to ask the right questions.
No, I understand. So the one thing I don't mention in the departments was also this includes space for a new commissioner's chambers. So I know you meet here, and we talked about, and I've been in those meetings, we talked about some of those needs and how that works. So that 68,000 does include new shared flexible meeting space along with commissioners, meeting room and support spaces for that. Again, one-stop shop, that was our thought, and we've done this in some other places, and we are reviewing it with other counties, and again, it provides great service to the public. That will meet your current and your future growth needs. One thing I didn't say earlier in the background data is a lot of the needs we saw that were from current to future are needs that would get you up to current. So right now, some of your spaces are undersized because of just expansion within the same space.
And
Yes.
I wanted to mention something to the board. I think you all are able to kind of put two and two together, but one, we have also over time heard from employees, we're not comfortable with our security arrangements, right? We would like more separation. Our building is not accessible. We don't have enough meeting space. Trying to meet all of those needs in 10 different facilities is really, really inefficient and expensive. If you think about a single county complex, right, there can be more meeting space, but shared meeting space that anybody can use when they need it. Same for staff support space. Same for kind of, you can kind of make it all ADA compliant. You can have a single secure public entrance with a waiting area before you kind of get into the interior, rather than 10 different ones at 10 different buildings. And so I think there's part of the efficiency that I think we'll continue to dig into, but it's part of the attractiveness, and it's an irritant right now, and it's something that makes employees unhappy and sometimes feel unsafe about their situation. But I think this would help us address it.
And with this, you're calling it a one-stop shop, but it would also be considered a campus-type atmosphere?
Yes, and we've looked at a couple options that I'll share with you, but, designed properly, it could start with this building and then provide room for growth of other facilities that may need to come and be added to that campus at a later date. So there's a lot of options there. So we did just look at a couple spaces from a site perspective on how they would fit. I know there has been some conversation in the past about a Loop Road site, the cooperative extension site on Loop Road. So we looked at how would that fit. That appears to be a large acreage of space, but there are some things going on there that do limit that. And one piece is in the oval circle, the light green oval circle. That's the geothermal underground heating system for the campus there. So that is, one would be expensive to relocate. So we did not choose to look at that space to build, but we did see how would it fit back in other spaces. It would take a little maneuvering in there. The blue squares are to identify building size. So that's approximate the scale of a 2-story government building. So to your question, we were assuming 2-story, but 68,000 is total square footage. And then the darker squares, or the darker spaces show parking. So that's one option. There are lots of different things to look at there, and we can explore that further if you're interested in doing that. But the second option, we looked at the Mary Potter School site. That has some terrain and topography. We've been to that site, so we know there's some maneuvering there. We have done some more exploring on that. So I think that would create more of the campus facility, that, thinking about that location and be able to demolish that existing building and put a new building up. You could create much more of a campus scenario there. So those are just two options.
Did you look at any other sites?
Not yet, but that may be one more step you'd like us to do. So we wanted to present kind of the findings to you, and then.
Because, we have this property here. And also, Jim, you was telling about the property we have near the Triangle North site.
Bar 9
property.
Yeah, how much acreage is in that? You,
9 acres. Yes, about, there are two different parcels there, both of them about 20 acres. There's a Barn Island property, and then there's a Ball property that's adjoining it. And then it's all usable property.
And we could easily take the data that we have gathered and put together and then see how those also work.
because those properties, we wouldn't, my understanding is those two properties, we wouldn't have to acquire. We already have them.
Okay.
Pardon me?
May not have to require all of these.
Yeah, that's true, we may not have to, but, they would include buildings that we'd have to demolish and start over and.
And there is some cost in that, so.
Also the cost and site, if you take it into account, if you were going to version site, I would expect.
Yeah.
Right.
And then when you go to the campus style, you're getting away from the one building, one shop. I'm not saying that's a good or bad idea.
Well, true, I would, with the campus style, I would look at services that may, and I'll use this example, potentially DSS now is in 2 locations and their site, if they don't have any more room to expand, so if that comes up, maybe that's a satellite building that doesn't need to be attached to the administration. Those services are somewhat served different, for different populations.
And I would maybe even say it slightly differently. If we have a 5-acre site minimum, right, we'll be fairly constrained. We would be fairly constrained on the cooperative extension site. It can fit, but rather than campus, I think of the Mary Potter site as having space for future expansion. We don't know exactly what that might look like, right? But we need 5 acres and we've got 19.
How many acres is in Mary Potter?
About 19.
About 19, okay, yeah. That gives you room for future expansion.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think the 2-story government building on these 2 sites is the exact same kind of footprint and general concept. Just there's more room for other stuff to potentially happen in the future.
Yeah.
So,
Can you put a 2-story building? Can you put a 2-story building on either one of those sites?
yes. So any other questions? And I'll move on. We did a cost analysis of just a high level again, 68,200 based on site development and shared facility. This again is a new site, so that and the cost for construction then is about $4 million plus furniture is right at $35 million for construction and furnishing the building. If you add in the other soft costs, we could do contingency fees, any kind of number of surveys, things like that that are over and above construction, it comes up to about $40 million. So that's just, again, high level, does not include land costs. So that's the one thing that's not in this, because that's a big, big unknown. Any other questions on priority 1? Again, and I will say, we recommend this as priority 1 because of the scattered locations of the county departments. So we think that will give you the best or the most efficient, most bang for the money up front. And then that will solve a lot of your problems with leased facilities and scattered services with one project. So that's why we said priority 1.
Can I ask one question? You made a comment about the Mary Potter campus, something about terrain or whatnot. I want to make sure. What were your concerns about that?
So, there's a low area at the back, at the side, right side property line. It's very big creek, big ditch. So there has already been some elevation on that site for the buildings there. So we would need to make sure we would know more with surveying and things like that, but we would need to make sure we're not gonna build in an area that's in a flood. So it could potentially have some elevation required for it. The location we show the building is on their back property, that's the flat area, but it would be need probably to be elevated. We just don't know exactly how high right now. So I'll go to priority 2. This
that deals with court spaces, because that was a big concern we heard too, and associated court spaces. And so what we propose here is first renovation, and think about this, we pulled the Register of Deeds out of the courthouse with priority one. So the Register of Deeds is no longer in the courthouse, so that allows for some expansion within the walls of the courthouse itself. The clerk of court, the district attorney's office inside the courthouse is all scattered as well. So we would love to consolidate them into one space. They could potentially move into the Register of Deeds and have, they would definitely have more space than they have now, and we accommodate some of their expansion. And then the judges and judicial staff could potentially take over some separated area back where the DA's office is, because it is very open and public. And again, when the courthouse was built, it was just open. And so there are a lot of places that the public can go in the courthouse that maybe they would not be able to go in a modern day courthouse. And things that we saw also, holding cells for the inmates or for the folks that are on trial in courts are directly across from judges' offices. That's, regardless of safety, that's not a great position to be in when you're trying a case with someone across the hall from you, because you don't like that interaction between what you're supposed to be as a judge, supposed to be overseeing fairly impartially, is not good when you can interact with that person and not intend to. So there are several things like that we would want to do in the courthouse. It is would not be exterior. We would accommodate anything that needed to be done from a physical standpoint, HVAC, moisture, any of those types of things. But I don't see us doing anything to the outside as being changing the courthouse because of the historic nature of it. It's the 24,800 square foot, so we affect that much square footage. That does not include courtrooms. So the courthouse is larger than that with the courtrooms, but we would anticipate we don't really do a lot in the courtrooms themselves with this expansion. And it does allow, with some renovation area, not related to courtrooms, we can phase, going to a construction part of it, we can phase that work and so that court stays in session, because that's another important thing in this scenario. And here's the existing plan divided by space. You'll see the color coding. It just talks about the different areas of the courtroom. Again, I think total, we're about 31,000 square feet total for the courthouse. And just the nature of construction down in the plan on your far left facing, all that black area is underground. So that's in the basement area, it's not available for use. The second half of the priority 2 is the space directly across the street, renovation of the 141 to 145 Williamsboro street spaces. Again, in those spaces with priority 1 happening, tax, veteran services, IT, and the internal auditor move out. That opens up a lot of that building for some swing space and for consolidation of court-supported departments. DSS child support would stay in this location for this period of time because they are in place. We address them a little later. And then the government agencies that we look at most closely related to court are the juvenile justice system, guardian ad litem, adult probation, and potentially a future public defender's office. We work with a lot of counties doing court-related buildings, and so that's one thing we hear over and over, that public defender, when we get it, has to have space just like we provide for district attorney. So that's a great place for that type of office. Yes?
Sorry, one quick comment. I think that kind of future footprint also has, if the old jail goes away and there's some old buildings back behind,
From Washington Street is behind it, those are two buildings behind it.
Right.
But you have the museum there at the side of the.
That's true on the side of the courthouse, the museum. So there are a number of other kind of footprints and spaces that could potentially be available as well.
And what we have a parking section in the big book that we gave to you today, and I don't have it in this slideshow, but
we would recommend for those spaces like the old detention center, some of those spaces that we demolish and put parking downtown, because that was another big need we heard. So that would happen, that could happen with some of this phase as well. With child support staying in that building, we have almost 14,000 square feet of that building left to work with. Those agencies that we, at least the top three, the juvenile justice, guardian ad litem, and adult probation, take up, we've recommended about 9,000 square feet divided up among them. So there is room in that building to make good space for those different groups. And that building also works well for them because several of their, the clients that they serve, they need back door. They need to bring folks in from the back door. The juvenile justice program specifically, that's a very protected program. So having space to be able to keep the juveniles private and serve them the way that they're supposed to is key there.
Drew, excuse me, ma'am. Drew, those costs there for that, is that all set up? Does that fall under the same thing as the courts and our JCPC program and the other ad litem? Does that fall all under the court system as far as
meaning that we're required to provide space for them?
Yes. Okay, thank you. So,
they are state agencies, so the county is required to provide space. Okay, so they're also with any extra space that can be used for the county as swing space. So suppose there's a department that we're not moving that it does need growth that can also be used, or child support as it grows could be expanded in that temporarily. So that's the existing space as it stands now. The center purplish type area is the child support office right now, so that is where it's located. I do want to point out that in that section, for us, I believe when they moved into that section, they just moved in. And so the spaces as they're laid out now are not the way child support spaces, what they typically do and how they work are needed. Like most of their department was found to be in cubicles, and they all have been. So that's some inefficient space. We were actually able, with the child support, to reduce the amount of square footage needed by being a more efficient layout from scratch.
Even with potential growth in staff.
Yes, even with growth in staff. So the cost assigned, high level cost for this priority 2, for construction cost is what, $8.4 million, $8,465,000. With the soft cost, it comes to about 9.7. Again, for budgeting purposes, we look at the project cost total. And that's just with demolition. That does include demolition, some interior demolition, and then rehab of some of the interior spaces for both buildings. You can see the breakdown between the 141 Williamsboro and the courthouse in the first 2 lines. And then that brings me to priority 3, which is the child support. So again, as the ideal is to have them consolidated back with DSSS. And we looked at different options through this process of, DSS, if it were to relocate, it's just been renovated recently, so that there's some expense there that we want to take advantage of for a while. So our option, instead of relocating them completely, I think that's still long-term a good solution down the road, but was to create some space on the end of the building for child support. Again, we are anticipating just 2,400 square feet needed for that, all in. They're a little bit more than that right now. And I'm talking a gross number. Their net number is a little more than that right now. So this just depicts where we would anticipate. We have been to this site as well. There's room on the end of the building. It would also be able to provide a secure and backdoor entrance for child support. There are a lot of times that group needs to come and go after hours, or bring children in at night, have a secure place for them to stay overnight. It could be, and it can shift along there. There's some space there to do that. So it would provide the right amount of square footage is there to do this. The one negative about this is we would not be able to provide any additional parking on that site. That site is full with parking. And again, this is what I was mentioning to you earlier. Their existing space in the 141, 145 Williamsboro is very inefficiently laid out for the tasks that they do. They have a group within that task that typical offices would work for them very well. And then again, this is no separation. This goes back to some of those early comments. This is a building that has little separation between staff and the public, so there's no stop for the public to be able to walk right back into the back hallway. They do have a large reception area, which is good. There's no place for children to stay overnight, dedicated space with showers and things like that. So on there, and again, the cost to do this new square footage added to the existing DSS office is $1,378,000 for the construction and about $1,500,000, almost $1,600,000 for the overall budgeting cost. I will say, on a smaller type site with a small amount of square footage, the price per square foot goes up a little bit just because of the complexity of that. That's just a general. Some costs are the same in construction regardless of how big the building is. Okay, and then so priority 4, I'll move on to the emergency management site. Again, their facilities is rather old as well, but with the favorable lease, we chose to look at what other needs that they have. And so you'll see in the top of the screen all the different equipment pieces that are just sitting in parking spaces. So in this exercise, we looked at providing about 6,000 square feet of enclosed storage for their equipment on site. And it could be, there's acreage to do that on there, so we did not do any proposed area locations for it at this time. And that overall cost is $950,000 for the site development and the outdoor shelters. They would most likely be some kind of pre-engineered garage door, just basic shelter, and then $1,092,000 for the overall project costs. And then I'll come to the last one and then let you ask some more questions. So this last priority, priority 5, does consider providing additional court space for the courthouse. So the way we would do that is to demolish the 122 Williamsboro. So that's the building planning, zoning, adult probations is in now. So after they all move out, then we can tear that down. There's a little alleyway there that we could close, provide really good access back right up to the courthouse, and then connect to the inside. What this would do, we could see 2 or 3 stories, and some of that's just dependent on how we lay things out. But for this purpose, we looked at 3 stories. We would have the main floor, design a new entry from the street side that creates a security line, a queue, if you will, where people don't just walk into a broad lobby. They come in, they're contained, they come through a secure line with the bailiffs, the sheriff's department, that goes through the metal detectors. They pull someone aside if they need to speak with them, and then they're allowed into a larger lobby where they can go to courts, see a DA, go to clerk of courts if they need to. On the back side of that space that doesn't connect would be where the museum and those type coming in. That side would be where we would bring a secure sally port, a vehicle sally port for inmate transport. That would have its own elevator that goes straight up to the courtroom. That would be on the upper level. That's contained. So you're in the inmate van, you're in the sally port, you're in the secure elevator, you're in holding. So you never come through the building in any other way. And it would also separated from that on the back, a secure staff entry. So we would like to get some more parking on that back side as well. We would also, in this new arrangement, I would try to get the district attorney's office close to that main lobby, either on the floor above, as well as a multi-purpose room. And they have a multi-purpose room now that's used for a lot of things, but I will say some of the requests were from the staff for the judicial system was 2 courtrooms would be ideal, a minimum of 1. So this new addition would provide 1 dedicated courtroom, and this multi-purpose room could be used for a multitude of things: jury selection, grand jury, a separate courtroom for magistrate or clerk of court courtroom. So it could be very flexible for use. And that would be in this new addition as well. So we believe this could be filling the site. Let me say it this way. If we built on the site available, we could be up to about 22,000 square feet. We've determined we may not need that much at this time, but that's the number we're going, we would do a little more survey in there. But 22,000 would fit in a 3-story scenario there with the access in Sallyport.
Just looking at this and thinking back to some of my visits over there, the third to the bottom bullet, that was circulation and separation of public and private spaces, seems to hit on a number of things that have come up as I've been over there, and might address a lot of concerns I think that have. And then I see where it says under bullet number 2, so bullet 3 under that, secure staff entry to the back of the house area. I just think you touched on a lot of key things that's been at least informally talked about.
So in our experience with designing courthouses, the ideal is to have the clerk, the judges, suites, and all of that access to the back of house for the courtrooms. The jury, when the jury comes in and they're seated in their jury box, they go back of house to their jury deliberation rooms. There are some meeting spaces back there as needed. The judges' suites could be back there. And so when they come in the back entry with the Sallyport, they can go directly up to that area too and never come through the public lobby. And I've had judges tell me, there was one common restroom in a fairly new courthouse, actually, not too far away, that they are in the restroom and there's the witness that was just on the stand in the stall. So they said that gets to be kind of dicey because that can be some confidentiality issues. Also, the clerk is responsible for storing evidence for trial. So that evidence storage and handling that to the courtroom is also a back of house item. So it does include a lot of good things.
Ma'am, when you do these studies, are you studying what we need now versus what we're going to need 10 years from now?
Yes.
So how far do you kind of project and I'm sure there's some kind of science to it, a calculation. I just want to make sure that let's say hypothetically we were to tackle a number of these over the next few years, that when we're building, we're going to be building something that's going to be 20-year, 30-year.
So thank you for that. So when we studied and when we projected for these square footages, it was to the 20-year mark.
Okay.
So that's one thing. The priorities in establishing those, sometimes you may have bigger needs, but a priority has to happen first to allow for the next one to come in. So there's some of both of that going on in this. So we do need to consolidate a lot of things to be able to open space up to do the next step, like some of these courtroom pieces.
Kind of a domino effect.
It is. So and we're just presenting in the way we think that works in a logical phasing. You all can you all know the county, or we've learned a lot about the county, but you all know it far better than we do. So there may be some things too that you could add to that conversation about how.
I know this is down the road, but as you're doing the square footage, all judges' chambers will have their own restrooms.
Yes.
Okay.
We had actually judges' suites are what we look at, and so the judge's office, an admin person, some space, copy space, workspace, and then restroom internal to that. And we like to share, 2 judges and share kind of the same space on 2 ends. So we've got some very good plan layouts that we would bring.
And just to kind of reinforce, priority 2, right, is more of a short-term strategy for creating more space for court-related functions. This is priority 5, mostly in the sense that it'll take a little longer to kind of figure out how well the space across the street helps us also to get the polka dot building down and do site prep and planning and all of that. So it'll take longer to execute.
And in the larger book, the bound book, there are timelines in each of these where it's 0 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, 7 to 10. So there are some timelines in there we've estimated, thinking about what happens first and then how you filter in the rest of it. So, so this is what, from a plans perspective, this is what I was mentioning earlier, just on where things may go. And again, we assumed a 3-story. The levels in the existing courthouse are a little off from the back addition that was done after the main courthouse, and so we want to make sure we're tying into that properly. But you have plenty of space to do what the needs are. And then as an overall cost, we look at construction being a little over $10 million, between $10 and $11 million to do the demolition, the new development for the site, putting the building on the site, the addition itself, furniture, and then about $12.2 million for the overall project budget. And then, so wrapping it all up with the bow, these are all 5 priorities, 1 through 5, and then the total for all costs, I think is probably the most important thing, the $65,439,600 is all of them. So you could do them all at once if you choose, but we know that's county money, so we want to provide it in these options. And I'll be happy to answer any questions this time. Yes, I can. Yeah, should leave it up there anyway.
One thing, while Commissioner Cozart is thinking, this I think gets us to a point where we can put 2 things together in a really helpful way. You all will remember that we spent a lot of time working on a capital sort of financial model. So we can plug in different projects of different magnitudes with different timelines and see how new debt service, retired debt service, new funding needs, right, can all fit together, and we can move things around pretty easily to see what is possible to do when.
And I will say, we did project these out for 12 months, cost-wise. As the priorities happen, we'll need, that's probably another thing, because we weren't sure, these are our thoughts, but as far as you all, if we move them around, we would just adjust the numbers.
Ms. Collier, I believe you made the comment earlier, this does not include any land costs?
No land costs. So, and we would be happy to look at other properties. That was one thing we discussed internally, that, if that's something we need to do for you, we are more than happy to do that and explore some other things.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
Impressive.
No.
Good. Thank you. Very impressive. Good work.
It's Colin. We thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We've enjoyed it.
Okay. We are running a little bit behind, and we're gonna ask we get to lunch, and we're gonna try to have a working through lunch this time. And Scott, you'll be up. And so right now we're gonna ask Commissioner Kozar, will he bless the food?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear God, we thank you for this day and all of your blessings. We're even thankful for the food that you made available. May you sanctify it to the nourishment of our bodies and us to your continued service. We ask this in your holy and righteous name. Amen.
Amen. So we go get your lunch and come back, and Scott, you'll be up. It's all yours.
I didn't hear anybody else. I said I didn't even hear anybody else.
Match your budget, Scott.
Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Make sure everybody ready.
Everybody ready?
All right, keep awake, Scott.
All right, great one.
He's
Here,
coming, he's
I'm here to
coming.
be representing the 4% of our organizational employees. Thank you very much. Anyway, I'm gonna report some general statistics on the inspection division of development services. Basically just routine, we've got, 7 employees here. We kind of operate out of inspections divisions. You can actually see that we have 4 enforcement officers that are currently, a level 1 with probationary level 2s. They're still a fairly young group of guys, I say young, in their certification roles. So there's still a lot of ongoing training to be done with those guys. They are working toward their probationary 2s, hopefully get their standard 2s in the next year. But a good group of folks to kind of keep things rolling on the inspection side. Building permits issued by township for 2025, as you can see. Oxford, Tally-Ho, and Brassville still the leading 3 townships. As far as upcoming year, we see that continue. As far as development trends, Mr. Baker can maybe speak a little bit more in detail about what he's seen as far as subdivision activity in those townships, but been fairly active this year. Of course, it's building permits issued by group. It's the calendar year, 24, 25. We're about the same. We fell off, about 77 single-family residential housing permits from last year. But generally about the same trend as we saw last year. I think I just kind of pulled in some information as far as the side code. When you look at the single-family home criteria, that we had about 28 homes that were up to 1,200 square feet. 92 homes were between 1,200 and 2,000 square feet. 103 homes between 2,001 and 3,000 square feet. 80 homes that were between 3,000 and 5,000 square feet. And over 15 homes that were over 5,000 square feet. So it kind of gives you an idea of what they're building, single family lots in Graham County. I guess you can kind of correlate that, say, look at affordable housing trends, what are we doing there? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. But I guess that's in the market right now, it's probably 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. Building revenues, we were slightly more in 2025 than we're 24. About $50,000. We see this trend continuing right now. We're looking at fiscal forecast and revenues for the current fiscal year. We're slightly above what we did last year. So, revenue's good. We're still able to meet our cost ratio as far as what it costs to operate our department. We're permitting revenue fees are still paying for all that. So, the revenue trends again. This kind of compares the 23, the 24, and the 25. Kind of revenue flows per month. So we're about in the middle. Probably like I said, trending a little bit higher than 24. But kind of kicking along. I've said before, that there's we haven't seen any real spikes in residential development. When I talk residential, I mean commercial, industrial. They kind of bounce along about the same statistic each year. But the residential side, which we see more of the permitting applications and issuances, it's kind of staying about the same. Site inspections, the workload that we deal with, there's quite a bit. We see a spike in 2025 compared to 2024. A lot of that is a result of being midstream and finishing out Altec and Certainty, which are 2 large industrial projects that basically require a lot of our field service inspections. Amazingly enough, we pull statistics now on Hatcher's Creek, being a multifamily residential development. We did over 750 inspections at Hatcher's Creek this past year. So, not a big economic impact for the county, but it does require a lot of inspections when you do. We don't have a lot of multifamily residential development like that in Granville County. I haven't seen a lot of that in Granville County, but probably moving forward, we'll probably see more of that. Accomplishments for 2025. We transitioned to digital permit application in Plainville. We've been working on that process for a couple of years now. I'd say right now, 95 to 98% of our permit applications in Plainville is done digitally through our permitting platform. We still have people that come in with paper plans. That's fine. Some folks are kind of old school or just residential. You've got people that want to add an addition on their house or put a garage on. They may bring us paper plans. We still accept those. But most of the applications now are being pushed through to a digital format. Continued certification training testing for our hired building code inspectors. We're still working on that. Still strong on that. Processed over 1,900 building related permits. Of course, we have performed 800, 8,500 site inspections, or about 1,300
more than 2024, all while maintaining a 24-hour inspection goal. So that's good. Goals and targets for 2026. We're looking at strengthening our training for building code inspectors and testing for certification advancements. I believe you should have seen, I believe, certain expansion requests. We're requesting some money in inspections to hire a third-party plan review person that can help take some workload off of Stacey Carey, our chief inspector, so he can spend more time in the field. It's important. It's critical that they get some mentoring and all in-the-field training from our senior level inspectors, both from Stacey and Gil Wilson, both. As I pointed back to in the first slide, we've got 4 guys that are relatively still kind of new, that they're kind of working through understanding of exactly what, of different building methods and the building types and different situations. So we can keep our consistency. That's a key thing, is making sure that everybody's consistent on how they interpret the code. So, anybody have any questions on inspections?
Scott, one quick, not to get in the weeds, on the Loop Road, that development that's been working on for quite some time, where are they on the Loop Road?
They're still a site development.
Okay.
I would say probably they're looking at issuing permits within the next 3 to 4 months.
So they've done that much site management work that's been going on for over a year.
Yeah, they're doing water sewer right now and storm work, but they've got, from what I've seen, I haven't been on site to drive by, they got the interior road paved, curb and gutter down. Okay. So I would imagine the trend would be within the next 6 months.
What number of homes is that, or multi?
I think I've heard that the overall development is around 500 homes. They may be doing it in phases. I don't know. Okay. The city of Oxford's
One quick comment. Scott was kind of pointing out that, when you have a lot of young inspectors in this case, right, you need more dedicated training capacity, right? So they're not just going to become experienced, skillful inspectors by osmosis or something, right? And that's true kind of for the earlier conversation on the HR data, right? There are a lot of young employees across the board. Many of whom work in fairly technical areas where they require a lot of training. And so I think it's a generalizable idea, right? As the younger and more inexperienced people you're bringing on, the more resources you have to be ready to dedicate to training.
Yeah, our inspectors actually, the 4 that we're related to, they came out of, they didn't come out of construction. All right, they were a parts guy, they were Boyd Automotive, they were, park and recs person that worked for the city of Oxford. These guys didn't have any experience in trucking, so in our view, in my view at least, that's kind of good. I look at it as being, we give them the schooling of the department insurance, they learn the minimum building codes, that's really all they know. You have more problems, in my experience, that we've dealt with it before, when you got guys that have worked in trades, may have had their own businesses, for instance, and it's more about how they think something needs to be done, rather than what the minimum code requires. I tell people, I say, you deal with the minimum building codes, there's always a better way of doing it, okay? That's why the complaints we get when they call in and say, I can't believe my electrician did it this way. Well, it meets the minimum NEC requirements. Yeah, there's better ways of doing it, but we don't look at the better way of doing it. So, but these four individuals, they're great guys. They come a long way, they learn a whole lot. But since the fact they haven't really been in the construction industry throughout their careers, they take a little bit more work in the field. We have case-by-case situations where we get called out, homeowner may say, well, y'all missed this. Okay, yeah, we went back, looked at it, we missed it, get the contractor back in there, make the corrections done. But a lot of that is just learning the trade, learning the inspections business, the routine, the process of inspecting the house. It becomes more difficult because our guys do all trades. So they walk into a house, stay at rough end. Rough end is a stage where you're looking at not only the building, the framing, the roofing systems, the plumbing, the electrical, the mechanical. They're looking at it all on one inspection. So it's kind of daunting.
So Scott, with having as you train these guys up, your employees up, I'd hate to see us lose. I'd like us to prevent ourselves from becoming the foundational basis for people to come in. I'm glad you're doing all the stuff you're doing, but then they hit the bricks, take all that with them, and then so what can this board do to help with retention?
Y'all
been a good answer, but
last year we came through with a retention increase on 5%. Great, they appreciate that. That helps a whole lot. At the end of the day, there's really nothing that we can do as an organization. I think that we've as we've hired over the years, we've kind of picked people that were homegrown, Granville County folks that had family here, and we felt good about that. And a lot of them, really have no intention on moving out, I guess. However, a lot of them are starting to raise families. So that's it. We always look at that. When you're a young single person, when all of a sudden you get married and have 2 kids, that extra 5% pay that you may get in Wake Forest or Franklin County or whatever, Durham. Yeah, yes, it's a drive. Well, we can think that who's going to drive 35 or 40 minutes for an extra $5,000 or $6,000 a year? They will.
So my question is it a highly competitive? It's a highly sought position in all the surrounding area with all the growth going on.
Is that
There's competition.
that's something we need to keep our eye on?
It's something we need to keep our eye on. I mean, a lot of, if you look at the state in general, I think the average age of a building inspector is in his 40s or something. I forget the exact date, but they're aging out. So there's going to be a lot more younger. There's going to be a lot of need for building inspectors across the state. Now, if you look at Wake Forest, Franklin County, Durham they got a large department. So, yeah, there's always that need for a jurisdiction that's got currently, you want to hire somebody who's already certified. That's the key. We've really never been in a position, salary-wise, to pull somebody from Wake Forest into Granville County. Even though we've got 7 or 8 certified inspectors living in Granville County that work in Wake Forest and Franklin County. We've never had the ability to pull them into us. Being already certified, they get ground running. That's been a handicap.
So what's the pay gap?
I don't know. I mean, I like to think we're competitive. I think we're competitive. I think there's some, when we look at certification bonuses, which we pay 2.5% for attaining standard level certificates. Other jurisdictions maybe 5%. They may have heard that when you attain like a level 3 certification, there's a $10,000 lump sum bonus paid. There's a lot of stuff that different jurisdictions are doing to try to keep their people. Like I said, you get into Marsville, Wakeland, they have a lot more resources. I mean, it's not about, she's not looking to afford that. They got money. So, but I think, like I said, we got a good group of guys. They are young. And a couple of them now are starting families. So you just never know what's going to go. I'm hoping that maybe the job classification and pay study is going to maybe shed some light on what we're paying our guys. I feel like we're competitive. Particularly with the 5% bump that y'all were approved last year, it kind of kept them in the market. But yeah, we'll see where it goes. Anything else? Capital projects. We haven't had. Well, we've had a few. We've had a few this year. Of course, the most notable. I think most of you have already been there, visited North Granville Senior Center. Was a great job, successful job for us. Completed in September 2025. We came in about $145,000 below the contract budget price. So, we were able to construct that building. It does have. It's a nice space. It really is. I think citizens, the seniors in North Granville County are really enjoying the space. But I think we brought it in on time and slightly under budget. Trying to North Granville utility infrastructure. We are currently right now working on the lift station, sewer lift station, and the on-site, off-site infrastructure. McGill has been retained, has been working on that for quite some time now. We're at 90% complete on the plan and construction document status. We met with the city of Oxford on February 12th to review the 90% complete plans. They had some comments. McGill's gone back and is incorporating those comments back into the final construction documents. We hope to have those finished and have a RFP request for bids issued by May of this year with a construction timeline of 6 to 8 months. Engineering cost estimate is $822,000. So that's within our budgetary guidelines. We're still moving along on that. Other pending utilities that are currently in play, we've been working with Duke Energy on the 3-phase power for the site with an estimated cost from Duke of about $400,000. This has been a bit frustrating working with Duke. They haven't really been, we're trying to engage with them each month on status reports. I mean, Charlotte's gotten involved, kind of working her contacts about it. Where are we? We're serious about this. Can you give us a design status? And we're not really getting a whole lot from them. They say that it's in play. They're working. Oh, we're working on it. We're working on it, but we can't get any more than, well, we're working on it. That's about it. Natural gas. Charlotte's been working with Bridge on an 8-inch service line to the park. We're estimating cost $418,000. So
where is that line presently now, Scott? The gas line.
Where is it? So yeah, I mean, we got, hopefully I would like to say within 12 months from now, we'll have sewer online, we'll have 3-phase power, we'll have natural gas. So we'll have a fully, quote-unquote, functional industrial park that we can run.
So you'll have the gas line up there, but not the electric part of that to do.
We got to get power service out there for the Vanness Family Community College. So we've got to get, power's got to be brought into the park. So I'm thinking that within 12 months we'll have all the utilities in place. Luke said it's no problem with the schedule. We told him with the dates we needed and stuff, and no problem. I got to need 3-phase service there to get the pump station operational. So it's been frustrating.
Any timeline on when Vanness Granville intends to break ground, or is this one's got to work with others to have the training center?
I think training center 6 to 8 months from now, maybe they'll break ground. I think they gave y'all a presentation.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that I don't really see a problem with the training center. The piece is going to be getting 3-phase power by pump station. So when we, in the midst of finalizing the retrofit commissioning, we've got power there to test it. So That's what's needed. On Street Community Center. I did this, this is the project status, a week ago. Well, we found out now, Tim called me yesterday. I had a conference call with them. They have been, they've had some internal embezzlement and possible insurance fraud. Their CFO has been fired, and they're at a financial point where they can't do contracts. They're struggling right now, and the president told me that they did not have the financial resources to take on the work. They want to annul the contract. We've got to sign execute contract with them, but they're saying that they just can't do it. So,
is there any payment penalty involved in that?
We didn't have a bid bond, so there's, I mean, it's, I guess.
Yes, we blood out of the turnip.
Yeah, we could sue for breach of contract or whatever else, but so I know Paul working with Jim Wynn, I guess the two options would be that we look back to the next lowest bidder, which at the time was about $13,000 more. Don't know what their number is now, or we have to rebid the whole project over again. So it's an unfortunate situation, but she was pretty sincere. She said, we're not the only one having to go back to a couple of municipalities. They were low bidder on projects and tell them, we can't do it. So
we have some additional flexibility too. We're looking at that. It's a little bit unusual situation because the contract, it wasn't like we had somebody back out before the contract was signed. We have somebody be backing out after the contract was signed. So we'll look at it, bring some options.
Yeah. So we're kind of, like I said, we're working on that situation now. It's unfortunate. I know on Street needs a roof. We've been trying to work with them. Evidently, this stuff, they started realizing the internal issues about, 2 or 3 months ago, 2 months ago. They're still in the investigation on it. I think it's kind of moved toward possible insurance fraud by the CFO that was operating the company. So it's a mess. Always still debating demolition. We're pretty much done, I guess I'd like to say. Steve Blasto has been kind of monitoring the field operation. They're kind of cleaning up right now. We awarded the service on November 3rd. They hit the ground running on the 17th. As y'all all aware, we found some additional asbestos materials underneath the concrete slab and grade, which is a highly unusual place to find asbestos material. From what we can gather, it was probably utilized back when it was done as a vapor barrier that was sprayed down or applied before the concrete slabs were poured. Basically, it's about 50,000 square foot of floor space. A lot of the clean concrete was determined to be taken over to a butter disposal facility, but unfortunately, the contaminated material had to be wrapped in the truck had to be lined in plastic, and the material had to be put in the back of the truck, had to be sealed, and then shipped to Holly Springs for disposal. So, I think the estimated cost on that was going to be about $370,000, which is about half of the original contract price. So, they have finished that work. That work has been completed. They're pulling the record together, so we get a final cost on the project within the next 5 days. We'll find out exactly what that cost was. But
Scott, when they so when they do the abatement and all that stuff done and seal it up, ship it off, just because I don't want to deal with it at a later date or let misinformation rule the day, as it often does. Is there additional abatement to the soil and the different things so we can come back and later say, we know it's all gone?
Matrix are consulting out there testing everything. So they're kind of working through making sure it's going to have a clean bill of health.
Okay.
They've been involved with this additional work. So
the concrete filter on it.
Yeah. So actually this is the floor plan density affected areas. Over here you can see this is the black mastic on the underside of the concrete slabs that was found. There's unforeseen conditions. Typically when you do you do an asbestos survey, core concrete slab to check the underside of it. I mean, it was truly an unforeseen condition. We work back and forth with D.H. Griffin on the unit price structure, confirming their costs and their unit prices. And I think we've settled to a reasonable unit price, for doing the work. It's just, like I said, it's 1,800 tons of material. It's got to be dug up, handled, shipped, processed. Yeah. So, fortunately, like I said, fortunately, when we went into this project originally, we budgeted about $1 million for the building demolition and paper process. We came in at $640,000. Low bid. Cool. So we had capacity there to deal with this. It's unfortunate we had to spend it, but it's not really impacting our overall budget tremendously.
Scott, currently, all the buildings come with that project.
Yes. No buildings all this level. So level.
Still fenced up?
Yes. I think the plateau, this next week they should be probably in a grading and seed emulsion phase. So, is that correct, Steve? Yes. Yeah. So, there's nothing there anymore. The underground storage tank was all removed. Fills up there was very limited contaminated soil, thankfully, on that end. So, all that's been done, so now it's nothing but, I'd say within the next 5 to 7 days, it's going to be just a mulch seeded site.
Nothing unusual found other than that? No extra bodies or anything like that?
That's not what we found. Just taking all the recreation out of West, which is the next phase after the demolition abatement. We issued a request qualification back on January 9th. We had a great response. 21 firms offered some bills, which is a lot. So what we did is we went through, Stephen and I kind of went through the service, kind of pulled out all but about actually 11 firms that we brought to, I think with those 11 firms, Korena and Drew and myself and Steven kind of looked at those 11 firms. Am I correct that we did? Yeah, we did that. Yeah, and narrowed them down to 6. We figured, with the selection committee to start pulling through 11 firms, it's going to take all day. It'd be like herding cats. So, we just figured we'd go ahead and shoot it out there and narrow it down to the 6 best firms that met the RFQ qualification approach. We met on this past Wednesday. Yeah. We met this week. We met this week and looked at them, and I think we're going to come down to 3 firms that we're going to interview on March the 4th. So if everything goes good, y'all should have a recommendation to at least to start discussing fee structures on the March 16th Board of Commissioner meeting. So moving forward, it's like I told the selection committee, you can pick any one of these 6 or 21. They're all going to do a good job for you. I mean, really, they all had some form of recreational athletic background. A lot of them were we got a variety of proposals from architectural firms that really were kind of promoting their big, beautiful buildings. Community center with a bowling alley and aquatic center and whatever else they had in there, That's good. That's great.
Have they got room for Commissioner Karen's swimming pool?
Yeah,
Have we got room for that?
I'm signing up.
Okay, I just didn't know.
No, but I think, we had some firms that were more site-related, athletic, recreational. We had a lot from architectural firms that were really more heavier in building type applications. But I think we got out of the 6 we presented to the selection committee was a good cross section of the original 21 that we received. So yeah.
And the goal of this is to kind of put together perspective plans of what.
I think what we're looking at doing is having the firm that we retain is to probably put at least 3 conceptual plans together with cost estimates for each one of those 3. It's kind of the same process we did for North Granville Senior Center. This is what we think we want or what we want. These are some desires. Of course, first and foremost, they got public engagement they got to do. They got to start talking to the communities down south, finding out from, involving maybe the city of Creedmoor, obviously, involving, any of those groups down there that have interest in that, and as well as just general public, and doing community forums and finding out what their thoughts are. And then from there, kind of like I said, working through the conceptual process of what, based on community trends and needs and whatever else we have, that these are 3 concept plans with 3 different price tags, kind of thing, and then kind of narrow it down from there. So yeah, it's going to be a process. I'd say I would estimate that with everything involved with the design development, it's 8 to 12 months, probably. Which should put us in the fiscal year 27, 28. Yeah. For, looking at construction funding to increase fee for it.
Thank you.
Security upgrades for the Granville County Courthouse. That's substantially complete. We've got a couple little items we're working on right now, just some add-ons that we're working with. This basically consisted of installing and programming 27 security cameras and 16 access door controls within the courthouse. Security 101 was awarded the contract in October, and with a not to exceed $160,000. We're kind of working through the final testing and programming, and the final estimated cost to complete is $149,000. So we didn't spend all our money, thank goodness. We got by saving a little bit. We had a meeting yesterday with the security committee, courthouse security committee, and they're tickled to death. I think now kind of falls in programming. That was the questions about who has access to what, particularly about access cards. I think security cameras were fairly good. I think that Mark Harrison with the sheriff's department's kind of reviewed the camera locations and stuff, and I think they're satisfied with that. The biggest conversation was access control cards and who gets them. You know, so they're trying to, you know, I think talking with Chris and talking with Yancy too, we kind of stepped back and I said, you know, Stephen and I worked to get the system installed. Chris worked to kind of spec the system and kind of help through the initial startup and programming, but you know, who actually issues cards and what parameters each card is approved for? The sheriff's department. Hanging it off. I mean, you know, statutorily, the sheriff's department's got responsibility of courthouse security. It's his stuff. So, you know, we're handing it off to him, saying, there you go.
So they'll provide the training though and stuff like that.
Chris is going to provide the training, you know, through Security 101. And it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. But, you know, so the sheriff's going to appoint somebody within his group to basically administer the card issuance. You know, I did, you know, what my comment on it was, you know, they probably need to establish a policy or protocol on how cards are issued. It can't be just a random, oh yeah, you know, he's a new attorney in town. Cause that was another question about, you know, outside attorneys. How many outside attorneys are going to have cards to get to the building? You know, I told Chris, I said, you know, at the end of the day, I don't really care. Honestly, I mean, that's the sheriff needs to basically set the protocols on who has access to the courthouse. So that's where it is right now.
Scott, before you go, I just want to let you know that, and I'm sure all the commissioners have had people letting them know, but I've had Yancey, several of the judges, the DA, several lawyers express appreciation for the ongoing improved maintenance, renovation, whatever you want to refer to it as. So it has not gone unnoticed.
Yeah,
and
Josh back there, you know,
yeah, Josh and your staff, everybody.
Josh is the one that really has done the bang up job. I mean, you know, I interface with Josh. I mean, you know, we work good together. You know, but it's been through his push and his guys that have changed the environmental conditions. We've got work to do. I won't disagree with that. You know, one of the things, you know, that Stephen and I have been working on is through a study is evaluating the HVAC system in the courthouse. That study has been done, and there's some recommendations made on improvements to the heat and air conditioning ventilation system of the courthouse. We're kind of evaluating that and looking at a phased approach. You know, what can we do now that won't be disrupted by any additions or large scale renovations? You know, what can we do now that's going to basically be, if we spend $200,000 today, we know it's going to be good for 15 years from now. Yeah, and that's where we're at right now with that. So you'll probably see some of that project cost in the fiscal year budget request coming up to kind of get that first phase started. But no, we've got the study done and we're looking at it. That's one of the biggest concerns, and always the biggest concerns with large buildings is heat and air conditioning, ventilation. You know, providing enough outside fresh air. Right now, one of the big issues with the courthouse is we provide very limited outside fresh air within the building. It's just an old system, you know. So you basically recirculating the same old air, you know, all the time. And with newer systems, more innovative systems, you got a constant supply of outside fresh air that comes in and replenishes the old stale air. So.
But thank you again for your staff and Josh.
We appreciate y'all's support.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course, state assessment, master planning, you heard from Oakley Collier. So, you know, they've done you know, in my opinion, they've done a good job. You know, it's a plan. It's conceptual, high level. This is what we need, whether they say, well, we got 68,000 square feet. I think there's a lot of details that you really don't start to refine until you really look at a building and start designing floor plans and get into the weeds of the space and the function. It may drop 10,000 square feet. I don't think it's going to go up. My opinion. I think that it's like I told Ann and Tim both. I said, we want a kind of a worst case, without going way overboard, but something we can refine, hopefully a little bit downward, as these projects are taken on and we begin to really, look at building floor plans. This is all, you didn't see any floor plans of the general county buildings. There's not really one. They're basing this just on allocated square foot of each department, each department's needs under one roof. So, yeah. So a lot of money. There's a lot of money. But I think there's, when you look at that, you also, which I'm sure you understand that, there's also a cost savings associated with getting rid of some of these older inventory buildings that are costing us money each year. Getting rid of them. That's surely going to give Joshua back there a lot of relief. Because I'm sure he and his guys are running, like I said, they're here, there, and everywhere trying to deal with ongoing maintenance issues that are primarily a result of the building's age. The building's age is what's really causing us some heartburn right now. That's about it. Any questions? Cool. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Scott.
Okay. Barry,
Sir,
you up?
I don't put everybody to sleep after lunch. All right. Well, what Scott talked about and in his permitting information was, of course, they provide building permitting for the entire county and municipalities as well. My update is going to include what our planning department issues zoning permits in the unincorporated county. That's our zoning map and our future land use map and the comprehensive plan. The planning department has 5 full-time employees. They range in, as far as experience here, from 2 years to almost 23 years. As you see, the number of zoning permits issued, it's stayed pretty constant. Issued 513 total permits. That's every type of permit from a single family dwelling to a fence to an outbuilding to an addition. Like it's been the output for as long as I've been here, 65% of our zoning permits are in the 4 southernmost townships of Brassville, Dutchville, Tally Ho, and Fishing Creek. 65% of our zoning permits are in the 4 southernmost townships of the county. Of the 513 total permits, 257 were single-family residential. 50% of those, so that's 50% of our total number of zoning permits. And about 57% of those single-family dwelling permits were issued in the 4 southernmost. And again, we issued 257 total single-family dwelling permits in 25. 170 of those, or 66%, were site-built dwellings.
Final lots recorded in 25, we saw an uptick, as you can see, in the number of lots, major subdivision lots and minor subdivision lots and family subdivision lots. 450 lots were recorded in 2025. So when you look at this is the number of preliminary lots approved. You remember that 2022 figure, when there were 772 single-family lots, major subdivision lots, approved by the county in 2022. You're starting to see those now get recorded, and you will see in the coming years the permits being issued there. And so that's going to increase the workload, us issuing zoning permits and the building inspectors in the coming years. In 2025, there were, the planning board approved 99 lots. But again, we are starting to see the 772 come online from 2022. We have two folks that primarily work in zoning violations. Well, actually three, I do too. And we had from 24 to 25 an increase of 45%. The number of zoning violations that would turn into us. I wish I could say that we could send letters out and get everything magically done in 2 or 3 weeks. Some of these take several months to rectify. I will say that enforcing zoning regulations, you have to have thick skin and a lot of patience. Yes, sir.
Do we have any type of zoning about a whole lot of cars with no tags on it, all that pool around your front door and a bunch of junk and stuff?
We do, Mr. Chairman. Our zoning ordinance, again, and we're a rural area in many respects. And it does allow for up to 6 unlicensed vehicles. But when folks let us,
you want to live this subdivision?
When folks let us know, we investigate. We've gone on site to see sometime if they move or if they've got license plate, if the person lets us on there. But it's just really truly an issue of trying to count how many unlicensed vehicles or vehicles that are junk. And that's the ones that we don't, with zoning enforcement, we don't have the staff the time to ride around the county looking. And I don't know, sometimes I don't think the citizenry would want us to do that.
The 6, where did that, I'm assuming that came when the code was written.
I've been here almost 23 years, and it was, I would say, sometime in the 90s.
Okay, so what point do you think about updating that, or?
It might be that time, if, I don't know. I would say out of the 48 junk vehicle, zoning reports to us, I would say probably 10 were the number of vehicles, and half of those aren't really. Sometimes they do have license plates on them and are valid. People collect a whole lot of cars. Some folks, I don't know. Just a thought. Yeah, I mean that's a question that I don't have anybody fussing at me saying you need to. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
But we can if y'all want us to. I can tell you. All you gotta say is we'd like to see it and we'll do it. 4?
Okay. I just want to know who this sent to.
I mean, I've seen a number of people in the county, and it clearly looks like farmland, where they just, when they get finished in that car, they just park it. And you can see the history. So, I mean, some of them, some places you see it, some of this stuff's unsightly, but I don't know if we want to start policing something that, yeah.
But if y'all are getting a lot of complaints, just tell me.
Shall not be infringed.
I think I get complaints if it's near a residential neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay, and I get complaints like that, but typically the areas further out in the county, I don't recall a complaint coming like that.
But I know that, I mean,
I'm talking about this is on main thoroughway coming into our county. You got all junk cars and everything around your front door of your house. Now,
I mean, let us know. I don't know if I know where that is, so.
okay, I will.
Okay. We'll investigate it.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Question for you. Of the permits issued for the residential, for the single family home subdivisions, whatever, since I think you've got up there 2000, it's from 2001 to current, right?
Yes, sir.
Of those, how many of those have actually been built?
Well, those are, I would say that we'd have to piggyback on the building permits, but I would say 90%.
Been built?
Yes.
Okay. How many in the last couple of years? Since 23.
As far as the number of
New homes that got permitted and built. We've got a lot, because we got a lot of subdivisions
I would say 257 in 2025, and then I'm sorry I didn't add up
that's okay.
That's 146 and 206 and 228, something like that. 228, 24. Jennifer can tell me if I added that up right or not.
Thank you.
Sure.
We still have a lot to be built, a point.
Yes, we do. And to give you an idea, there are 4 subdivisions now, and they're all in the southeast corner, that are very close to having either being recorded in totality or their first phases. Really, there's 5, and I would say they're probably, of those, you're probably talking about 200 lots.
200 lots so far.
And I'm talking about the, I'm sorry. I'm talking about, the unincorporated county, not all those that are planned in and around Butner and Creedmoor.
Yeah.
And up here in Oxford.
Okay.
Some items we're working on. I will say that y'all will see me quite a bit probably in the next 3-4 months. There are going to be some rezonings come to you, a new cell tower, amendments. But Campo, as you remember, is working on an area study there in the last 3 months or so of that. They have to end it at the end of this FY. And again, it's going to have land use recommendations and transportation recommendations. The planning board is presently reviewing and revising active and passive open space amendment recommendations. Further, the board will be reviewing potential amendments related to data centers and regulation of flags for state statute. The regulation of flags is pretty much the state will not allow us to regulate flags of the United States or any state of the Union or state or countries that the United States recognize unless they pose a traffic danger, as assessed by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. We have a consultant that is working on those. I feel like with about 99% certainty they will be coming to the planning board, talking to them in March. The solar center at the state is expecting to have a new model solar farm later this year. The planning board will be reviewing that model ordinance for potential changes to the county solar farm regulations. I think it's public knowledge. There is a community meeting that a solar developer is having a community meeting up in Oak Hill. I think it's in the next week. So I would anticipate another solar farm application in the next 3 or 4 months. Transportation planning continues with county participation with Campo and Cartar RPO. Scores are forthcoming from the DOT concerning roadway and bike pedestrian priorities identified during the Spot 7 process last fall. As you all know, they're just the limitations of being in Division 5, where we're in the same division with Wake County and Durham County. There's just where they have a lot more congestion. It really on secondary roads through funding through the Spot, it just really affects us. And but those scores will be coming out later this year, and then both Campo and the RPO will be giving their regional points that they have. They can give up to 1,400 points to projects in those areas, and for each category: roadway, bike ped, rail, and a couple of others. I want to also mention that the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, the MTP, I believe has just been adopted by Campo, or will be next week. And but of interest is the unfunded proposed I-85 interchange at Hester Road that's been on our CTP for 20 years. They show it as a funded horizon in 2045. The Campo study that we've got going on right now, the area study, has 2 roads that we'll be putting a microscope on as part of the transportation component, and Brogden Road is one between Creedmoor and Stem, and then NC 56 from Mount Energy to US 1. But they'll have recommendations for other roads in our county and in that area study area. Something that is underway with the DOT with a horizon of about 2030 is that they will be demolishing the I-85 bridge that crosses Falls Lake, and will build a new bridge.
That's going to be
and several stakeholders, including Granville, Durham County, Creedmoor, and Butner, are seeking pedestrian walkways on that new bridge. It could be part of the East Coast Greenway, and then a greenway that's in Durham County, and connect them.
And what year that's supposed to be? I mean,
but the horizon is 2030.
2030.
When they start.
When they start.
Back within that time.
But just to let y'all aware, if you weren't aware, that's proposed and that's being looked at.
I would prefer, Mr. Baker, some additional lanes on I-85.
Yes. Well, they're gonna do that too.
I know they're looking at adding those as well, but.
But the widening is probably in the Campo region, and upgrades of I-85 are probably the funding from SPOT that we will get in the next 10 years.
I was talking to Campo the other day too, Mr. Baker, and I will say that based on the preliminary findings of the study, that I do think that there's going to be some opportunities for some of our roads to be widened, some of our key corridors. At least we'll be in competitive positions based on information that they've reviewed.
It takes a concerted effort, and I think that it is occurring, and from my viewpoint, that it's occurring, and that communication is with DOT and with Campo, and all we can do is keep rattling the cage.
Are they gonna do anything to fix it?
There was a funded project from 540 to 98 to widen it. And then they had the budgetary problems about 5-6 years ago, and it become unfunded. Will they widen 50 all the way to Granville County line? Not in our lifetimes, and maybe our grandchildren's lifetimes, but they may do something from 540 to 98. 50, but Campo just had and has something called the blueprint for safety. And again, the three primary factors in Granville County for fatalities and traffic accidents are speed, not wearing a seatbelt, and driving while impaired. And each community is different, each county is different in why some of these accidents lead to fatalities. That was the three issues that contributed the most to Granville County fatalities. And so some of the recommendations from this study will be DOT, you may need to reduce the speed limit from 55 to 45. I know of a couple of roads that you cross into Franklin, 96 crossing into Franklin County is 45. You come into Granville, it's 55. It makes no sense. Same land use pattern, same curves in the road.
Just different side of the road.
Just different side of the road. 56 needs, in my opinion, needs to be slowed down. That's my opinion. So
that's a wise opinion.
But again, safety is important. Hopefully safety will start translating in some of these scores to get improvements in the future. That's what Campo is trying to facilitate and encourage. But if we can save a life by reducing the speed limit, that's wonderful. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I tried to go through this pretty quickly.
Go say it.
The polka dot bill.
He's 100 years old.
I'm sorry.
You picked the right building, I'll give you that.
Yeah, well, that's our building.
What's that number we saw earlier?
Yeah, 100 years old. Change that.
That might become, be knocked down and become part of the courthouse. Maybe so. We'll see.
It can become anything.
Well, not that building, but the land underneath. Thank y'all very much. Thank you. Thank y'all.
I think I'm gonna start a petition that says, "Say the polka dot building."
Yeah, don't you dare. Yeah, I don't answer petitions anyway.
I'm gonna save it, man. I'm gonna fight you.
You can be the worst enemy we gonna have.
I've seen a bunch of petitions that never got responded to.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. I mean, Barry.
Thanks, Barry.
Jason.
Thank y'all.
You can,
Well,
you got
just
an
to
extra
pass that
copy,
out,
give
we
it
have
to
a little
that
bit of
gentleman in the
news.
back.
So one of the grants we applied for back in 2019 was a generator, a standby generator for our building and animal control. So that animal control built did not have a permanent standby generator. So that is now in place. It is working as of Wednesday. So that's a $300,000 project that no cost to the county. Fortunately, we were able to get it administered through the state, so we didn't have to do anything through local finances. So that's in place. They still got to come back and do some groundwork, grass seed and all that, but it's there, ready to go. So I was hoping to be able to present the recommended budget from the fire commission today. Last meeting, unfortunately, they were not able to get that recommendation done. I was not able to be there, so Ken did to fill me in on a lot of what happened during that meeting. So, but they were told they do have to have a recommended budget to me, approved, adopted by the March 9th meeting. So on the 9th, hopefully we'll have them recommended, that I can turn around and get everything processed, get everything to Jennifer and Korena to have it ready for y'all. So if you look at the first page I just presented to you, this is the budget with no changes. So if we just turn the budget now with all the mandatory changes and the changes that are required by contract, this is what it would be. The workers' comp stipend, they're all based on the amount of volunteers that each department have. And the base funding increase is based on the CPI index, where the current CPI index is the January, which was 1.9%. So that's why you'll see the base funding plus CPI index. That is what their base funding will be this year. It will be updated one more time once we get the February CPI index is released. So enhancement funding, that's a lot of variables in there. We talked about it many times. Biggest is by call volume, and then land mass, how many calls they run a year is how it's determined. I do want to personally thank Stacy and Jenny and her staff, as well as Sandy with GIS. They give me the numbers. I just put it all together, but they're the ones who actually provide all the work to give me the data to be able to get what this enhancement funding would be. Part-time salaries.
Excuse me, Jason, for your clarification, the enhancement funding is very critical. So that includes square footage, that includes road miles, that includes hazards, that includes amount of calls. There's businesses, residents. So that is a separator, if you will, that's based on tax rate proportionality, tax proportionality.
What do you mean by hazard?
You have a certain business in there that creates a hazard.
So that's what the enhancement is, what gives it the equitable funding versus equality across the board. Part-time salaries, that's based off the $18 an hour. And the medical first responder was the one we added on a few years ago. And you'll see that Stovall's is different, but Stovall's is different because they were added on later, and the rest of them will already have some of that money built in their base funding. So that's why you see that a little bit different. But if you just look at it, this is what would be if there's no changes made. So any questions on this one before we go to the next? Yes.
More of a point, the 133,000 in yellow that we would be sort of under budget there, a portion of that will be used to cover the 70% of the new position that the fire tax will carry. So that's part of why that is there.
So that is included in this.
It will ultimately be included in the total budget, but it doesn't have to do with any particular department.
That's funding available to cover the 70%.
So the estimated available, if you look at it on, that's the amount of money that Jennifer told us we had to work within. And so that 133,000 is just what's left over. Now, like Drew was saying, the fire commission administrator is going to take a portion of that.
70%.
Well, 70% of the position, not 70% of the.
Okay.
No. That position is coming up to 130, 133, right?
70% of it will come out of that number right there.
Okay.
So it means we're not having to go into fund balance to pay for that position. It's the money's there.
Oh, okay.
So no questions on that. We're going to go to the next sheet, which is option 1. So right now, there's kind of 2 options what the fire commission is talking about. One of them I have it listed as option 1. Basically, it goes into that state grant match. So if you look back at the first one, it was $40,000 a department. If y'all remember a few meetings back when I come, Creedmoor did not get the $40,000 on the grant match. So the concern with that was, hey, do we need to look forward to, hey, we might need to remove that out of the budget?
And why didn't Creedmoor get the $40,000 match?
The amount of money, they ran out of money, one, but the amount of money that they have come for their budget is paid for by the city of Creedmoor and Gravel County exceeded the amount of money, was over the threshold of what they paid out.
Can you put that in English?
So
they didn't get the grant.
They did not get the grant.
Okay.
They're getting too much money from the county into the city.
So they didn't get the grant, so therefore they didn't get the match.
Correct. Okay. So what one of the fire commission members brought up is to do away with that grant match. So that's why that goes to 0 and then put that $480,000 that would have been in state grant into enhancement funding.
This is on the second page.
Right.
Yeah, this is option 1. So therefore,
And did all the fire departments agree?
so this is what we're talking about the last meeting. They're going to take it back to the fire chiefs meeting to discuss this option and what's going to be option 2. They have a fire chiefs meeting next week. So they'll talk about that and come back to the fire commission.
So if they apply for this grant, they the one got to put up the matching fund for it, right?
Yeah, so if they go with option 1, this money will not be there in state grant. So yes, if they apply for the $40,000 grant and get it, they would just have to pay for it out of their funds. So they could use their base funding, they can use their enhancement funding to make that match. It still would, they still could apply for the 50-50 fire grant. It's not going to stop them from doing it. This funding that the county provides in this option just wouldn't be there anymore. They would have to take it out of their own funding, whether they use enhancement funding or their base funding.
So where's the money that the county been putting there?
So that money is going into in this option into the enhancement funding. So if you look in the enhancement funding on the no changes, it's $850,000 that's in that enhancement funding. So if you look at option 1, which we're showing now, it goes up to $1,320,000, or it's $330,000.
So we're gonna put $40,000 in the enhancement fund.
Well, we're gonna put $480,000 in enhancement on top of the $850,000 that's already there.
This is an option that's being discussed.
This is one of the options.
So not something that we've decided to do or even saying that we want.
Jason, if you could, at some point, I'm noticing that the total available, are you certain that the enhancement was calculated correctly? Because our numbers are really close. In the totals. In the far right, total available.
And I was looking at that too. It doesn't seem to be much difference.
I will calculate it, but it should be.
It's only 2,000 difference in Bradfield.
I'm not so much worried about that. It's like it's only 1 cent off. One's at 352 and one.
No, it's the same.
So no. So if you go to the first sheet with Bradfield, you'll go across their total available with no changes would be $383,000.
Right.
If you go to the one that's option 1, this would change their total available to $443,000.
So
That's increasing more than 40,000.
yeah.
Well, that's, so, so you gotta understand, so I just explained it to you. Enhancement funding.
That's not divvied up
is-
equally. Everybody
That's
gets this
right,
based
it
on
goes
the
through a
criteria
formula,
that they use.
and that's how we came up with the equity within the fire taxes, that you can't divide this money equally, because not all
So it's all
states.
based on the criteria that you use,
That's
based on the cause and what you just went over.
Well,
Okay.
my thing is, what, then they not getting this, okay,
Based on those.
if you apply for a grant,
They can apply for a grant.
I got it.
If you take this out of the grant silo, if the Creedmoor, Brassfield, Providence, whoever wants to apply for a grant, they do that themselves. And then they get the funding to pay for it out of their funding.
but still, we still giving each fire department that $40,000.
No, it goes into enhancement funding.
If you're going into the enhancement part, you still giving them $40,000.
They're getting a portion of it because they're not all going to get the same.
Based on the population, the road miles, the number of hazards, and the number of calls.
But you still giving the $40,000, just like the fire department didn't get it this year. They didn't get that grant money.
So you're right, they didn't get that match this year.
They didn't get the
I think
grant,
if I
so they
could
didn't
try
get
it
the
a
match.
different way, if we put, so each department right now has 40,000 allocated in the budget for grant match, right? 12 departments, that's 480,000 total. If you move that total amount of money over to the enhancement pot, and instead of distributing it equally, you distribute it according to all the enhancement criteria.
Right.
Every department gets a different amount of money. It still adds up to that same $480,000. It's just distributed a little bit.
Not everybody's gonna get an equal amount.
Not everybody gonna get that $40,000.
Right.
Correct.
That's
Some will
right.
get more and some will get
Some
less.
gonna get more, some gonna
But it's
get less.
based on the criteria that
But it's based on that
what he
formula.
just went over.
Leave the $40,000 like it is. Then everybody didn't get it easy. If you go to your, if you get the grant, get the grant.
And then
And then you
correct
add
me if
more.
I'm wrong, if they don't qualify for the grant match through the state, they wouldn't get that money anyway if it's left like an option, like in the very first sheet.
That's right.
Right.
So that's what happened this year.
That's what happened this year.
That's
That money stayed in fund balance.
But this way, they're guaranteed a portion of that 40,000, regardless of whether they apply for a grant or not.
Right.
And it could be, just hypothetically, that next year you could have 3 departments that don't get the match, or the grant. Or if they run out of money, it's just the way it falls.
Right.
So
Right.
they could get a goose egg, and they will still come back and say, we want y'all to still give us our $40,000.
As an aside, I think this year, Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the state funded grant matches up to departments making about $650,000. Creedmoor was at $750. All of our other departments are well under that, so they're not kind of in danger, not immediate danger of exceeding the amount where they would likely still get the 50-50 grant. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Any more questions on option 1?
With
Option 2 is very similar to option 1. The only difference is they want to take the part-time salaries, which is currently reimbursed at maximum $18 an hour, bump that up to $20 an hour, and the remaining funds, out of that, doing away with the state grant match, that would go into enhancement funding. So basically, instead of the $50,400, it would bump the part-time salaries up to $56,000, difference of $5,600, and it would add, $474,000 into enhancement.
So here's this, I want to just give you a caveat to that. Me and Mark discussed this at the meeting. Currently getting $50,400, but we don't have everyone meeting that goal. In other words, we're not spending it, okay? I'm cautious to do that. For me to go, I want to hear what they end up proposing. One is that fire departments can pay. They're an independent function. You know, they just determine how much they want to pay the people that work at their stations. Okay. But by increasing this equally across the board, that means that some people are going to even lose more. If they're not meeting the 50, if they're not spending the 50,400 a year they're spending now, it's going to be more money going back into the pot.
And if they want to pay $22 an hour, they can do so, but then they're gonna take that extra $2 per hour out of their own budget.
They can, I mean, if they want to pay, I
I
welcome
get it.
Ken and Jason, you know, to educate commissioners anyway you would with the right information. But that's where I'm concerned, because that again, that's $6,000 more station, which great if they want to pay people more, great. They can have 50,400 and do that right now. They can pay people more right now through enhancement funding, but you're putting more money in this category. You're putting, it's not that much, but you're putting in 72,000, well, it's quite a bit, $70,000 more in there. But what if they still don't meet the requirements that we placed on putting people in the stations? And then that means
they can't use all of it, no matter what they're paying for.
Exactly. Right. So, I mean, so if they come with that proposal, understand that independent of us, they decide what that salary is. And two is, you do, at least the way I see it, Ken, you're pretty school in this. I mean, I think they run the risk of still not meeting the goals and losing more money.
So we have a handful of departments, notably, the Creedmoor, STEM, Antioch, Grammar Rule, basically, the ones Bradfield come closest to using the allotment. They're very close to using the 50,400, all within maybe 5,000 max. We do have some departments that are still behind. We just had one department, he just required why they didn't turn in a November timesheet. They didn't have anyone working. So no more than like a couple hours, if they won't work doing the timesheet, you reimburse that money. So it still varies across the board on what's done, but we do have some that are like, in my mind, I call it the super departments that are really doing very good getting someone in there 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. But we do still have some that are still struggling to find part-time workers to go in and work.
Quick question, Commissioner May or Griffin or Jason. So this is going to be determined, these options are going to be determined by the fire commission or the fire chiefs.
So, Wayne Champion is the representative for the Fire Chiefs Association.
Okay, so he gets the one vote for the fire chief.
He's going to go back and discuss what was talked about at the last fire commission meeting. They wanted to do that before they voted on it, so they're going to go back and talk to the chiefs at the meeting next week, and then it will come back.
And he will bring that vote back however they determine they want.
Say what they want.
Okay.
And then it will be hopefully voted on that night.
By the fire commission.
Correct.
And then come to you
and then
as a
come to us.
recommendation.
Okay, I got you.
Can I say this? We keep putting money into enhancing everything else, instead of staying like a base budget, like we've been like options at the beginning. What gonna happen to the people in the gray area? They paying taxes just like the rest of us paying taxes. It's not right for I can look at got the same house and look at the same thing. I'm paying insurance bill sky high, and you paying less. It's not right, because I mean, hey, somewhere along the line, we said a fact tax. We're doing a fire tax all over the county. those folks need the same treatment
So what
as
you, so,
I get. Don't say it's your choice.
so what you can do is you can make a proposal and recommendation to this board that you'd like to build some fire stations, and how you'd like to do that is pay through the fire tax, and how you'd like to do that, and then start working on that with the emergency service committee that you're on, and then bring back a recommendation to that board and see where we go with it. Because that's how we're going to get those people the additional coverage. Am I correct?
Yeah, so I've already looked and we talked about it at the next emergency service committee, and we talked about it briefly the last one, to have like a subcommittee started to look at funding substations.
Commissioner J, my understanding when we voted on the fire tax, it was to help the fire stations, the volunteer fire departments throughout the county, to help them with equipment and to bring everything up to date and help them with funding. My understanding, the goal was to build a strong balance fund where we could go back and help each fire department fill in those gray areas that you're talking about where there wasn't coverage, to help them build an auxiliary station near the edge of their territory that would fill those blanks in. And that was, to me, that was what I understood as the overall goal behind the fire tax. So we would eventually, through the volunteer fire departments, cover at least 95% of the county. We were hoping for 100%.
And you're getting some mutual aid right now from some of those
Yeah,
locations.
so we've got part of the western part covered with Bahama. We're still trying to get Wake Forest covered, but it's been a long process, and I really don't know if we've had any movement anywhere.
And Jason, is that, just to add on that, is that what new facility they're building up there on 50, is that gonna possibly give you mutual aid for Creedmoor? They're not coming through there?
So Creedmoor's area, that they don't have any class 10 area in that. It's more towards Brassfield side.
Okay.
You know, we do have some automatic aid agreements coming. I know it's been talked and worked on. Like Youngsville, Northern Wake is going to be able to cover some of it, but we're waiting on Wake Forest to try and do it as a one shot, because it's going to be a lot of work for Sandy, Stacy to do it all instead of piecemealing here or there. It's the key part is waiting on Wake Forest to finally sign the automatic aid. If they do an automatic aid, it would just buy us time on the lower part, but it won't help us in the northern part.
Right. Need to go fire station.
A couple of quick thoughts on these kind of holes or gray areas. I think it's going to take a lot of planning and sort of logistics and analysis. Also going to take a lot of money. One thing that's not listed on here is kind of the fire tax fund balance, which is certainly sufficient at this point to get some things moving, probably not to complete or staff stations. I do think in the long run, right, we start building stations and staffing them potentially with, you know, county employees, because I'm not sure there's any volunteer fire department out there that has enough volunteers to suddenly cover, you know, an additional station. But that may be the point at which, once we've done the planning and know what we're trying to get to, that might be the point where the fire tax might potentially have to go up and make that a reality.
Well, my thought was the same thing, Mr. Goot, Commissioner Goot, when we said the fire tax and get all this and everything. But it seemed like everything we're doing is enhancing the fire departments to most stuff, and not trying to look and say, listen, let's make sure everybody in the county, and then works on that.
So let's go back to what the study showed us. Okay, the study told us that the average age of the fire trucks in the county was 23 years. The average fire truck cost $1 million. How many of our fire stations had $1 million to go to upgrade one truck, and many have multiple trucks. So when this was proposed by Mr. Grayson, the basis of this was to start building a foundation for that would aid our volunteer services. They're what we got. They're our contracted services. They're all we got. And so it's progressed on 6-cent tax. Okay. And so it's reached a point where I think I don't want to say how much we got in the fund balance there, Jennifer, I'm afraid to say, but it's well over, it's million plus, $1.3 million in that fund balance. That, and I know that you start building a fire station, and why would we build a fire station unless we made it a multi-purpose facility that would actually have an EMS with it? So it's not going to come cheap. That's where we'd be funding these from. And then the other portion of that is that when you look at all the equipment they needed, when you look at the cost of their air packs, the cost of the turnout gear, all the different things that they'd gone. Listen, we were paying them $80,000 a year. And it's been a significant increase, but there's a lot of ground to make up from where they were to get to where they need to go. So it's not perfect because it's not perfect for everybody, but we can surely make it perfect with everybody else. You want to see a significant fire tax increase. I don't think the board wants to do that now because I don't think we're at that point where we need to do that now. But I think we should be doing everything we can to help build out and help the current volunteer fire departments to get to where they need to be. And I think we're doing a really good job of that. When you look at, I'm gonna pull this out. And I'll just use the very top one, Antioch Fire Department. When I look at, they were probably getting somewhere between $81,000 and $82,000 a year just 3 years ago. They're now eligible for $251,000. Okay, we can go down to Providence Fire Department. They're getting close to $300,000, $279,000 a year. And so many of these folks have gone out and bought new trucks. And many of these folks are now in the process of paying for these new trucks. And also, to be fair to those folks, many of them really did really well with their money, and they went into their fund balances. And so we're simply supplementing some of the expenditures they made to get them healthy and keep them healthy. So I think if you look, I think it's been 3 full years. I think we've done a considerable job on 6 cent with a $1.3 million fund balance, and many of our fire departments being able to buy new equipment and do new things they're doing. And we're working very best we can to get daytime staffing. And so it's a long ways to go, Mr. J, but I think everything that we proposed and everything that was recommended and everything that's been done today, I think has been, I'm going to say it, I think we've remarkably improved the fire services in this county. And I think Jason brought the stats. We can show that based on some of the response times that have occurred at the fires.
I ain't said we haven't. I know we came a long way,
but we can't build it.
But I didn't say we can't build a fire department. But right now we ain't nobody said anything about the gray areas.
Yeah, we have. We've been talking.
We've been talking about gray areas. And why are we gonna get to the point of saying, listen here, we're gonna do something about the gray area?
Well, pay for
Tim got a gray area down in his area.
I think the gray areas have greatly reduced in size.
What had it?
It's smaller than it was.
What it?
So haven't we with the?
So the big part is the morale part. Didn't help a lot in that area.
Right. So,
and then all those people covered. A lot of it is getting outside departments. A lot of it's distance is what kills you. You know, trying to get an outside county to come in and help you is too far. Morale just happens to be one of the departments that are built right on the county line. So that helps tremendously in that section of Gravel County.
Don't worry about it. I'll be dead and gone before you do it anyway.
You know,
well, you've got an opportunity, Mr. J. You have a vote just like everybody else at this table. If you want to move forward with something, I highly suggest that you do. But I tell you what, I think this board has moved at a pretty good pace to meet a need that was needed a long time ago. And you know what? We were one of the last 3 counties in the state
I
to
didn't
have
say
a
we
fire
didn't.
tax. Okay, so just remember that.
I didn't
You
say we
can't
didn't.
go from a Pinto to a Cadillac.
Yeah, but I can work. I can work around and,
Well,
and
saying it
save
ain't
my
going to do
money
it,
for to get it there.
but saying it's not going to do it. Keep working with us.
One additional thing that the board has done that I think should speed that process up is this fire commission administrator position. One of the problems that we've had, in addition to just starting up this whole fire commission process, is we don't have enough bandwidth to do all of the planning and the analysis necessary to move that forward. We know we need to move it forward, but we haven't had the bandwidth sort of at a staff level to really help with that. So I think this new position should really help move that process forward.
You know, Commissioner Jay and I started the process, I think it was 18. By the time we got the consultants in and the COVID and everything, 19, 20, 21, the limited staff we got, it's got a yeoman's work to go from $82,000 to the average, the lowest one now is, $200K. To me, and the wheels rolling on every station just about with paid folks in the stations, it's night and day difference. And I know there's gray areas, but when you've got, 10 families in 10-mile square area, or you've got, 200 families in a 10-mile square area, obviously the enhancement funding go into the increased population side is where it needs to go. It's can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't be 10 miles away from something and complain about the fact that it takes 10 miles worth of drive time to get to you. So, I mean, it's just, it is what it is. And I'm sorry that there's folks that live really far away from things, or there's bridges that have been, not put back by DOT, so you gotta go the long way around or whatever, but the math is the math.
Just remember, I have something, and I think you shared this earlier, not directly related to that, but for those fire departments that are having difficulty having people during the day, Monday through Friday, is that reason the lack of ability to find anyone for a certain post, or is it no one available to serve that?
I don't know if I can truthfully answer that. I mean, it's probably a mixture of a bunch of things. Some of the departments don't want, at least one of the departments doesn't want anyone outside their department working part-time. So it's kind of hard for them to get some extra people on. Do you have any more?
It's kind of hard to, if you bought $1 million truck, you're just not gonna hire somebody in.
That's right.
So they're having trouble getting people in that they trust operating those trucks.
I mean, that $1 million truck, just for example, Butler just purchased a ladder truck 3 years ago, still ain't here. Creedmoor took y'all, 3 years to get y'all a ladder truck?
We got an engine we ordered 3 years ago, we're hoping to get it this year.
So, you can't just put anybody with a fast speed driver's license in that truck. Because you roll it, that's 3 years to get an over.
I mean, it's a national problem.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And I guess what I was hit with, I guess, after our last action dealing with this, was that money was set aside in that category for that purpose, that those departments who do not use it, that issue came up to be a point of discussion. So I'm glad you're taking this back to the chief, or just go back to the chief to look at, get their input, because I don't know if anyone else had any calls about it. I was really kind of floored because I didn't realize it was an issue. But that was one, because the money was budgeted and they just wanted to, if they didn't use it, I think the issue was not having it go away. But anyway, we'll see where that goes. And I have some more conversations with the person who talked about it, but I'm glad that the chief will get a crack at this.
So Dr. Cozart, I think, so everyone's got their opinion on this board, so I'm just going to share my opinion, who's been working with this since it began, since the fire commission and then the commissioner here. I wish we could give them every dime that they got. But the problem is we have no means. If you look at it, we're taking, go look at your chart here. and I look at the bottom right-hand corner, 133,532, I think it is. That's what's remaining from the $3,529,000, $529,844. So if we did not, if they didn't expend it and we just shifted it over, then we would not have anything in the fire tax fund balance. Because if you recall, when we did the contract is that we did the Fire Chiefs Association and the fire, eventually to get the contract signed, they did not want a capital silo. If you remember, in the development of this, we had a baseline budget and an enhancement enhancement, and we didn't have all these other categories. Those are things that were developed by the fire commission, and so we don't have a means. And so when we wrote the contract, in the contract it says enhancement / capital. So when they get this enhancement funding that you see here, and one of the reasons it's distributed the way it is, because those larger, more frequently used fire departments likely will have the need to utilize more funding that helps them. But we don't have, and from that enhancement, they are also to use that for their capital, because they did not want us telling them when they might need or not need a fire truck or something of that nature. So that's where we came to that, and so that's why I want to be really enlightened, folks. That's only so if they don't spend it, that's why it's moved into the fire tax fund balance. Otherwise, we don't have a means to build a fund balance. And we need that means to build a fund balance so we can meet the needs that Mr. J is talking about. Or you're left as commissioners to make decisions about
raise the fire tax and put that strictly towards.
Yeah, you could raise fire taxes. You could say Ms. Baird, if I'm right, I think fire tax is somewhere around because unincorporated, somewhere around $600,000 a penny, somewhere like that. So if you raise fire tax, so you raise 2 cents, that's $1.2 million. You could do that. You could raise fire tax by 2 cents, and if you did that, you could as commissioners, you could determine that that's going to be your sole capital funding. You could say, you know what, for the next X number of years, we're going to save this to do that. However, is that what you want to do? Because there's a way to get to where you want to go a lot quicker. But the question is that, do you want to do that? And then you ask the citizenry, as you recall, not everybody was happy with the fact that we had a fire tax. Not everyone was happy with the fact that it was at the rate it was. And not everyone was happy with the fact that we didn't leave it revenue neutral. We went at the high end. So because if you remember, we are $1.8 million. And then after the reval, we kept it, and it's at 3.5 now. So
the fire tax.
Exactly. We actually, in reality, bumped the fire tax because of the reval. And so that's and so you want to be careful what you place back on our tax holders. And this didn't get this way in the last 5 years. And so we have to be realistic on what kind of approach to get to where we need to go. And again, I'm very thankful for our volunteer firefighters. I am thankful for what they do. And by the way, a lot of them have put forth a lot of their own money into buying fire trucks. So,
can I ask a quick question about this? And I apologize. The reserve, total reserve coming down this column.
So that the total reserve is just the part-time salaries, the state grant, and medical purpose funds, and those three added up.
Okay. Now, we're not considering anything that those fire departments have worked over the years to build up their balances, whether it's cooking stews, barbecues, people left money to them when they passed on. So those funds are their funds to use as they want to. And we never asked them to allocate or to see, is that in their P&Ls?
Well,
it's their money. I don't care. I'm just asking.
We see it because they have to do the, it's It's not all, it's the financial review.
Okay, but those are their funds, and it rightfully should stay within them to do what they want to with, because
I mean, most of them have plans for it.
right,
I
and
mean,
they earned those before the fire tax ever existed.
They're a private entity.
Right.
So we can request the audit that we do, receipt audit based to be able to make sure that the current funding they're getting is being appropriately, and they submit yearly budgets to make sure that everyone's taking care of what they are and doing the right thing.
And they can use those
But
to
that
help pay for
previous,
that fire
any
truck.
previous fund or their funds, I mean, that's.
Yeah, I get it, and it should be that way.
Some of them have a pretty healthy amount of money in the bank, but they're buying a fire truck.
Yeah, and it should, it's their fund balance, so to speak.
That's right.
And they should be able to do what they want to with it.
And it's good that they're not still paying for 25-year-old trucks like we have
Correct,
some.
correct. Okay, well, I just need to know what that total reserve, and I appreciate it. You answered.
Any more questions?
Thanks, Chase. They said,
Okay. This is gonna be fairly quick. We had expected to have a little more of the preliminary results back than we actually have. But I want to remind you of the process that we approved a pain class study with Piedmont Triangle Council of Governments. And they kicked off that process here at the Expo in September, I believe it was. We had a meeting where we invited all county employees to attend. That meeting was intended to give them an overview of what was happening and what they should expect. We had about, I wouldn't say 100 employees that attended that meeting. So they got a good idea of what we were doing, and then we sent out several things to employees to explain, created a separate webpage that they can go on to kind of see what's going on. And we recorded that meeting so they can watch the recording if they weren't able to attend. So then in October, PTRC sent out position description questionnaires or PDQs to all employees to complete. The employee was to complete it with all of the job duties that they do. It had a lot of variable questions regarding their relationship to supervision, what skills they were required by their job, and what skills they had, what education level they had, what education level was required for the job that they were holding. And the employee completed that and then turned it over to the supervisor. And the supervisor in turn was required to review it and sign off on it and indicated anywhere that they disagreed or that clarification was needed. It was quite a process. And I think we had, so those didn't go out to every single employee. They went out to employees, at least one employee in each class. And I think we had 100% returned in the end. There may have been a couple that they were still trying to track down, but I think almost all of them got returned. So since then, they've been working through the comparisons with the jurisdictions. If you remember when they were here to present to you at your work session, he had a list of the counties and the municipalities in our geographic area that they were going to use as comparisons. So they were waiting on that information to come back, and then to compare what we had with those, review those PDQs. And so they've been putting all of this into what will be their final product. What we do know right now, because he was in touch with me yesterday, which we do know this, even though he said it, we already knew it, the pay plan needs to be updated. That was why we hired them in the first place, right? But what he told us yesterday was our minimum salaries are off by 7% on average. So they looked at 68 core benchmarks and are telling us that they're off by 7% on average. Actual pay is a little better. It said our pay actually is some of our pay closer to market average. But they're reviewing further to consider where more targeted approaches can be looked at. And one of those targeted areas is reviewing implementation strategies that will include a recommendation to how we can appropriately value years of service that employees have. We certainly don't want to bring a new pay grade in and say this is the minimum, and if you're below it, you get raised to the minimum. But if you have been here a while and you're at the minimum and someone who's brand new is at the minimum, that is not equity. And so that's what they're working on now. They're going to bring back some targeted approaches and implementation plans. I mean, I think there will be several different options for you all to choose from in the end as to how we look at implementing this across the organization. I am happy to answer questions. Like I said, there's not a whole lot to report. News we kind of already knew was coming, but that number was important to you. And also knowing that some of our salaries are a little closer to market because of all the work we've been doing. I think we've been telling you that some of the salaries we've been setting are to get us prepared for this pay study so that we would be a step ahead. And that appears to have been working and paying off for us.
Thank you. And it sounds like good news that we're not as far off as we thought we were.
Originally thought maybe 10%, I think was what we were thinking, but I think the bigger challenge is going to come in and making sure we're compensating our tenured employees.
Okay.
So that's where, but yeah, I think originally we thought we might be up like as much as 10%. So 7% wasn't bad, but it's going to be that process of analyzing and figuring how do we appropriately compensate them and yet in a way that the organization can afford to do.
I just want to say I was happy to hear you say that in this process, and before you would write out maybe the major task, and then the supervisor would actually make sure that it represents what they did. Don't know how many points of contention you had when you went through that process, but I do believe when this was done before, there was some talk out in the street that maybe some of those descriptions were maybe balloon
aspirational,
right? And so that led to some kind of problem. So I'm happy to hear that that was a major focus of this. So, good. And I'm hoping that the work that we did with social services and sheriff's department, hopefully that'll put us in a better place overall.
More to come on that.
So just ballpark it, what does 7% look like from across the organization, what math-wise? How much money is that?
Well, before they answer, I would remind you too that I think that part of the feedback that we got means that our ranges on average are 7% off.
Yes.
What she also said was the actual salaries are closer to market.
Okay, but misunderstood that then. Okay.
Yeah.
So we still don't have quite enough information
Yeah,
to
don't
start
have enough.
ballparking.
Yeah, okay. You said it.
You know, I know we've been throwing numbers out that were pretty high, and I don't think those numbers were too far off, but we're hesitant to even guess at this point, but we're holding our breath, and hopefully, I mean, he's working on it, hopefully within the next week, we'll start getting a little more solid information.
So how often is it recommended that we do these studies, pay and classification studies?
That's a great question. I know they used to say between 5 and 7 years,
Okay.
but with the way the market has been and the way the employment environment has been, now I'm hearing 3 to 5.
Okay. Because I came on board in 2020, and I think they were just finishing up.
Mm-hmm.
They were
I think
finishing up the pay classification study then, and this is 26.
Right, the county hadn't done a pay and class in 20 years.
Yeah.
And so the one they did, they actually started in 2019, and then COVID hit, and it did not get finished until after I came to the county, I think in late 2020, and by January of 21, we were ready to implement.
And that was next comment I was gonna make is you do the study, it may take
Club of Rock.
12 to 14 months to implement it, or
You're going to have options. I've seen anywhere where implemented half a year, and then the following year I've seen phases, I've seen percentages. So hopefully that, and this is a new organization I've not worked with before. Hopefully they'll kind of approach it the same way, and we'll be able to give you those options.
As part of the study, you know, pay bands, if they've been boogered with and people have been dancing around in them, does this give us any tools to help marginalize how that's going to impact the final outcome?
I'm not certain. It will help with compression. I mean, if we are recognizing years of service and we analyze an employee's salary and realize they're right where they need to be, and the next employee is not quite where they need to be, and we are adjusting the other employees' pay, that's going to address the compression issues. But it's not gonna address if someone's way beyond where they should be paid, because we wouldn't reduce their pay in any way. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I just know that I'm always concerned when you do pay studies because some people sometimes are brought on at one level and then they get bumped up real quick and then you've got some person's been here a while and they didn't get bumped. And then all of a sudden now you come out with a pay study that says you're supposed to make this and it's way off. Because that's going to occur, trust me. And when it does, I hope there's a means in which you can communicate how we can't fix all that through a pay study.
No, we can't. That's right.
And it has to be articulated to employees that you can't fix that.
You know, the methodology and where they arrive at their recommended salaries would be one conversation. And the other conversation, you're right, if someone was bumped up and they perhaps shouldn't have been, or for whatever reason, that's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you can have one of these things and end with more around problems than you have to fix problems. But anyway, we'll hold it there.
It's all about communication, and we'll have to be very careful about how we roll this out and being sure that our department heads, our supervisors, and the administration ourselves are communicating with employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Uh-huh.
It sort of reminds one of the fire commission and the increased fire funding. It seems there are more dissatisfied people these days, even with a lot more money going into the system than there were before. Sometimes you can't win for losing. So this portion of the conversation is kind of a preliminary conversation about expansion requests. We have a preliminary list. It's not totally complete of what kind of expansionary items we think there may be on the table for next year. We have yet to receive a few, and we have yet to complete all of our departmental budget meetings, so we haven't had a chance to kind of pressure test some of the ideas with departments yet. But I did want to talk in general terms about what we're seeing, and I really want to focus on kind of basically the implications of that last item. We have received or generated over $6 million of expansion requests. That's not uncommon. That's actually low, I think, compared to many years. I have been trying to warm commissioners up pretty much this whole year so far, since we knew we were going to do the pay study, that the main task for us budget-wise, in my opinion, for next year's budget is reacting appropriately to what that pay study says. And I would say that employee pay and a little bit for health plan increase, that's about 40% of that $6+ million. And it may be very close to all we can afford to fund with new revenue if we stick to a no tax increase scenario, which I think is generally what the vibe I've been getting from commissioners. So again, it's great that sales tax has been doing well. It's great that property tax has been doing pretty well. It's great that our fund balance has been doing well. All of those things will make it a little easier on average for us to do what we need to do next year without a tax rate increase. I do, without kind of sharing the nearly complete but still pretty rough list of expansion items with you all, I did want to note a couple of things in there. One of which was, to me, this is a really interesting conversation. The county currently has 3 early voting sites. There has been conversation over the years about the desire for a North Granville early voting site, potentially in Stovall. And to me, an interesting question is, and actually in conversation with commissioners, some other kind of angles have come up, but there are 2 in the south and 1 in Oxford currently. And so if we were to just move one of the southern end early voting sites to Stovall, the cost of this proposal would be much less, maybe in the $14,000-15,000 range. If you are actually adding a fourth site with all of the current assumptions, you would be closer to $90,000. The idea that I've gotten from commissioners that might be worth some conversation with the Board of Elections, there might be a way to have our cake and eat it too. I don't know how they would feel about this, but if early voting periods can be shortened to some degree, we can decrease the cost of each site. We might be able to.
Statutory, I think.
The 2 weeks is required.
That's a state. That's a state.
For any early voting site that you operate.
Those 16 days are required?
Yeah, that's state.
So it may be, the only way to economize might be to kind of take one of the southern sites and move it up north. If we wanted to avoid that $90,000 cost for the bulk of it, we would need to move one of the southern sites.
And Drew, I can tell you, there's a lot of candidates right now that would love to see the early voting shortened.
I'll be one of them.
I hadn't talked to you about it, Rob, but I've talked to several.
I'm not there today, but I'd be glad to see it shortened.
It's just
time to go to see them.
It's too long in the municipal elections because of the low turnout. You have those years, the off years where it's not a presidential election. It's just, in my opinion, it's entirely too long. And I think we should lobby the legislature or the state board election, whoever's in charge of it, we need to lobby them to reduce it across the board for everybody. And I think we'd have a lot of people supporting us. Is this an issue that we could bring forth with the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, or where does it need to start?
Shorten the voting period?
Yeah.
I mean, we could talk to our lobbyists and see where the political issues are around that. My guess is it would be a very difficult thing to get changed.
And my guess is you would have some counties that would be sort of allies in that, but whether it would be enough to kind of make it one of the official advocacy items for the NCACC, that might be, I'm not sure it would get to that level.
So before I would start talking about removing a site, I'd like to know where the sites would be. And I would like to make sure that they're in proportion to the population. I mean, people all are going to have to be driving to these sites and get to these sites. So, I think in the board, you got to make a decision, if you want to make it available. I have no issue with having one up north, but before I decided, I would be asked what my decision would be about removing 2 sites from the southern, and I'd like to, how's that going to impact the voters?
Maybe we should wait and look at this when the early voting results come in. After the election, after the primary, and after the fall election, look at how many people voted early at which location.
What are we talking about in cost savings, and what are we talking about additional costs? The two. What are the two?
He just said 90,000 to have a new site.
Okay.
14 to 15 if you move one to the northern. So call it 15 versus 90. Now another thought, and again, we don't need to get in the weeds, I guess, as deep as you want to go. You could also take some of those funds and have people brought in to the site from the northern part of the county. I'm just throwing out. I mean, exactly a card. So you bring them in and you bring them to the poll. Stop.
No.
Stop.
You set up a site and people get there.
Stop.
That's the way voting's always been.
Anyway,
You're right.
You're right.
It ain't no carpooling nobody to no
drinks on the
site.
bus?
Stop. Never mind. Forget it.
I didn't want to. I didn't expect us to answer this question today.
Thank you.
I just wanted to raise it as an interesting one that I know has generated a fair bit of conversation over the years. But it's still out there percolating.
I can just say one thing. If you're going to
go down that route, I think it would probably be good to have a meeting with the Board of Elections, because they have a very difficult time getting staff to work with.
Yeah.
What they have.
Yeah, I agree.
Which could be actually an issue for, it would certainly be one for a fourth early voting site, but it might even be an issue for relocation.
Yeah, I mean.
So, there are a small number of expansion items that will cost us nothing. I see Stacy Hicks is in the room. There are some upgrades to our backup PSAT, 911 center that will be 100% funded with 911 fund revenues. And in general, she has been doing a really good job accessing much more of those 911 funds to fund upgrades in our offices than we have seen before. So I appreciate that, right? It's rare that you can get something for nothing, but that's about what is happening there. Another important item, we had been hoping for a while maybe to get some charitable donations to help redo the Gap playground. And I think that'll probably be a fairly high priority in next year's budget to go ahead and do that. We didn't get that donation that we thought might help defray that cost. But that is also something that it's one of the projects that some of the recouped municipal and mini grant funds can help support too. So, you know, we took some of that back and we can apply it elsewhere in our budget. Let's see, what else? From the sheriff's office, I think they all did come in a little late. That's what, when things were locked, they were locked because it was beyond the due date and we need things to stop moving. But they're in there now. We did kind of want to know what they were asking for, and the sheriff alluded to some of these things in his presentation today, but they're about $750,000 worth of new positions, uniforms, gear, canine operations, and travel out of county were some of the items listed in their request. I see Jenny Short in the back. I think that this might be a year to take a careful look at that assistant tax administrator position that she has been requesting is forever. I will continue to have kind of offline conversations with commissioners about that, but I think perhaps the time has come for that position. Granville County Schools, you heard a little bit the other day about their request for next year. I want to just put kind of a bug in your ear. When the student population drops, and it's important to remember, even as you're thinking about that 460 number, that actually our per pupil allocations go to charter school students as well. I think if you take that total school age population together, the drop was more like high 200s. So it's not quite as dramatic as it seemed like, because the charters did pick up a small portion of the sort of the kids or the numbers that left Granville County Public Schools. But even so, they're all included, there is a drop of several hundred students in enrollment in the traditional public and the public charters. What that does, and I've been religious about showing you the per pupil local allocation, because I think that's important. A drop in enrollment will drive that number up, right? And then if you add funding to the base funding, and they have requested, I think it adds up to maybe not quite $1 million, but pretty close, the items that they've added, that will further drive the per pupil allocation up. I'm not currently making a judgment on whether I think that's warranted or not, but I think all of the things that are happening are driving that per pupil allocation up. I want to say that the the superintendent, he and I have had a number of conversations about where are the operational savings from consolidation going. Some of that is being plowed back into, maybe in 1 year they used fund balance to kind of keep teacher supplements propped up, but they're kind of making sure they have revenue to continue that. But I think it is, they have given a number in the neighborhood, I think, of $3 million a year of operational savings that kind of go back into can be reallocated amongst their different schools and functions. So, we'll have to see kind of what commissioners want to do with regard to school funding. But on a per pupil basis, even flat funding would be an increase. If that makes sense. Mm-hmm. On a per pupil basis, even flat funding would be an increase because we're dealing with fewer students.
So, Drew,
yeah.
Fewer students means that the ADM money is going to drop, right?
The state money drops.
Right, the state money drops.
And the federal money drops.
Right. Yeah. And then.
But the local money, if it stays flat, it means more local money per student.
Got it. Makes a difference.
It might make the difference up. I mean, we're typically about 20 to 25% of the school's budget. 90%, maybe 85, 90% is state, and a smaller chunk is federal. So. We haven't gotten detailed requests from Vance Granville yet. They often will have smaller requests on the operational side. As you recall, we have kind of on the capital side, we've baked in a $400,000 a year allocation to meet our part of their capital needs. So I would expect kind of any expansionary item there to be fairly minimal. Same thing for Granville Vance Public Health. We've had a few small
Franklin County.
From Vance Granville or the Public Health. Okay, actually it's listed in 2 spots. And yeah, so we did get an increased request from, like an inflationary increase from Granville Vance Public Health, a small one, $25,000, and then a one-time chunk of $275,000 for a specialized environmental health and communicable disease effort. I wasn't totally clear how that was one time and not recurring, but again, I haven't had a chance to review it carefully.
Well, last year they had the $25,000 as a one time, but this year they lumped it in like that's recurring. Mm. So I was trying to separate it out and have it make sense.
Okay.
So the 275, I'm wondering if next year it'll be included in recurring. Your sheet absolutely said it was one time.
We need to take a deeper look at that, but we haven't met with them and discussed. So that's kind of an overview of expansion requests for next year. Again, I expect the most important items that we should fund and will have the money to fund will have to do with staff compensation. That'll be I think the vast majority of it. I'm happy to answer any questions, but obviously there's a lot of detail and further information to come. I had hoped that at least this overview, the overviews that you've gotten today, would inform commissioner comments, and these comments that you'll give, I hope can be focused on budget priorities, and I hope that you feel they've been informed by presentations you've received on Monday and today. We look forward to receiving those, and then at the end of the day, I have a few additional updates. So that's all for this stage, and I think we can move right into commissioner comments.
Okay. Commissioner Karen.
All right. You ready for me to set the bar?
Yeah.
All right. I turned on my microphone. There's the bar.
Don't say that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The benchmark. How about that as opposed to that? So I want to pool. I don't know if you've ever seen the famous Homer Simpson, I want to pool dad, I want to pool dad, I want to pool dad, I want to pool. So anyways, the first thing I'd like to say is it's been a good retreat, I think. This format worked well. I'm glad that the board makeup is, how to say this, a little long in the tooth and have the availability to be here. I know it's interesting to see some other counties with folks that have like actual jobs that can't get away from work to come to these kind of daytime things. It's kind of disappointing from an elected official's perspective that either only independently wealthy people or old people can work in this role. Because if you have a job, I just don't see it happening with the amount of, and y'all know I'm preaching to the choir, just kind of a statement to get it out there in the public. And we get chastised all the time, but I don't see a lot of people giving up their their time and their efforts to come to these kind of things. But I digress. So a little bit of bad news on the Holly recreation site. The family that I had approached about some additional space has just hobbled that farm back together. And I say that through inheritance. The farm had been split because of divorce, and the two siblings have now been able to restructure that and get it all back together under one. And since it just happened within the last year, the ink's not even dry on a portion of it, and they would like to have an opportunity to enjoy that farm as is and not slough up any parts of it. One of the principals in that has teenage children, and I said that we've got additional phases down the road, and we can talk to your teenage children in 15 or 20 years and see if they want to move on it. But just to let you know, I had my hopes up. I know I might have gotten other people's hopes up on that additional property, but it's not doesn't end anything. We're still moving forward, and I think the site for the Holly recreational piece is going to be something to behold for sure once we get to it. I think the news we received today from our space needs analysis, and we were kind of talking on this side, and I'm glad to see that is the primary focus right now as far as consolidation. You know, serving only unincorporated folks, the problem comes in if you want to get a building permit to build a house. I think it's 3 stops, maybe 4, depending. And they're not close together, finding out where you got to go. And even the fact that you don't get to have like inter-office mail, where a piece of paper has to physically go from the health department to planning and zoning and back and forth and that kind of thing. I think from a citizenry perspective, it would be nice if you could go to one location to take care of all your county business as opposed to having to bounce around. Interesting to see that some of our buildings are 180 on one, 100 on another. Even the lease spaces we've got, some of the younger ones are 40-ish in years. So we really know how to get our squeeze every dime out of our facilities, which is good. But all in all, I'm going to stop. I think we've made really good progress on things. The one thing that I think, this is the second year we're going into a no tax increase. I think we got a little behind the 8 ball last time we strived to have, was it 5 years in a row?
Close like 7.
So life is an inclined plane, a little bit uphill, kind of like taxes. You can go slow and steady, or you can hit that wall and go up and then go again. So I think that though it's looks good to say no tax increase, no tax increase, no tax increase, every time you put it off, it's just that much more you're going to have to get over. And I think we saw that with the reval, the perfect storm, with the changing market, and it just, I think, caught us a little off. And I just want to caution that this is my last retreat as a commissioner. I'll be here in other capacities, hopefully for the next 4 or 5 years. But that was the one thing I want to caution as we move forward this budget year. Not advocating for a tax increase. However, we've already heard there's a lot of needs already. There's wants, but we've got some serious needs. And if we, again, don't take it as it comes a little at a time, you're going to have a faster cliff, so to speak. So thank you very much. I appreciate each and every one of you. Oh, Jimmy, you're next.
Yes. And Tim had on a lot of good points. And, you know, one of the points is we went for 7 years without tax increase. And I'm not advocating one now, even though this is my last year here. If y'all increase them next year, I'm gonna be here talking down to you now. Taking you to task on it, but as a citizen. But I do understand the need for tax increases. I do understand the need for incremental. You just can't go 7 years without one and then have a reevaluation and increase, what was it, 6 cents at the same time. If we had been increasing a penny a year or a penny every other year all along, it wouldn't have hit nearly as hard. It would have been much, much better. But that's hindsight. And, Tim hit on the space needs assessment, and I was shocked to see how old our buildings are that we have. As all of you know, because I've bet your ear on it, kind of my vision was to have on this site a one-stop shop, three-story building if you needed it, with room to expand on, plenty of parking, room to expand, where you had all as many county services you could possibly have on this one site. Well, we don't really have the infrastructure here in water and sewer to have that kind of building. So I'm glad they brought up alternate sites, and we've got several to look at. And this is a project that's not going to happen while I'm here, but I'm certainly excited about it and excited to see it get started. And I hope you guys will continue forward with it and move on and make it convenient for our citizens and give them easy access. And look, guys, it's been a long day. We've had a lot of information here. And I want to say thank you to all the presenters that's been here today, everybody that's spoken. Thank you to my colleagues here. Thank you to the ones in the audience that stuck by us all day. Thank you to our attorney. And I want to give a special thank you, a big thank you to our internal auditor, Monique Higgy. She does a fantastic job, and she's somebody that in the beginning, she faced a lot of pushback, but we've got every department on board cooperating with her except for one. And she's not afraid to stand up and speak the truth and call you out. And she did today, and I appreciate what she did. I appreciate her courage, and I appreciate her candor. And thank you so much, Monique. And with that, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Rob. All right, I've got just a few things. I want to first thank the staff, Jessica, Audrey, for both days, lunch, putting everything together. It takes a lot of work. We thank both y'all. Is Audrey still here?
She's not, but I will pass along.
Please let her know. All the department heads for taking time out of their schedule to be here. Their presentations to the municipalities for their presentations Monday evening. Drew, Korena, everyone, thank you, appreciate it. It has been productive, I think. I think Commissioner Karen is exactly right on several things. He always is. It's tough if you're working a job, and I commend Commissioner Cozart and Commissioner Jay for the number of years they've served and had to work at the same time. I don't know how they did it. I really don't. Also, I think they both hit the nail on the head, and I've said this to my predecessor, David Smith. you can't go 7 years and not raise taxes. And I was in business and we had to raise a little bit all along. And I think at some point, we're gonna have to look at that. Now, this year, I'd like to see us hold our tax to zero. But I think in order to continue to do what we're doing, we're gonna have to look at a penny or two every couple of years. The other thing is, in order to grow, you've either got to cut expenses or increase revenues. Now, where I'm going with this is economic development is the way you increase revenues. That and ad valorem taxes, which is raising taxes, or sales tax. We have an opportunity in front of us, and I'm going to briefly just say about it, and this will come up later, but we have an opportunity. We have received $1.1 million for the extension of the water line to the airport. 500 of that came from the state. A couple of years back, we've used 65 to 75 of that for the engineering part. There's approximately 430 left, and we just received 600,000 from Golden Leaf Foundation, along with some more for the Graham Vance Training Center. That's a $1.1 million, and it leaves us about 350,000 or so short. I hate to use that word, short, last year. So what I'd like, we need to consider, now Charlotte and her team have done a phenomenal job in everything, but this sends a message, and I don't know if she's behind me anymore or not, but this sends a message that this is economic development. We have a good, strong fund balance. This is a one-time expense. This is not reoccurring. This is not something we'll be looking at next year. We won't build hangars. This is strictly to get us across the finish line for the water line, which could also lead to further development later, because there's plenty of land back over there. But having said all that, I think when we come together for our work session, that needs to be a very high priority. There's a time constraint that falls under that. Part of that is the $500,000 that will have to go back by July the 1st, and the other part is the Golden Leaf wants to know that we've got skin in the game, and we had told them we would have skin in the game, so it's going to send a message to them as well if we say we're not, and those monies will have to go be returned. So I'd like to see us all give that strong consideration in the next 30 days, okay? I think we need to stay focused. County manager, I'm going to look at you for this. We need to get that Hawley project to the southern end of the county. That needs to be our focus. We need to, the space needs, I thought that went well. That's next in line, and then the courthouse. I think those are the three items that you brought up earlier as far as the focus. Certainly the Hawley School project needs to be number one, and then we follow in line. That's all I have, and I do appreciate everybody here. I appreciate my fellow commissioners. I'm gonna miss both Tim and Jimmy, but and hopefully I'll be here next year. I'm one of those that has that 16 days of early polling, but that's all I have. Thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you.
That's good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say I appreciate Drew, Korena, all the staff, finance. I appreciate the deputy secretary who's filling in, doing a wonderful job. Audrey, everybody for taking care of me and taking care of the rest of us. I appreciate all the department heads that have really put a lot of time into this. You know, we're really a lucky county. If you don't know it, when you look at all the dedicated employees that we have and all the hard work they do to make our lives in this county more productive, and as I've seen today throughout all the things, a wonderful place to live, work, and be at is in our county, which I've always known that, but never in this role, in this position. Listen to everything that's been said over the past couple of days that we had these retreats. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of research to do and a lot of studying. I look forward to seeing these budgets come through. I know it's a tough time, but even in our own lives, at home with our personal budgets, we're asked to tighten up. because the monies are not there. And the monies, unfortunately, we don't have a tree in the backyard where we can go and pull funds off of, that a lot of people think that there is, because they think government entities have money. And they don't realize that there's no government entity that has money. It's the money of the people. And we're elected to be good stewards of that money. Sometimes it makes some people upset that we have to make the decisions we do, but at the same time, we have to make them. It's like being a parent. Sometimes you have to do things you're not necessarily happy with, but you have to do those things in order for the best of everybody. I look forward to us continuing in this budget session and doing the right thing for the people of our county. I'm going to miss Tim and Jimmy. Jimmy Gooch is one of the first people that spoke to me when I tried to start this job. And he has been a real mentor to me. And I appreciate him, and I'm going to miss him. And I'm going to miss his friendship because I won't see him as often. But I really do, and I thank you. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the kind words, Mark. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Kozak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just say to everybody, I appreciate this time that we have each year to listen to one another and
Microphone. Microphone.
to share and hear from my department heads. I'd just like to make a couple of general comments. And I watched this process evolve over a number of years. And one of the things that I want to just caution everybody about, we operate with a county manager form of government. And one of the things when it comes down to the budget that I think is very important is that a manager feel free to come back with a recommended budget that he feels or she reflects the needs of the county now and consider things to come. And I've been a part of this in so many years when we would say to the county manager, a directive on the tax increase. And what we did, we boxed our manager in to a degree because there never was enough increase in the tax revenue to cover all the needs. So we basically boxed the manager in. And I think that can be a problem when you go year after year after year doing that. And as some of my colleagues have said, government is like everything else, it costs money to run it. It costs money. We're talking about pay and classification study, facility needs, all that stuff. That stuff doesn't come cheap. So I want to just share that. And while everything I'm going to say to the manager between now and the time he comes back with his budget will probably be about things to put in the budget. That probably will be. And I want to say how impressed I am with what our schools did this past year. To have $4 million put in to fund balance, to budget $4 million out of fund balance to be used to make that year work, and only use $1 million of that. Have improved behavior and discipline scores of things in the school, and increased test scores. As a part of all, and doing all of that, made the necessary cuts, made the hard decisions. I'm gonna say, it's something that I think is very commendable. And I want to congratulate our school leaders for doing that. I don't have anything else I want to say about the budget itself, but I do want to thank all of you for our ability to feel free to say what we want to say to each other, to express ourselves. And I think that's very important. The Americana site has been on my mind quite a bit since it was discontinued for use. And I haven't seen anything in writing. I want to see what is on there. That property at that school, if I'm not mistaken, going back towards City Hall, all that property out there in that quote field is a part of that property, I believe. So I want to look at that. We're talking about some pretty serious big figures on things that we need to do from a facility standpoint. And none of that is going to be cheap. And the courthouse thing is is one that we've talked about, and we know we need to do something with that. But anyway, we'll work together through it all. And I'm confident that with all of our efforts, great staff we have, we'll get there, continue to work together, and just, respect and support each other. We'll get there. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner May.
Hey, Mr. J.
The bar I set, I didn't get.
No, you don't need that. Thank you. I thank staff always for being present and providing input, and actually at times pushing back. That's important for commissioners. I welcome you to do it more often. It's okay that we, when you get up there and we ask you questions that, it's your opportunity, from my perspective as elected official, to say, no, I don't agree with that. It's okay. Maybe we want to make the right decisions. I know the county manager and Korena, county manager, Drew, and Jennifer, Jessica, thank you for what you've done this week, and Andre, and all the department heads and employees here today. Thank you so much. You make it work. I'd like to recognize Commissioner Way and Commissioner Krasinski from Creedmoor, who spent the whole day here today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening in. I hope from this you've gained a better perspective about how the county operates and some things we need to do, and some things we are doing well. I really love this county, and I wasn't from here. And you don't have to be. And it's been my home for nearly 15 years now. It's the first place I've settled and stayed more than 5 or 6 years in my entire life. Military brat, soldier, federal law enforcement officer. I've been everywhere, man. And it's our home. It's me and my wife's home. My children, they decided they wanted other homes elsewhere, and we came here because they were close by. But we came here because my last duty assignment was Philadelphia, and that just didn't work for me. And so I love Granville County. I love the employees here. I love what they do. And I think we all strive as board members to do what's right. So despite what you see on social media, I'm not seeing a lot of that activity going on here or anywhere else. So it's all good. County manager, I hope this year you'll stay focused on the budget. We have talked a lot about needs, wants, what not to do, what should we do, but we have a clear path of projects that I think that we need to be focused on. I think we can accomplish them. I think we can accomplish them timely. I think commissioners, including myself, most of all, need to understand the bandwidth, and can't complain about bandwidth when people are complaining that there's not enough resources to fill that bandwidth. So we have to be understandable. I'm talking about myself especially. Public safety is important, and I will closely review the needs, and hopefully some things we may be able to do and some things we may not be able to do. Education, as a child of a public education, I think it's critical that we meet the schools of a school system that has challenges. And I think we all know that. I think we'll all put the right thought process into it. And the county manager has always been really consistent, because I think he also has a vested interest, and our county does, in education. Economic development, I really hope that we will really look at that hard this year. It is not a second-tier operation and doesn't need to be treated as one.
Economic development is the process by which the
Sorry.
economic.
That's okay. So I don't think it needs to be looked at that anymore. I think we've got to really pick our game up there, because we keep complaining about not having the revenue that we need, and you cannot attain the revenue without economic development. We cannot continue to live off valorum tax. And so if we expect the parallel growth that's needed and exceeded, we're going to have to give Carla's office the support that she needs. And we're going to have to think about how we do business differently. I don't know how we do that, but county manager, I know it's a challenge, but it's at least something I'm putting out there. Ultimately, and I'm proud of what we've done with our volunteer fire departments and our contract services that we have with them and the fire service. We have made tremendous headways, and it's not just me; it's all of us. But have we hit every mark we wish to achieve? No, but we have made significant gains, and I think the county's better for it. We're going to face challenges in transportation. We are really doing a lot more in that area than I've seen us do here since I've been a commissioner. Mr. Baker, thank you for your efforts on the RPO. Thank you, efforts for Campo. I think those will reap huge benefits for us for the future that we likely may never see, but I actually believe that the study is going to prove us and validate things that we already know, and I think it will improve our county, including some hard work that probably will come by your office in the future on how we might be better planning our county, our neighborhoods, and our communities to ensure that we grow in a manner that is managed and efficiently for those areas and not overburden the infrastructure. So with that said, county manager, budget, employees, and projects. And those I think is what I heard this week as clear priorities. And I think we ought to come together that on the board and not drive, send our staff out all different directions, and I could be the world's worst. So I take full responsibility for that. Finally, I want to make this comment. Our hospital. I was not an advocate of our hospital when I became a commissioner. Not. And in fact, I could have figured out a way we could have potentially made a profit and sold the hospital. If I had the mental capacity to be able to think through something like that, I'm just being honest with you. Probably would have thought through that. Fact of the matter is, statistically, it's one of our major employers of the county. It's providing services throughout the county now at what it had not done for many years. It is truly a vital resource of our county. And so the other thing about that too that's lost is our EMS service. I talk to people often and they think, well, that's just paid for by the county. It's not. The hospital defers a significant amount of that cost that if they weren't doing, we would be paying out of our tax dollars. And so when I look at the hospital and I look at things like that we do in Graham are unique. So that's the other thing I'm concerned about with some of the changing processes that's going on is that. So as commissioners, I think we really need to be really wise at how we advocate going forward, especially at the state level. We need to be working with our county manager, our county attorney, and those that lobby on our behalf to make sure that the matters, things that are impacting us, that's going to ultimately impact our bottom line budget, we need to make sure we have advocacy at the right places. And that is an area that I hope that we'll work with them on too. So with that, sorry for being so lengthy, but I thought it was a very good and very informed meeting. And thank you for the opportunity to be here. And it's a privilege to serve.
Oh, okay. First, just like to say, this has been a great uh, 2 days. Might well say 2 days. We was here more than 5 hours. 2 days of good information. And to the staff, y'all have done a phenomenal job. And to the ones that have came and been with us both of these days. Thanks for coming out and listen to us and listen to our staff present their budgets, their problems to us, and to the commissioners. Thanks for sitting around and listening to them. County manager, we thank you for you and your staff and everything and the administrator to organize this so we have 2 great days. Jessica, thank you for stepping in. Appreciate you. And Audrey, for y'all for the food been delicious this week. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And most time I don't eat wrap food, but today it was good. but we heard our first day session come in from our municipalities, and all of us was telling about the growth we have in here, and they are having. And if they are having it, the county is having it too. So all of us it's on that same pathway of growth in the county. And all of us got to figure out the needs and which way we need to go and to go forward. This year budget, the school board came in and told us and gave us good figures and gave us that information along with the sheriff today and uh, Scott told about development, and we got as the old saying said, we got a rough road ahead of us. Try to figure out the needs and how to do the best that I can out of our budget this year, and that's our decision. And Tim, I enjoy work. Tim is my buddy. We used to go to Washington every year. And this time we generally be going to Washington, won't we, Tim? This weekend we generally be going to Washington, and we have had great time together. And I appreciate our time together. We spent together talking. May not grieved with each other, but we grieved at the end.
Amen.
And I appreciate all the many years that you have served here on this board. And I don't take it lightly. And Ms. Gooch, that's my buddy. I never thought a person would come on board that Egg or Smoke. I thought Egg or Smoke was the main when you can listen to it. But Mr. Gooch, I don't know, there's something about him every time since he's been on the board. Either we just click every time he see it. And I appreciate your service all these many years with us on this board.
Thank you. I appreciate your kind words. Thank you so much.
And
let's not let them off the hook too soon.
Oh, we ain't gonna let them off the hook. We ain't gonna let neither one of them off the hook yet. But anyway, I would just like to say I saw the sign up that told scooters up for sale again. I would like to kind of manage the program and see how much and see what they get for recreation and stuff. They got a full ball field there, a basketball court outside, a gym and a cafeteria that people we could use and stuff like that. Just to look into it. I would like to see, I would like our county manager to look into it. That's me. And furthermore, I just like to say again, staff, Jennifer and Korena, y'all have done a wonderful job standing by us all these 2 days. We thank you. I know your department is missing y'all, but listen, thank you for being here with us, and we appreciate you. Okay, thank you, and the rest of the staff, we appreciate you. Us commissioners love y'all. Thank y'all for everything you do. That said, county manager, you have anything?
Okay.
But I will try to make it brief and get us out of here on time. I'm actually going to start with the last thing you said, which is Korena's department might be missing her. I actually think she's missing her department. They're all gone, at least temporarily, but hopefully Terry will be back before too long. And actually one of the, so the first thing I'm going to do is just kind of run through a couple of key updates in the monthly managers update. Part of what this meeting is doing is replacing, in some respects, our monthly work session. And so in your binders today, you do have a manager's monthly update for February. Some of it is repeat news, so I won't dwell too long on that. The first item on there, and I think some of this is also 2 years from now. We want to look back at a February, board update. It may be important to sort of remind ourselves about some of these things. For example, 1.35 million in grants from the Golden Leaf Foundation. That's a big deal for us. That's a lot of, that's $2.50 on the tax rate that we won't have to come up with to make some of those projects run the way we want. And appreciate Charlotte and the Van Scramble staff and others who have helped make those grant proposals good enough to be awarded six-figure funding. Scott mentioned all of the design proposals that we got for Holly. That is both a lot to just kind of deal with in the short term, but it's exciting to see that amount of interest from firms in helping us with this project. Even more exciting to feel like the project is kind of on the cusp of really getting moving. We had one of our quickest, kind of strangest, but still satisfying board meetings last week, Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday, when we had that very brief audit presentation. But I want to remind everybody that that was a clean audit, no significant findings, and I really want to commend Jennifer and her staff for working carefully with, what are their names? Thompson Price, Scott Adams, our external auditors. I also saw recently, I think some of you have been keeping an eye on social media conversations about the proposed quarter-cent sales tax and so forth. I've seen several comments saying, the county should get an independent third-party audit. We do. we do. And we spend a lot of time and effort doing that. And so I hope all of us can kind of help carry that message back out to the public that we do that every year. They're all posted online and they're welcome to go look at them. And also welcome to come ask us questions if they have them about the audits. But good audit and congrats to the finance staff in particular. I started with Korena, but I actually also really want to thank Jessica and Audrey and Jennifer, all the other presenters today. We both really put a lot of work into this to make this a meaningful event. I also thank the folks who came on Monday evening, including Kevin, Leonard, and Amy Bateson from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. I'll reiterate what I said that night about them, which is I think they're really earning their keep now. There are a lot of challenges that county government is facing, financial and otherwise, and they are helping not just Granville County, but all 100 counties kind of fight the good fight. We have had a couple of high-profile departures. Our facility maintenance director, Gary Bowen, has retired. But we have a great new director. I've actually gone ahead and appointed Josh Roberson, facility maintenance director. I think you all share my opinion that he's been doing a fabulous job, really hitting the ball out of the park. And I think, it's inevitable that a new director will see a number of things differently than a previous director, but I'll just say I really appreciate what he sees and what she's been able to do even in his short time in the driver's seat. Also, as all of you know, our clerk to the board, Karen Evans, resigned recently. I have just this week actually backdated it to Karen's sort of departure, but upgraded Jessica to interim clerk to the board. We will be posting that job, but she will absolutely be welcomed to submit an application. And in the meantime, she has been pulling a lot of weight in our office. And we do have a retired clerk from Durham County, Michelle Parker Evans. I hope you all get a chance to say hello to her. She'll be in a couple days a week and working remotely another day or two a week, helping Jessica out, making sure that we kind of all stay afloat for the next couple of months. But really appreciate Jessica stepping up on short notice and with a lot of new things to learn in a very short amount of time. One of the vacancies in kind of Korena's bailiwick, the management analyst position, we have had a candidate verbally accept the job. I'm sort of fully signed on the dotted line yet, but that's been a high priority for us to fill that position. As you know, each of you has kind of different projects, requests, interests that you want the county to work on. You're looking at all of the people who might even theoretically be available to do that work. And a lot of these things take quite a lot of time to really work through. Our new fleet operation, it takes a lot of time to pay attention to that, pay attention to insurance claims, new purchases, selling old vehicles, checking on mileage and speeding reports and all of these things. It definitely takes work. So we'll be glad to get that position filled. Also want to let you know, Josh Roberson may have mentioned this, but we did just sign off on a $27,000+ purchase of desks and chairs and tables for the courthouse. Consider that sort of a down payment and part of the additional investment that you all approved mid-year in the courthouse. So I know that will be welcomed by them. I think we've all been sitting around the table long enough today, so I'm really going to shorten this last set of comments I have. But really, it's kind of amusing about where we are as a county and all of these capital projects and the pay study that we have kind of knocking at our door. And I want to just start us off with a little thought exercise. I would like each of you to think of a tool that you are familiar with, some kind of tool, right? Could be a tractor or a car or a table saw or a weed eater, even a pair of boots, a good pair of boots that you really like, that could be a tool. For me, it would be a chainsaw. And I would like you to think about the kinds of things you would be thinking about if you were thinking about buying a new one of these machines. What kinds of things would you be thinking about in your mind? Right? You might be thinking about size and power, right? There's the biggest machine out there that you could get, right? It could do that biggest job if it comes along, right? You can do that job. And but it's also going to be pretty expensive. That gigantic machine. It's going to be really expensive, and it's going to take a lot to maintain that big machine. And it might be too large and unwieldy for a lot of the tasks that you actually have to do. It might be too big for some of the things that you need to do. When it comes to chainsaws, I don't want the smallest tool out there, because I have a kind of a wide range of work that I need to do. And, there might be something cool about a big chainsaw with a 50-inch bar, but that would be massively oversized for 95% of the work that I need to do, and I can't carry it around all day long. I just can't. I'm not strong enough to work with that thing all day long, right? So maybe that wouldn't be the best choice for me. But you might think about cost. I think most people in this room have enough experience with the kinds of tools that they work with to know that you get what you pay for with tools, right? You buy the cheapest tool out there, and you will have gone through 3 or 4 of them and spent a lot of time with no working machine by the time you get to sort of the end of the natural life of a really good machine, right? You could have bought one and had a lot less downtime, and maybe you would have only had to pay twice what the cheap machine cost, right? But otherwise you go through 4 of the cheaper machines, and generally wouldn't get the same quality of work out of those machines either. So I bought a new chainsaw about a year ago, and it was probably twice as expensive as the kind of cheaper homeowner model that I could have bought, but it has a lot more power. It's a lot more durable. It cranks up every time I pull on the cord, and that's really what I want out of a machine. I want it to be reliable, and I hope it'll last me until I'm completely done chainsawing. You might think about durability and reliability, right? And I was kind of getting to that with my last comment. Tool is great until it stops working in the middle of an important job, some important task, right? You have to wait for a long time to get it fixed or to get a replacement. And in the meantime, your important task is not getting done, nor any of the other tasks that you had for that machine getting done. And because you had an unreliable tool that pooped out in the middle of your job. So why am I asking you to think about this? I think you probably can read between the lines. I'm asking because I've been pondering about how our county government is sort of like a machine, right? We're a complicated machine, but a county government that is too small is not going to be able to do a lot of the things that commissioners in the community want it to do. It physically can't do a lot of those things. And if you try to make it do those machines anyway, it'll start smoking and it might catch fire. It might blow up. And you don't want that, right? A county government that is not willing to pay for top quality talent is often not going to get that top quality talent. It might luck out here and there. It might luck out, but generally, again, with staff, you sort of get what you pay for. And we have a lot of long-term investments and desires for our community that we're looking at. We want those long-term investments to bear fruit, but we're going to have to be willing to invest at appropriate levels to really ensure that we get that fruit that we want. Durability and reliability cost money, whether we're talking about a tool or a county government. What occurred to me here was, sometimes to achieve reliability, you need a few more bodies than it takes to do the job on a good day, right? Because not every day is a good day. And someone is always going to be getting sick or resigning or retiring or whatever, and sometimes a disaster strikes too. And so I'm not saying we need double or triple the staff that we need on a good day, but we do have to consider that, when like Korena's group right now is down a number of critical staff, and that's hard for our office to deal with. It is really hard for our office to deal with. We have to kind of tighten up and really focus on just the essentials in that kind of a situation. So I'm just trying to reinforce the idea, right, that we get what we pay for, and we know we have some major expenses coming up in next year's budget and in kind of our multi-year capital plan. And I hope that we will have the fortitude to buy a solid, reliable, well-functioning machine, right? Both in terms of our staff and in terms of the buildings that we plan that hopefully will serve the community for at least another 50 years, maybe 70 or 80 years. So that's what I had to say to wrap us up. And I'm not saying it because I feel like commissioners are going in a different direction, but I really want to reinforce a lot of what commissioners said in their comments. I appreciate a lot of what was said in the commissioner comments, and I look forward to, wrapping up next year's budget and diving into the implications of the space needs analysis. And I'm excited about that. I mentioned on Monday that I think this is an exciting time. It is. It's difficult. It's complicated, but it is exciting. And so I look forward to working through the decisions with all of you. And Mr. Chair, I'll hand it back to you.
We do have a need for a closed session.
Oh, that's right.
Development.
Yeah, we did.
I was gonna say the same thing. I was gonna say the same thing. Okay. Are there anything else? Yeah. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
Make a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
It has been moved and proper second to go into executive session after break.